Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, One Punch Man. Chapter 111 to 150, Chapter 112, Hurry Up and Die. 1108 words. Chapter 112, Hurry Up and Die. With just one punch, the entire underground began to shake frantically, a massive amount of rubble falling from above. That incredibly violent power almost shook the heavens and earth. The wave of monsters, which had been surging like a tide, was blasted into a massive gap by a single punch. A mist of blood filled the air, and countless severed limbs fell, crashing onto the other monsters. The original tyrannical emotions were completely extinguished under this punch, like a raging fire meeting an overwhelming tsunami, with no power to resist at all. The monsters rushing forward were all terrified. They knew King was strong. After all, he was the long-renowned the strongest man on earth among humans. But they always believed that no matter how strong a human was, there was a limit. How could they possibly rival their own monster bodies? One must know that due to the influence of the monster factor, the vast majority of monsters were actually very conceited, believing themselves to be invincible in the world, and their emotions fluctuated wildly, often becoming irritable over trivial matters. But now, all the monsters shared a single emotion: terror. With eyes full of despair and shock fixed on King, the monsters lost their courage to charge and fled without hesitation, wishing they had been born with 10 more legs. Run! This guy is simply a monster. He's not human. Are you kidding me? I saw with my own eyes that Royal Ripper was punched into dregs. He was a demon-level monster after all. How could he be one-shot, you bastard? Are you an idiot? Among that pile of monsters just blown apart by a single punch, there were at least dozens of demon levels. Stop talking nonsense and run. If you block my way again, I'll kill you first. However, as the monsters retreated frantically, they slammed into a rippling golden barrier that flowed like water. When did I ever say you could leave? King's voice rang out like a great bell, accompanied by the thumping King engine, like a god coldly issuing an order for extermination. The long-unused energy control activated, and a brilliant golden light erupted around King's body. An almost endless energy storm spread frantically outward from his body. Since this skill itself had certain limitations and the maximum amount of energy it could control was only at the Dragon Peak level, it wasn't very effective in battles between top-tier experts. But for the current situation of clearing out minions, this was undoubtedly a divine skill. Countless demon-level monsters didn't even have time to scream before they were submerged by the golden storm full of destructive energy, their bodies torn into thousands of pieces, eventually turning into ashes and dissipating into the world. Seeing this, Homeless Emperor in the distance was stunned, staring in disbelief at the golden energy storm filling the sky, his pupils suddenly contracting. How is this possible? Why is this energy control so similar to mine? Could it be that this guy King is also an envoy of God? In an instant, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Homeless Emperor's mind. He seemed to have realized something, his eyes shining terrifyingly bright. I understand. No wonder King is just a lowly human yet could become the so-called strongest man on earth. It turns out he, like me, is an envoy assigned to the human world by God. But, seeing that King had condensed such a powerful energy storm in less than a second, a hint of jealousy flashed in Homeless Emperor's eyes. If both were envoys of God, then why was the energy this guy could control even more powerful than his own? Could it be that God also has moments of favoritism? As soon as this thought emerged, Homeless Emperor trembled all over and slapped himself hard, his scruffy face immediately turning red. Bastard! How could I have thoughts of doubting God? God is always benevolent, upright, and great. Beside him, Black Sperm looked at Homeless Emperor, who had suddenly slapped himself, with a look as if he were watching a lunatic, and couldn't help but shake his head. Although he had always felt that this human-looking guy was a bit crazy, seeing this idiot slap his own face confirmed he was indeed a lunatic. Seeing the world-destroying energy storm sweeping toward them, Nyan didn't hesitate for a second, turning around to run. Under the influence of his innate ability, his figure turned into an extremely thin line and directly slipped into a nearby rock crevice, vanishing. Führer Ugly sensed the terrifying power that made even his strong physical body tremble continuously. He also showed no hesitation, decisively turning to run and smashing right through the rock behind him. Goo goo gaga. Gums let out a strange cry, his biological instinct to seek luck and avoid calamity making him turn and flee, charging forward rapidly through the hole Führer Ugly had smashed. fearing that staying here for even one more second would result in being one-shot. Black Sperm's expression was somewhat ugly as he considered whether to fight back. The power of this energy storm had clearly exceeded his individual limit in the Black Sperm state. If he wanted to resist this power, he would have to transform into the ultimate life form fused from 54 trillion cells, platinum sperm. But that would be too costly. He still had the chance to split into more cells. There was no need to use it now. Thinking of this, Black Sperm decisively greased his soles and chose to run. Before leaving, he glanced at Homeless Emperor, who was still standing there in shock, and clicked his tongue impatiently. In the next second, Black Sperm's right hand continuously expanded and deformed, a giant palm dozens of meters long, grabbing Homeless Emperor and carrying him away from the scene. It couldn't be helped, those pawns of the Monster Association were definitely dead, but as long as dragon-level executives like them were fine, the Monster Association could be rebuilt at any time. Although Homeless Emperor was usually crazy, talking all day about nonsense like the world being a gift from God, and looking like a fool, he was at least a standard dragon-level combatant. Black Sperm had never forgotten his ultimate goal in joining the Monster Association, which was to unite with other monsters to take down the Hero Association. This way, the more high-end combat power, the better. As for those weak demon-level monsters? He was truly sorry, but even he could do nothing to help, just hurry up and die. Chapter 112, Chapter 113, One Person Battles 4 Dragons. 1,124 words. Chapter 113, One Person Battles 4 Dragons. The devastating golden energy storm continued to rage throughout the area. Those relatively powerful demon-level monsters were also unable to resist this power, and they were shattered into pieces one after another. Even Joro Joro was finding it hard to hold on. The psychic power shield around him was wavering, like a small boat tossing and turning in a turbulent sea. Sensing he was in danger, Joro Joro shouted loudly at Monster King Orochi, who was standing still like a stone statue nearby, his voice filled with urgency. "Lord Monster King Orochi! Please take action immediately. Whether the Monster Association survives or not depends on this. Use your unrivaled power to defeat King." However, in the face of Joro Joro's urgent cries, Monster King Orochi, whom he had always regarded as a weapon and who had always been obedient, stood motionless, his cold eyes fixed on the figure within the golden energy storm. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Joro Joro struggled to maintain his psychic power to prevent his body from being torn apart by the sweeping energy storm, thinking to himself that things were looking bad. Why has Monster King Orochi suddenly lost control? What exactly is happening? He felt extremely uneasy. Everything before him seemed to be spiraling out of his control, and his plans were completely disrupted. According to Joro Joro's plan, the Monster Association should have launched a surprise attack on the entire world in about 10 days, sending hundreds of demon-level monsters to destroy cities and test the combat power of S-class heroes. Then, they would kidnap the children of influential figures and bring them to the Monster Association as hostages, forcing the Hero Association to assemble S-class heroes for a rescue mission. Finally, they would arrange opponents to counter each S-class hero based on their characteristics, successfully defeating all of them. When the Hero Association made its final desperate counterattack, they would use Monster King Orochi's overwhelming and terrifying power to defeat all remaining forces, eventually destroying all of humanity. That was how the plan was set. Why have the variables become so massive? Joro Joro didn't understand, and he would never have the chance to. Web-like cracks began to surface on the psychic power shield in front of him. No matter how Joro Joro tried to maintain it, it was difficult to hold. Moments before his body was torn apart, Joro Joro let out an unwilling and angry roar, but he could only be shredded into pieces by the devastating energy filling the sky. Only 4 beings remained on the field. 2 tall men in peculiar attire, both holding sharp ninjato. The man on the left had short, fiery red hair. His expression was arrogant yet carried an unparalleled solemnity, his eyes full of admiration for the terrifying strength of King, the strongest man on earth. As expected of the one called the strongest hero by humans. This area of effect attack capability is simply breathtaking, even my great ninja arts cannot reach it. The man on the right was handsome, and his narrow phoenix eyes held not only solemnity and shock but also the joy of challenging a powerful foe. What immense power! Hellfire, Once this energy dissipates, we will go kill King. Let the blood of the strongest man on earth add a glorious luster to our blades. These two were dragon-level monsters known for their speed, Gale Wind and Hellfire Flame. They had originated from the same ninja village as Flashy Flash and Speedosound Sonic, though they were not from the same class. They were originally powerful ninjas, but later, in pursuit of even more extreme speed, they chose to become monsters, gaining speed even more formidable than before. As for the last person remaining on the field, besides the powerful monster King Orochi and Gale Wind and Hellfire Flame lurking in the distance, there was only a giant over 6 meters tall. Dragon-level executive, Guketsu. As a legendary martial artist with extreme confidence in his own strength, Guketsu's self-assessment of his power reached a new level after becoming a powerful dragon-level monster. He had once tried to challenge Monster King Orochi, but was subsequently beaten soundly, only then reluctantly submitting to the Monster Association. In his view, besides monsters of Monster King Orochi's caliber, even King, the strongest man on earth, should not expect him to flee without a fight. Under the gaze of the four, the energy storm dissipated, revealing that tall, blonde figure. The blood mist and countless severed limbs that had filled the air were long ago ground into dust by the overwhelming energy storm, leaving the entire underground area looking quite empty. King precisely controlled the spread of the energy, not allowing it to completely destroy the entire underground. After all, City Z was built right above the Monster Association. If the underground tunnels were accidentally collapsed, there was a high probability that the entire City Z would also be ruined. The opportunity has come. Monster King Orochi, Gale Wind and Hellfire Flame, and Guketsu launched their attacks simultaneously. Countless dragon-shaped tentacles with gaping maws streaked through the void, surrounding King from all directions. Raging flames that distorted the air erupted within them, and energy light waves swept through in an instant. Gale Wind and Hellfire Flame used their extreme speed to appear behind King in a flash, launching two incredibly sharp slashes instantly. "Look behind you, King." Guketsu bent his legs, then shot upward like a spring compressed to its limit. His massive fist, carrying a violent astral wind, smashed ruthlessly toward King's small figure. In just an instant, King, who had just dispelled the energy storm, was subjected to simultaneous attacks from three sides. At this moment, King fought 4 dragons alone. Facing all this, the 4 of them simultaneously felt a sense of unease. Something's wrong, why is he so calm? Oh no! King's demeanor was too calm, as if the person being attacked from multiple sides wasn't him. The next second, blue steam suddenly exploded, and King disappeared from the spot at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, appearing behind Gale Wind and Hellfire Flame in a flash. Then why don't you look behind you? What? The pupils of Gale Wind and Hellfire Flame constricted suddenly as their sharp blades struck empty air. Before they could even react, fists the size of sandbags were already smashing toward their faces. Gale's face changed drastically, and he twisted his own neck without hesitation. With a crisp snapping sound, he barely managed to let his face graze past King's fist. Hellfire, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Although he tried his best to dodge, King's fist was even faster than he had imagined. Boom! Chapter 113, Chapter 114, Since When Did I Need Human Pity? 1014 words. Chapter 114, Since When Did I Need Human Pity? King's fist landed solidly on Hellfire's head, and that incredibly fierce power instantly poured into his mind. Bang! With a dull explosion, Hellfire's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, red and white matter splashing everywhere. That tempered, powerful body, which had achieved ultimate speed, instantly stiffened and then fell powerlessly downward. Hellfire! Damn it! Seeing his partner's head exploded by a single punch, Gale was so terrified that he snapped his neck back into place, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, rather than grief over his companion's death, terror occupied most of his heart. Too fast. Such speed is simply overwhelming us. Is this guy really human? Just then, Guketsu arrived before King. His massive fist created a piercing sonic boom in midair, a strike containing both martial arts technique and monster brute force aimed directly at the strongest man on earth. You dare to distract yourself by attacking those two while facing our assault. You clearly don't respect Guketsu. Die. Hades' divine/fist. Just as Guketsu's fist was less than half a meter from King's face, with the fierce wind from the punch even blowing his blonde hair back, the strongest man on earth finally looked up. Where did this ugly thing come from? Rather than Guketsu's full power strike, the first thing King saw was the other's hideous appearance, with a head full of red eyes. Saying this, King threw a casual punch. Guketsu's arm, which appeared covered in brownish-black armor, instantly exploded into a bloody mist. He was sent flying backward like a falling meteor, crashing heavily through a rock wall. After sending Guketsu flying with one punch, King turned around again and threw several more punches toward the thousands of flames gushing from Monster King Orochi. In an instant, the air in front of him transformed into a tangible shockwave, immediately crushing all the overwhelming flames and causing them to extinguish rapidly in midair. In less than 5 seconds, King had easily neutralized the simultaneous attacks of 4 dragon-level powerhouses, without even exerting much effort. Guketsu was embedded in the rock wall. Every movement caused a large amount of rubble to fall, and his eyes were filled with shock. How can this be? Why are humans so strong? Compared to the physical pain, the wound in his heart at this moment was even more agonizing for Guketsu. Facing his full power strike, the first thing that human called King cared about wasn't the power of the attack, but how ugly he looked. For a martial artist who blindly pursued ultimate power and single-mindedly wanted to climb to the peak, this was a massive insult. Imagine that you dream of becoming a world-leading research scientist, so you study desperately, climbing all the way from an undergraduate degree to a master's, and then to a doctorate. During your days of constant study, you lose a lot of hair and gain weight rapidly due to hormonal imbalances, but you always believe that the academic path you are pursuing is correct. Until one day, you meet someone known as a world-class scholar. After a passionate conversation with him, his first words are not of praise for your academic achievements, but a question he can't help asking. How did you get such a huge stomach? Did you stuff a pillow in there? This is too much. Guketsu let out a furious roar. His massive body, over 6 meters tall, instantly exerted force, pulling himself out of the rock wall. His legs pushed against the rock wall, shattering nearly 100 meters of rock behind him in an instant. He charged at King like a cannonball, raising his remaining left arm. A martial artist's dignity cannot be insulted. Today, I will show you the ultimate martial way of a monster. Hades' God-killing fist. Hearing the deafening roar in his ears, King couldn't help but reach out a hand to cover his ear, his raised right hand erupting with a dazzling golden light. Please, if we're fighting, let's just fight. Stop howling here, who are you shouting for? After a casual retort, he showed a sliver of respect in the face of Guketsu's all-out attack. King did not maintain a contemptuous attitude towards someone like this, who had challenged the legendary Monster King in pursuit of the martial way and was ultimately beaten and transformed into a monster. He could have finished it with one punch, but now, King decided to give Guketsu a dignified end. Endless golden light gathered in his right fist, forming an extremely brilliant small golden sun in the blink of an eye, charging straight toward Guketsu's black glowing fist. Emperor Fist. At the moment of impact, an invisible shockwave spread wildly in all directions from their bodies. The next second, with a crisp cracking sound, Guketsu's left hand was destroyed with overwhelming force, and the fierce golden energy surged upward. Guketsu stiffened on the spot. In the instant before death, his dozens of pupils watched King simultaneously, as if trying to engrave this human's face firmly into his soul. So humans can be this powerful. If I'm not mistaken, King was using martial arts just now. Furthermore, Guketsu realized that the special fist technique King used was superior in performance to his own Hades' divine/fist. In the two clashes they just had, Guketsu was not only crushed in terms of power, but the martial arts techniques on the surface of his fists were also neutralized by an even more profound technique. As a dragon-level executive, Guketsu was no fool. In that extremely brief exchange, he could sense that all of King's stats far exceeded his own. Despite being able to win through sheer stats, King still chose to use martial arts. That alone explained everything. Honestly, since when did I need human pity? Guketsu sighed helplessly in his heart, watching as the cracks on his body expanded at high speed. Then, his entire being exploded into a mist of blood, scattering into the world. Chapter 114, Chapter 115, I didn't control my strength well for a moment. 1123 words. Chapter 115, I didn't control my strength well for a moment. The moment his consciousness faded, Guketsu felt as if he had fallen into an endless dark sea, with only coldness and silence remaining around him. Is this death? In his blurred consciousness, a muscular young man glowing with confidence appeared before his eyes. That clean, sharp martial arts uniform felt inexplicably familiar to him. Who is he? Why did he appear in my memories? After thinking for a full second or two, Guketsu finally remembered that this guy was himself, or rather, the human self forgotten by the monster he had become. Once, Guketsu, as the champion of the human martial arts tournament, was in the limelight, even called the #1 martial artist of the younger generation by many. At that time, he maintained full confidence in his strength, always believing he could continue to climb the peaks of martial arts and become an even more powerful being. Until that day, when he encountered that legendary monster, the monster that made him tremble even to this day. A massive body, a terrifying face like a dragon or a snake, and those cold eyes that seemed to contain no human emotion. Monster King Orochi. However, back then, even though Guketsu faced such a terrifying monster and every cell in his body was trembling, he still unleashed his signature technique, the Hades God Killing Fist. That day, Guketsu felt his own weakness. His proud signature technique was easily blocked by one of the opponent's tentacles. His body, tempered through years of martial arts training, couldn't withstand a casual swat and was already on the verge of death. When that still pulsing monster cell fell onto the dirt in front of him, Guketsu wavered. He wasn't wavering in his martial arts, but in his identity as a human. Can humans really defeat such terrifying monsters? Can humans really reach the peak of martial arts? Can humans really avoid extinction in the face of such terrifying monsters? With various doubts, Guketsu ultimately chose to swallow that pulsing monster cell, abandoning his human identity. He didn't want to die, he would rather abandon his human identity than face death. Only by living could he continue to climb the peak. If he died, everything would be gone. But the appearance of King made this dragon-level executive, who had abandoned his human identity, realize for the first time that humans could also be this strong. Perhaps, my choice back then was wrong. With such a thought, all the monster cells in Guketsu's body lost their vitality, and his consciousness completely dissipated. Seeing a dragon-level executive of Guketsu's caliber get blown apart by a single punch, Gale, who was constantly moving through the air, was stunned. A hint of doubt couldn't help but rise in Gale's heart. If this guy really was human, then wasn't their act of discarding their human bodies to become monsters just to pursue ultimate speed completely idiotic? But he couldn't care about that now. Noticing King's gaze turning toward him, Gale immediately felt every monster cell in his body screaming frantically, urging him, the host, to run away quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, Gale flicked his wrist and threw his incredibly sharp blade, which instantly turned into a streak of light piercing toward King's face. As for himself, he turned and fled, unleashing all his secret ninja techniques as his figure turned into an afterimage and vanished instantly. It's no big deal, staying alive is more important than anything. His friend Hellfire had already been punched into a headless horseman. If he didn't run now, he feared he would follow in his footsteps. Now, by discarding his weapon as a distraction and combining it with extreme speed, his survival capability was maxed out. Monsterization, fully unleashed. 20 shadow burials, fully unleashed. Dense green ripples spread across Gale's body surface. His physical form rapidly changed, becoming extremely hideous, while his speed surged once again. His legs moved in a strange rhythm, and his formidable speed allowed Gale to create 20 forward-running afterimages in mid-air, making it impossible to tell which one was the original. In this state, Gale was confident that even the so-called Monster King Orochi wouldn't be able to catch him, and the same went for the strongest man on Earth, King. Unfortunately, while the ideal was plump, reality was skinny. When he heard the piercing sound of a sonic boom from behind, Gale turned his head and saw the most terrifying scene. A figure shrouded in blue steam was sprinting at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, arriving by his side in the blink of an eye. King simply threw a punch, and the space in front of him distorted in layers, instantly blowing apart all of Gale's clones on the left side. Holy crap! Gale was scared out of his wits, feeling as though his very soul had been frightened away. he ignored the strain on his body to force an even greater burst of speed, not caring if his muscles would be torn afterward. But the most despairing scene played out right before his eyes. Facing the extreme speed he had unleashed, King wasn't even running seriously, he was still floating in mid-air using psychic power, striking a reclining pose like a predator toying with its weak and pathetic prey.
Stop on your own? Are you kidding me?
Gale's eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was on the verge of collapse, but no matter how desperately he tried to increase his speed, King followed him like a ghost. 10 seconds later, seeing that Gale was about to reach the surface, King shook his head helplessly. What a pity. If your speed were dozens of times faster, maybe I really wouldn't be able to catch you. As a thank you for accompanying me in this chase for so long, I'll treat you to a punch. Saying that, King flashed in front of Gale and threw an unremarkable punch.
No!
Gale's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, attempting to block King's punch. At the instant of contact, an extremely violent force surged from his arms into his entire body. The dragon-level monster, known for his speed, didn't even have time to react before he exploded into a mist of blood. King floated in mid-air, surrounded by a layer of light green psychic power that blocked the blood mist drifting through the air. He looked at Gale, who had been blown apart by a single punch, and spoke with some emotion. Honestly, it's been a long time since I've crushed a weakling. I didn't control my strength well for a moment.
Chapter 115, Chapter 116, is this part in the original work? 1035 words. Chapter 116, is this part in the original work?
At this point, of the 4 dragon levels fighting King, only the most powerful existence remained, the above-dragon monster King Orochi. From beginning to end, Monster King Orochi had only fired a single wave of flames, making no further moves afterward, coldly watching as King killed the other 3 dragon-level monsters. King raised his hand to swat away the blood mist filling the air, his gaze finally landing on Monster King Orochi, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. He had thought that to preserve the Monster Association's combat power, Monster King Orochi would have stepped in to help, but the guy hadn't lifted a finger from start to finish. Especially during the earlier energy storm, King noticed that even when Joro was torn to shreds by the storm, Monster King Orochi still didn't act. This was clearly illogical. At least on the surface, Joro was the most important strategist for the Monster Association. As the leader, Monster King Orochi shouldn't have just watched him die without helping. Looking deeper, the one controlling Joro, Psychos was the creator of Monster King Orochi, he was merely a weapon in her hands. For a biological weapon to watch its creator die without attempting a rescue was undoubtedly a suspenseful turn of events. Just then, sensing King's gaze, Monster King Orochi's massive maw suddenly split into an exaggerated grin, revealing rows upon rows of jagged teeth. He spoke, his voice a chaotic mess as if dozens of people were talking at once, raspy and hiding an extreme level of tyranny.
King, as the strongest man on Earth, do you know why I didn't choose to attack you, but instead allowed you to slaughter my subordinates?
Hearing Monster King Orochi's words, King recalled the events of the original work, and his expression gradually grew solemn.
He knew why Monster King Orochi hadn't chosen to act. As if to confirm King's suspicion, the hundreds of dragon-shaped tentacles behind Monster King Orochi danced wildly in the space, sketching out an abstract pattern. It was a distorted humanoid creature whose face was obscured, its entire body seemingly composed of chaotic lines. On the surface, I am the king of the Monster Association, the strongest biological weapon created by that woman. That is what they believe. In reality, the true purpose of my creation is tragic. As the strongest monster king, I am merely a sacrifice required for the descent of another higher being. To use human terms, just as that fellow homeless emperor said, the name of that higher being is God. I was born to be a sacrifice for God's descent. All my power will be devoured when he arrives. But I refuse to accept this. At this, Monster King Orochi's serpentine pupils suddenly flared with a murderous pale red light, seemingly harboring deep hatred for the so-called God. King understood this, after all, being hailed as the king of monsters only to be destined as a sacrifice for a higher being's arrival was something no one could accept. He didn't interrupt Monster King Orochi, allowing him to continue. After all, the original work was the original work, and reality was reality. Since King's transmigration, many events had veered off course. He had to be especially cautious regarding God. God, ha! King's heart sank. Although he knew that even the so-called God probably couldn't beat the bald demon king, he wasn't sure if he could. After various enhancements, his current strength was much greater than when he fought Boros. He had officially crossed the threshold of the divine rank. But even so, he still lacked confidence in challenging God. In any version of the original work, God had never revealed his true power, only bestowing blessings on others and making them fight for him. Especially Cosmic Garu, King felt he wasn't even sure he could win against him, at most resulting in a stalemate where neither could kill the other. If Cosmic Garu was already that formidable, let alone the God who gave him power that was the truly powerful existence. Just then, Monster King Orochi suddenly seemed to sense something. The murderous tyranny in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a fleeting look of terror. His massive body shuddered violently, then his gaze returned to indifference, and his chaotic voice rang out again. You've come at just the right time. To avoid becoming a so-called sacrifice, I need to capture a creature as powerful as myself to offer as a sacrifice instead. Only then can God descend, but... Monster King Orochi paused for a second, his tone revealing a hint of fanaticism. That fellow's altar is in the deepest part of the Monster Association's underground. Through my observations during this time, I've discovered God's weakness. He has become very weak. Whether it's me or you, by taking the other's flesh to the altar, we can summon God and travel to the alternate dimension where he resides. When that time comes, the weakened God will surely be unable to withstand my power. I will devour him and become the new generation's God. And you, the strongest man on earth, King, you will become my nourishment, the capital for my God-slaying. Hearing this, King looked up in confusion at the charging Monster King Orochi. His doubts deepened, and a cloud of unease began to loom. Why don't I remember this part from the original work? Since when did Monster King Orochi want to slay God? Whatever, maybe it's the butterfly effect from my transmigration. Seeing the eager Monster King Orochi, King slowly lowered his body, shifting his center of gravity down, and took a step forward. In an instant, the space before him twisted into a spiral. King's figure turned into a beam of light as he charged forward, his blood energy surging like a vast ocean. He decided to strike first. Monster King Orochi was not to be outdone. His layered, massive maw and the dozens of tentacles behind him opened simultaneously, and a violent beam of crimson flames erupted from his mouth. Gaia Cannon. At this moment, both sides stopped talking and chose to act simultaneously. Chapter 116, Chapter 117, Complete Adaptation. 1112 words. Chapter 117, Complete Adaptation. Meanwhile, deep underground. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Inside a secret room made of all-around insulating materials, a tall woman with a hot, curvaceous figure snapped her eyes open, her glasses fell to the floor with a crisp thud. With her messy long hair scattered around her waist, the woman's exquisite face now bore a look of terror, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was the one pulling the strings behind Joro, the secret controller of the entire Monster Association, and the creator of Monster King Orochi Psychos. But at this moment, Psychos was filled with suspicion and uncertainty, an ill omen budding in her heart. Why has the plan exceeded my control? What is going on? Recalling the cold and crazed gaze of Monster King Orochi in the final moment before Joro's puppet was torn apart by the energy storm, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. First, the strongest man on Earth, King, suddenly broke into the Monster Association and casually killed all of its mid-level combat forces. Moreover, if nothing went wrong, the dragon-level executives were either dead or had fled. King's strength far exceeded Psychos' imagination. She had originally thought that even the strongest man on Earth would, at most, be able to contend with the strength of Monster King Orochi. Psychos had always possessed a mysterious self-confidence, just as she believed her psychic power could rival Tatsumaki's. She thought that as long as all the dragon-level executives attacked together, combined with the power of Monster King Orochi, even King would have no choice but to flee with injuries. But the result far exceeded Psychos' imagination. With just a casual strike from King, almost all the dragon-level executives were so terrified that they turned and fled.
As the secret controller of the Monster Association, Psychos had already deployed a large number of clones within the association's lair and had witnessed the scenes above through the shared vision between the clones. After seeing the extremely fast Gale Wind and Hellfire Flame killed in a single punch, and Goketsu, whom Psychos had high hopes for, also being blown apart in one blow, she fell silent. She wasn't just shocked by King's strength. During the process of watching, Psychos also saw the conjecture she was most unwilling to believe in her heart. 3 dragon-level monsters were killed, yet Monster King Orochi, the strongest one present, didn't even move, watching coldly from the side the entire time.
As expected. That guy Monster King Orochi has betrayed me. Just when did he start defying my will?
As the ultimate biological weapon she had created through countless experiments, Psychos thought she had completely mastered Monster King Orochi, or at least could make him follow her every command.
But only now did she discover that Monster King Orochi had only been feigning compliance on the surface, while actually plotting for a deeper purpose. It wasn't until her clones transmitted back all of Monster King Orochi's words that Psychos finally realized. So that's how it is. Only at this very moment did Psychos finally understand for the first time what Monster King Orochi's true purpose was. Just then, the entire secret room began to shake. Rubble from above kept falling, and the ground started to vibrate violently as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Psychos understood that the reason for such a phenomenon was that King and Monster King Orochi had begun to fight above. Her shared vision was destroyed as a result, and she could no longer see more of the situation because her clones were destroyed by the aftershocks of the battle between the two. Psychos raised her hand to prop up a psychic power shield. While blocking the countless falling rocks from above, she moved towards another secret base. While running, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, and countless thoughts surged in her mind. Wait, something feels off.
Relying on the shared vision of her clones, Psychos stared closely at Monster King Orochi as he prepared to battle King, her heart feeling that something was wrong. Having spent so much time with Monster King Orochi, his aura had always been on the boundary between chaos and tyranny, with almost no change. But when he spoke just now, Monster King Orochi's aura changed. It became cold and aloof, almost like a god.
Gaia Cannon.
After absorbing a massive amount of terrestrial energy, Monster King Orochi's most powerful attack to date was instantly unleashed. A crimson beam covering the entire underground space swept in all directions. Facing this strike, King's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, reappearing right in front of Monster King Orochi. He was still in the state of the Gate of Shock and had not chosen to open the Death Gate. For some reason, even though he was facing a weak dragon level or above monster like Monster King Orochi, King still had an ominous premonition in his heart.
The intuition of the strong is often worth believing.
Therefore, King chose to preserve his strength to avoid being subjected to other unexpected attacks while in the weakened state after opening the Death Gate. Just as he was about to land a punch on Monster King Orochi's head, Monster King Orochi reacted in time. Dozens of dragon-shaped tentacles opened their bloody maws, and fierce flames instantly engulfed his figure. King could have chosen to dodge, but he chose to freefall in midair, subsequently being roasted continuously by the massive flames. Opening his eyes, everything within sight was a sea of red. King felt as if he were currently in an ocean of flames, with violent tongues of fire licking his body to their heart's content. He dropped most of his defenses, allowing the flames to scorch his body, letting his skin begin to carbonize at an extremely slow speed.
This carbonization lasted for less than 3 seconds. As if triggering some kind of mechanism, the carbonization of King's skin stopped instantly, and then brand new skin grew back at an extremely high speed.
In the face of the newly grown skin, the flames could no longer cause any damage. He had completely adapted to them.
Is this the so-called adaptation?
After feeling it out, King discovered that he had now become more attuned to these flames. In the endless sea of fire, he felt as comfortable as if he were in a swimming pool, able to swim freely. The flames that originally made him feel a hint of heat had now, in his perception, turned into a hot spring soaking him from all sides, making his body feel warm and cozy.
Chapter 117, Chapter 118, Destroyed with One Punch. 1102 words. Chapter 118, Destroyed with One Punch.
Watching King being enveloped in his own flames, Monster King Orochi couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt when there was no sign of him emerging. Normally, at a time like this, most people would assume their opponent had been incinerated to ashes and would choose to stop their attack.
But Monster King Orochi's methods were different from most, and his thought process was equally unique.
This is bad, it seems my flames have no effect on King at all, which is why he's choosing to remain perfectly still. Thinking this, Monster King Orochi turned his heads, and a Gaia cannon wrapped in crimson flames blasted directly into the sea of fire. The violent explosion caused the entire inferno to twist and distort. Holy shit! King had been enjoying the warmth of the flames when a Gaia cannon suddenly flew right at his face, scaring him into throwing a reactive punch.
The Gaia cannon, which originally contained destructive energy, was blown apart by the punch.
It was as if someone had sliced a gas tank in half, instantly producing a terrifying explosion. A figure wrapped in a pale blue stream of light appeared within the soaring mushroom cloud, with a few minor wounds on his body. These wounds were merely superficial and, by all rights, should have recovered instantly using ultra-speed regeneration, but King chose not to do so. He suppressed his healing ability, feeling the waves of stinging pain from the wounds and the wondrous changes occurring within his body. In just a few short seconds, the injuries began to heal naturally without any flash of green light, meaning King hadn't used ultra-speed regeneration.
Monster King Orochi naturally noticed King's abnormality.
A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he opened his massive maw once again.
Playing tricks.
The dozens of tentacles behind him stabbed into the ground simultaneously, continuously absorbing energy from the earth. A constantly compressed and reorganized Gaia cannon began to form in his mouth once more.
Boom! Boom!
The energy ball, which was constantly compressing and expanding, suddenly burst forth, striking King's body at extreme speed.
A violent explosion once again swept through the entire underground space.
If King hadn't pre-deployed a large number of Dragon Peak-level energy shields in the soil layers above, the entire City Z would likely have been plunged into an unprecedented earthquake. After all, an energy blast comparable to a nuclear explosion detonating right under your feet is like a normal person's house being stuffed with TNT. Not being blown to the sky on the spot would make one a legendary lucky soul.
But this time, Monster King Orochi's alarm bells were ringing loudly as he finally realized something was wrong.
Amidst that violent explosion, a tall figure floated quietly in mid-air without any defensive posture, even maintaining a stance with arms crossed over his chest, as if he were completely unbothered by the power of the explosion.
You've got to be kidding! This is the Gaia cannon!
Even for Monster King Orochi, the situation felt incredibly absurd at this moment. As the king of monsters, the strongest attack he could unleash was unexpectedly unable to cause any damage to King, and the opponent hadn't even made a defensive move. Just as Monster King Orochi was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the figure appearing in the explosion slowly raised his right hand and then suddenly swiped it to the side.
In an instant, a gale seemed to blow through the entire underground space.
The energy that was still expanding and exploding was directly dispersed by an irresistible force, turning into thousands of energy specks that vanished between heaven and earth. King's figure was revealed right before Monster King Orochi, his body covered in a layer of crimson armor that shielded his frame, leaving only his head exposed. The purpose of this crimson armor was naturally not for defense, but because that fellow Monster King Orochi's Gaia cannon had burned King's clothes to ash. That's right, after just 2 rounds of attacks, King had already completely adapted to Monster King Orochi's power. Even the strongest attack, the Gaia cannon, could no longer harm him. Feeling the changes occurring within his body again, King couldn't help but clench his fists as surging power circulated within his body. So this is adapt to heaven and earth. What a terrifying adaptation ability, to think it took only twice to completely nullify the attacks of an above dragon-level Monster King Orochi.
Now then, it's time to end this.
Under Monster King Orochi's shocked gaze, King stepped on the void. Accompanied by the distortion and vibration of space, his figure instantly turned into a beam of light charging straight up, arriving before Monster King Orochi in the blink of an eye. Dozens of tentacles intertwined, turning into moving ropes to block King while spraying a sea of crimson fire at him. However, King didn't even bother to make a defensive move, simply raising his fist while charging forward. Something inconceivable to Monster King Orochi happened. Even though it was the fire he had released, at this moment, those flames acted like King's subjects, consciously making way for this human and forming a path to godhood forged of fire. Realizing the tentacles couldn't stop King at all, Monster King Orochi steeled himself and quickly stabbed all his tentacles into the ground again, starting to frantically absorb energy from the earth.
Damn it! Faster! I'll be able to release it soon.
Monster King Orochi opened his bloody maw, surrounded by layers of sharp teeth, as a concentrated Gaia cannon continuously formed in his mouth.
Damn! It's too late. The Gaia cannon wasn't even half-formed when King arrived before him.
That fist, so tiny compared to his massive body, was already right in front of him. It was an ordinary-looking fist, with no flashy special effects, no violent explosion, and no energy as brilliant as the sun.
It was just a single punch.
King concentrated all his energy within his body, the power of the Emperor Fist completely internalized, yet it was far more powerful than when it bloomed like the sun. At the moment of contact, Monster King Orochi's indestructible massive body melted as quickly as snow meeting a scorching sun.
Cracks spread across his body and then rapidly expanded. Boom!
Accompanied by an explosive sound, Monster King Orochi's body shattered on the spot, with severed limbs and an extremely dense life aura exploding everywhere. Monster King Orochi, the king of the Monster Association, was thus destroyed by King with a single punch.
Chapter 118, Chapter 119, Then Let Me See. 1097 words. Chapter 119, Then Let Me See. Z City.
A bald man in casual pajamas lay on the floor mat without any regard for his appearance, sipping a cola while watching the day's television programs.
What exactly are you talking about? Bang Kai.
Watching the protagonist on TV selectively ignore the villain's long-winded speech, immediately unleash a big move, and rush forward to attack, Saitama nodded slightly.
That's how it should be. Most other anime are full of long speeches. Kurosaki Ichigo is much more fierce, attacking immediately without listening to what the other person is saying.
Just then, he suddenly sat up, looking down at the floor with some confusion, his eyes somewhat vacant.
Huh? Why does it feel like the floor is shaking? Is there an earthquake?
Saitama pressed his head to the floor, his expression instantly becoming serious, and the simple lines of his face immediately became sharp and defined.
Serious series, serious listening. In an instant, Saitama's auditory perception spread out, allowing him to hear everything happening underground clearly. What Monster King, what Gaia Cannon, what the strongest man on Earth, huh? The strongest man on Earth?
Saitama paused for a second before realizing that the strongest man on Earth must be referring to King.
Good grief, I knew that guy King went out to buy snacks and never came back.
Turns out he snuck underground to fight monsters, and didn't even wait for me. Since he was quite bored anyway, he simply changed into his classic hero outfit, the yellow jumpsuit, leaped from the windowsill, and then lightly landed on the ground.
It's better to go down and check.
Otherwise, if King and that Monster King fight, they might accidentally demolish the house, especially since King's house is right above. Saitama huffed and puffed his way to a sewer opening, casually tossing the hard steel manhole cover aside, then leaped in, his entire body instantly disappearing into the dark sewer tunnel. Meanwhile, at the Monster Association headquarters, the shattered head of Monster King Orochi fell through the air. But even at the moment of near death, there was no terror or despair in his eyes. Instead, there was a deeply hidden trace of excitement.
How can this be?
As the Monster King, why couldn't my strongest attacks harm you in the slightest, and it seems you didn't even defend yourself? Before his consciousness faded, the question most concerning Monster King Orochi was why King could effortlessly block all of his attacks. He could sense that King blocking his attacks was not relying on mere defensive power, rather, it was as if his every offense was being adapted to by the other party. King did not choose to answer Monster King Orochi's question. Instead, he threw another punch, shattering the already broken head into scattered debris. "You're about to die, why ask so many questions?" King casually grumbled, then waved his large hand, sweeping the remaining shattered body parts of Monster King Orochi over with psychic power and twisting them into a knot. After doing all this, he controlled his psychic power to continuously probe, and the life origin of Monster King Orochi flew out from the mass of flesh, landing precisely in his hand.
Done. Next, I need to meet that so-called god.
King held the life origin of Monster King Orochi in his right hand, spinning his left hand in the void. The countless shattered flesh masses of Monster King Orochi rapidly converged, forcefully molded by psychic power into a scarlet meatball that followed behind him. The earth beneath him shattered continuously as King plummeted straight down, quickly arriving at the deepest part of the Monster Association's underground. The deepest level of the underground was unexpectedly vast, likely constructed specifically to accommodate the enormous size of Monster King Orochi. In the very center of the expansive underground space, a remarkably ancient-looking circular altar stood erected, emitting a faint glow.
Strange. Psychic energy cannot perceive the altar's existence?
Even though the light in the underground space was dim, for someone at King's level, if his eyes couldn't see, his mental perception could substitute for sight. But for some unknown reason, when his mental perception spread toward the altar, it was like light entering a black hole, vanishing without a trace. King raised his hand, and the surrounding energy seemed to respond to a commander's call, rapidly gathering in his hand to form a golden sphere of light, brilliant as the scorching sun. With the illumination from the light sphere, he was able to clearly see the entire altar. It was an altar that appeared to be constructed from ordinary stones, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Along the walls at the altar's edge, murals were carved. King stood outside the altar, observing the murals on the wall. A colossal creature, resembling a dragon or a snake with multiple heads, lay on the ground, while countless tiny humans knelt before it. However, according to the content of the mural, these tiny humans were not worshipping this giant creature, nor was the giant creature sleeping, rather, it was curled up in terror. Directly in front of the giant creature and the humans, a humanoid figure filled with countless twisted lines stood erect, indifferently looking down upon all living beings below. Upon seeing that twisted humanoid figure, King suddenly felt dizzy. Although this dizziness only lasted for an instant, it made him vigilant. Unexpectedly, just a mural could cause a negative effect on the current him.
Is this the power of a god?
However, starting today, there will be no more gods in this world. King had firmly remembered the words Monster King Orochi had spoken earlier.
He has become very weak.
Whether it is you or me, taking the flesh and blood of the other person to the altar can summon the god, allowing passage to the alternate dimension where the other person exists. At that time, the extremely weak god will certainly not withstand my power.
I will devour him and become the new god. A god slayer, huh?
King extended his hand. The meatball formed from the flesh and blood of Monster King Orochi, held aloft by psychic power behind him, slowly floated out and landed in his hand. Immediately after, King adjusted his aura to the peak, meaning he was in his current strongest state, short of directly activating the death gate. Then let me see what kind of existence the so-called God truly is.
/N, many people think it's over, but it's not.
There's a small plot twist.
Dear readers, amazed face. Chapter 119, Chapter 120, You Never Belong to This World. 1065 words. Chapter 120, You Never Belong to This World.
King carried Monster King Orochi's life origin and all his flesh, walking onto the altar step by step. The moment he stepped onto the altar, the originally weak light erupted instantly, and Monster King Orochi's life origin and flesh vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye.
What?
King's pupils constricted slightly. He could sense that the energy erupting from the altar was different from any form of energy he had felt before. This energy wasn't spiritual energy like psychic power, nor was it physical power, rather, it was a highly distorted and chaotic energy, like a color mixed from countless hues.
In the blink of an eye, the light from the entire altar had swirled into a cylindrical shape, and a massive blue beam of light soared into the sky, ignoring the thick rock layers and shooting straight into the heavens.
This beam of light pierced through the rock layers, the surface, the cities, and the air, shooting straight toward the endless, distant reaches of space. At this moment, no matter where humans were or what they were doing, they all simultaneously felt a throb from their soul. This throb from their soul made them unconsciously look toward City Z, seeing that blue beam of light that seemed to span across heaven and earth.
My God! What is that? Is it a demonstration of new technology? Or some kind of movie special effect? Are you stupid? The internet is exploding right now. This is clearly some kind of special omen. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like something humans could create. Gah! It's Lord God. Please protect your people.
Some were shocked, some were puzzled, some were in tears, and some watched from the sidelines. But without exception, everyone gave the blue beam of light 100% of their attention. Perhaps they didn't even realize it themselves, but their minds had been completely drawn to it, as if something were pulling at their attention. Deep in the starry sky, dozens of planets that seemed to have been placed there long ago began to move, arranging themselves into a bizarre pattern, like a distorted spiral. An invisible ripple emanated through the vast and lonely starry sky, spreading along the beam of light and plunging precisely into the earth. Deepest part of the Monster Association underground. King stood within the blue beam of light. His body was gradually dissolving under this constantly erupting chaotic energy. His originally incredibly strong physical body was slowly melting like butter. But even after suffering such a degree of damage, King's expression remained unmoved. Green light flashed continuously across his body, and his melting form was restored in less than 0.1 seconds. Furthermore, his body was constantly adapting to the damage brought by the chaotic energy. In just a few more seconds at most, he would be able to swim within it. However, the master of the chaotic energy seemed to have noticed this as well. King felt his vision blur, and he instantly vanished from the altar. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him left him stunned. Floating lines were everywhere. Looking closely, one would discover that these floating lines were actually individual lifelines of time. The entire world presented a state of chaos and disorder. Countless shattered celestial bodies and stars were constantly flickering in and out of existence, with the dark, lonely universe serving as the backdrop. At the very center of deep space, an incredibly massive humanoid creature sat cross-legged. This humanoid creature seemed to be composed of countless distorted, chaotic lines and flesh. It only outlined a human shape, lacking any hair or facial features. The moment he saw this being, King understood its identity through its unique physical characteristics. God. So this is the alternate dimension you exist in? It looks pretty cool. I didn't expect God to decorate his space like this. King spoke first. These words were sincere. In his view, the alternate dimension God had created was full of mystery, and Pressurite was indeed incredibly cool. Sensing King's words, God slowly lowered his head. His massive, boundless body looked down upon King floating in the deep space of the universe, his voice ethereal and vast. Among humans who can reach the divine rank, besides the bald head who transcends the world's rules and the human who can use space, you are the only one. Hearing this, King was instantly amused. The bald head who transcends the world's rules isn't that the bald demon king, Saitama? As for the human who can use space, that must be the S-Class Rank 1, Blast, who appeared in the remake. In the remake, S-Class Rank 1 Blast's ability was set as a space type, and his true combat power could even briefly suppress the cosmic Garu who had just obtained God's power. So, if I'm not mistaken, you are indeed very weak. Otherwise, given the grandiosity you display, you would have personally invaded the human world long ago. Why hide in the shadows like a rat in the gutter? Every word King spoke carried a hint of irony, but he was also secretly probing for information. Hearing King's words, God did not deny them. He raised his right hand, and two stars from the alternate dimension immediately flew over, shrinking as they flew until they turned into two spheres in his palm. You're right. I cannot directly invade this planet. I can only transmit my power to the planet's natives, letting them become my messengers in the human world. But this is not because I am weak, but because I cannot invade. My power cannot enter this world. Do you know why I want to invade this barren planet with such sparse resources? God seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time, wanting to launch into a grand discourse on his own. The reason is simple: this planet has an existence that transcends the rules, and that existence has already manifested as a certain human living on the planet. That human has some connection with you. He is Saitama, who is close to you. As for you? Speaking to this point, God's originally vast and grand voice suddenly took on a trace of imperceptible emotion, his tone gradually turning cold. Illegal transmigrator, you never belonged to this world. Chapter 120, Chapter 121, What a Disgusting Fellow. 1052 words. Chapter 121, What a Disgusting Fellow. A hint of anger entered God's voice, and the surrounding stars began to rotate at an extremely high speed, swirling around him. Hearing this, King suddenly laughed out of sheer anger.
What? I'm a illegal transmigrator now? You, a thing sneaking around in the dark like a sewer rat to invade worlds, are actually mocking me? I really don't know who gave you the facio. Wait, you don't even have a face.
This sharp barrage of words came out like rapid fire, and God, who had just shown a hint of anger, was suddenly stunned, caught off guard by the series of insults. Although he was relentless with his words, King was still somewhat shocked in his heart.
A illegal transmigrator. It seems this god fellow knows I'm a transmigrated existence. I just don't know if he can sense the system. Puny human. How dare you blaspheme against God?
God's furious voice boomed across the desolate and dark space of the universe, stars across the sky forming behind him as dazzling cosmic ray bursts erupted from his palms, sealing off all of King's positions from every direction.
In King's perception, this power was terrifying to the extreme, even surpassing him when he had the 8 gates active.
However, facing such a terrifying attack, King simply stood with his hands in his pockets, his indifferent eyes staring disdainfully at the furious god before him.
How pathetic. Has the so-called god reached the point of bluffing?
In the next second, countless stars collided violently at King's position, and the cosmic ray bursts slammed into the massive sphere of stars, the explosion carrying a vast amount of star fragments echoing throughout the alternate dimension. And in the very next second, King's unharmed figure slowly emerged from the explosion, clad in a crimson armor that radiated a surging aura, his blonde hair fluttering.
What?
For the first time, God felt shocked.
He was currently in his home territory, could he still not kill this human?
Refusing to believe it, he reached out again, and the surrounding space instantly cracked like a mirror hit by a stone, King's body shattering like a mirror as well. However, no blood splattered. King stepped out from the shattered space once more, his expression still indifferent.
If this is all you've got, then I'm afraid you really are going to be slain.
In the next instant, the aura on King's body suddenly surged several times over, the pale blue airflow abruptly turning blood red, and his explosion swayed like raging flames.
8 gates, gate of death, open.
Without a moment's hesitation, the instant King opened the gate of death, his figure turned into a red stream of light and charged straight up. With the support of his current stats, a blood-chi dragon nearly 10,000 meters long roared into existence within the alternate dimension, distorting space wherever it passed as it lunged toward the high and mighty god.
Night guy.
Facing a god of unknown strength in his own home dimension, King held nothing back, unleashing his strongest killing move right from the start. God remained seated at the very center of the starry sky, watching the roaring blood-chi dragon. Although he had no facial features, King could feel the disdain from his face. Merely a fake creature condensed from the vast energy within your body.
So your true power is concentrated inside yourself?
A barely acceptable technique, but to a god, a mortal's ultimate moves are all useless.
Space severance.
The space in front of God fluctuated violently, and the originally smooth space was instantly divided into tens of thousands of different traces, layered one after another in front of King. Empowered by the majestic explosion, the blood-chi dragon ignored all obstacles, the spatial barriers blocking its path shattering one after another like glass from a shoddy construction project. Finally, when all 10,000 layers of spatial barriers were destroyed by the blood-chi dragon, the dragon, which had been nearly 10,000 meters long, was reduced to less than 100 meters. As the explosion slowly dissipated, King's figure was revealed, his brow furrowing as he stared intently at the high and mighty god. This was the first time he had encountered someone, other than the bald demon King Saitama, who could block his night guy with their own power. Sensing that King's attack had stopped, God sneered, his vast and grand voice echoing throughout the space.
This place is my domain. No matter how powerful your attacks are, I can create infinite spaces for you to expend them. How can a mortal's techniques ever harm a god?
God pointed a finger, and thousands of spatial barriers instantly pressed down on King, making him feel as if he were carrying a 10,000-foot divine mountain, causing his spine to bend slightly. The raging scarlet explosion on his body flared up like flames catching the wind, and wave after wave of terrifying power surged continuously from within King. His bones groaned and cracked, yet he forced his body upright amidst the extreme pressure. You didn't choose to slay me here, but chose to suppress me instead. This precisely proves your current weakness.
King's voice remained calm.
The pressure on him was slowly easing as, adapt to heaven and earth, continuously helped him adapt to the spatial suppression. Noticing King's abnormality, God showed no surprise. He raised his hand, and dozens of compressed planets drifted from the vast depths of the universe to press down on King. An even more terrifying pressure descended. King's pupils shrank suddenly as his bones began to fracture inch by inch, and even his flesh showed signs of being crushed. In the face of such peril, ultra-speed regeneration constantly repaired the damage to King's body, while adapt to heaven and earth allowed him to continuously adapt to the pressure. Under this level of stimulation, the limiter within King's body began to loosen continuously, and his strength kept rising. Seeing that King was still growing stronger, God, who should have remained aloof, felt a long-lost emotion stirred by the human before him. What a troublesome fellow! He can't be killed, and he only gets stronger under a seal. I really don't know where all these disgusting abilities from outside this world come from. Chapter 121, Chapter 122, Can he really be of use? 1045 words. Chapter 122, Can he really be of use? Since that's the case, I understand. A god is a god. Having observed countless creatures across higher dimensions, he quickly devised a countermeasure against King. As the sole controller of the entire alternate dimension, God can not only manipulate space at will but also control time. This was already evident in the original work. The cosmic Garu, who gained God's power, was able to reverse time and space using his own martial arts. If the cosmic Garu, who merely acquired God's power, could do it, how much more so God himself? Although he cannot directly project his power into reality yet, controlling time and space in this alternate dimension, which he controls, is effortless for him. Indeed, God's idea was simple. If I can't kill you, why don't I just accelerate your time by 1,000 or 10,000 times, making you die of old age on the spot? Wouldn't that be enough? In his view, no matter how powerful humans become, they are ultimately just ordinary life forms, destined to die when their lifespan runs out. And he was merely accelerating that day through the power of time. With a thought from God, the flow of time in King's area suddenly accelerated countless times. The stars suppressing him began to dissipate at a visible rate. However, despite the cleansing power of time, King seemed completely unaffected by its passage. In fact, his rate of becoming stronger even accelerated several times, and the extent of his breakthrough from the seal grew larger and larger. God was dumbfounded. Watching King's strength visibly and continuously rise, he quickly cancelled the time acceleration, his voice filled with disbelief. What's going on? Why are you immune to time acceleration, or rather, why can you reduce time acceleration to this extent? Logically speaking, since this human entered his alternate dimension, he should be subject to the space and time of this region and could be controlled at will. Unless, a more mysterious power is hidden within him, rendering my time acceleration ineffective. No. Impossible. God rejected his own conjecture. It wasn't that he couldn't think of it, but that he dared not. If he, as a higher dimensional being, still couldn't detect the existence of that mysterious power, did that mean this mysterious power's status was far above his own? Time acceleration doesn't work, so what about time reversal? God once again began to manipulate the flow of time in King's area, deciding to make time continuously flow backward. After all, if King continued to adapt to the pressure and undergo breakthroughs, his strength would grow even faster. To prevent King's strength from increasing indefinitely, God decided to impose a limit with time reversal. Even if his strength progressed wildly, he would revert to his previous state due to the reversal of time. In an instant, King only felt as if his movements had turned into slow motion. Apart from being able to perceive everything around him normally, all his bodily movements became sluggish. Whether it was self-healing, adaptation, or the rate of becoming stronger, everything slowed down. Successfully slowing down time on King, God showed no joy, instead instinctively taking a step back. What's going on? Why is the mighty power of time almost ineffective on you? I clearly intended to make your time continuously reverse. Why can it only be slowed down? Finding that none of his current methods could harm King, God stopped pretending. He raised his hand, and countless stars fell directly, firmly suppressing King in place. King could not utter a single word at this moment, bearing terrifying pressure throughout his body, yet his aura was continuously rising. Adapt to heaven and earth allowed him to increasingly withstand this pressure and, with it, acquire a powerful physique capable of enduring it. But the rate of becoming stronger was several times slower than before, because God had placed the shackles of time deceleration upon him. In other words, King would still be able to continuously grow stronger and eventually adapt to this pressure to successfully escape. This was a predetermined outcome. But God only needed to suppress him. Before King broke through the pressure and successfully escaped, this was his time. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't thrown that delicious sacrifice, Orochi, directly onto the altar, I wouldn't have gained so much power to invade reality. Perhaps you already suspected it. Indeed, the monster King Orochi who spoke with you earlier was not himself. I had already replaced his will and used his body to converse with you. Although I don't know how you learned of my whereabouts, all signs indicate that you know there are higher-level gods in the world. For the safety of humanity, you, as humanity's hero, would surely come personally to slay the unstable factor, a god in a weakened state. I used this very point to successfully trick you into this alternate dimension and also gained a portion of power sufficient to invade reality. Without you, I ask you to consider, what human in this world can stop my invasion? Admit it, you can only watch helplessly as this world falls under my control. Hearing God's lengthy monologue, especially the last sentence, King, despite enduring endless pressure, still curved his lips into an arc. Who else? You haven't forgotten a certain bald man, have you? According to God's words, the bald demon king is in existence beyond rules. Even God wouldn't dare to directly provoke him. Even if he wasn't outside right now, as long as the bald demon king Saitama was still there, all crises would be no problem. Just then, God sneered, as if having seen through King's thoughts. You're probably thinking that the bald human who transcends rules still exists on this planet, and I am not qualified to invade. Very well then, I shall show you whether that bald human you hope for can truly be of use. With that, a huge light screen suddenly appeared before King, displaying Saitama, who had just jumped out of the sewer. Meanwhile, God, in the alternate dimension, merely waved his hand in the void, and the entire pipe space was refolded, instantly extending its length to several thousand meters. Chapter 122, Chapter 124, Doing It Personally. 1159 words. Chapter 124, Doing It Personally. Alternate Dimension. Despite his reluctance to believe it, King now had to face the fact that the bald demon king, Saitama, had truly been exiled. Not you, buddy. How did you end up like Kars? Although he didn't believe that an exile of this degree could make the rule-transcending Saitama disappear completely, it would certainly take some time for the other man to slowly find his way back to Earth from the universe. Now that he himself was suppressed and bound by the shackles of time deceleration, although he could continuously adapt to the seal and keep growing stronger, the speed was truly underwhelming. In King's view, there was currently almost no existence left that could restrict God. Humanity was truly facing a God-level disaster this time, a disaster bestowed by God himself. The only remaining hope of stopping God lay with the S-Class Rank 1, Blast, and his few teammates. In the original plot of the redrawn version, the reason why the S-Class Rank 1 Blast had gone missing was that he had formed a team with several other equally powerful and like-minded teammates to silently stop God in other spatial dimensions. Unless a crisis of human extinction occurred, Blast generally would not choose to make an appearance. And since this crisis involved God personally taking action, Blast would inevitably appear to stop his actions. Seeing Saitama in the light screen being exiled into the universe, God came before King, maintaining a consistently haughty attitude. That bald human in whom you placed high hopes has been exiled into the universe, a full light year away from this world. You are powerless to change anything now. Perhaps you think there is still a human who can use spatial abilities to turn the tide. If you have such thoughts, then I can only find you pathetic. You call yourself the strongest man on earth and a hero of humanity. Then today, I shall let you see with your own eyes how the world you protect will be destroyed. As soon as the words fell, God suddenly spread his arms. Countless fused chaotic energies erupted from his body, and a sea of colors mixed from various hues instantly surged out of the alternate dimension. In the real world, the ancient altar trembled violently, and a towering pillar of colored light rose from the ground, shooting toward the heavens. This wave of energy, massive to the extreme, was immediately sensed by numerous powerhouses. They all found it unbelievable, with shock and terror flashing through their eyes to varying degrees.
Are you kidding me?
Weak ordinary people could not feel the true power of that energy fluctuation, they only felt a mysterious sense of heart palpitations.
However, those among the stronger group felt as if their very souls were being completely intimidated.
Every cell in their bodies was screaming, as if heralding the arrival of death. Watching God display his divine might, King tried to exert force again, but the stars behind him made it impossible for him to lift his head no matter what. The muscles and bones throughout his body were constantly shattering and restructuring. For him, this was both a seal and a process of body refining. Under the high-intensity pressure, King's body became stronger and stronger, and his energy, which were constantly being suppressed and then exploding forth, gradually became tougher.
The time ahead can only depend on yourselves. I hope all of you together can hold him off.
King felt helpless in his heart. He needed time for a breakthrough of the seal, and Saitama needed time to return from the universe.
God had seized upon this bit of time they both needed, wanting to conquer the entire world in a blitzkrieg fashion. He just didn't know in what way this fellow would invade. If he still acted as before, bestowing power for others to do his bidding, then humanity would still have a glimmer of hope to block him. After all, there were some above-dragon monsters among humans, such as the S-Class Rank 1 Blast and the S-Class Rank 2 Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki. But if God were to act personally... King stopped speaking and began to work even harder on the breakthrough of the seal on his body. Then perhaps this time, it really is the moment of humanity's extinction. Meanwhile, at the edge of Z City,
the lollipop and child emperor's mouth fell directly to the ground as he stared blankly at the colored light shooting into the sky, his pupils suddenly constricting. He had only come to the vicinity of Z City because of a mission, never expecting to witness the scene of the colored light pillar erupting. Impossible, this level of energy fluctuation, and the energy composition is extremely bizarre.
What kind of monster released this?
Without the slightest hesitation, he opened the multi-purpose backpack behind him and took out various precision instruments to begin analysis and measurement. As the data quickly emerged, Child Emperor's face grew increasingly pale, looking at the energy analysis results in disbelief.
Are you kidding me? Why can't it be detected? I can't even manage to analyze the energy components. What on earth happened in Z City?
Child Emperor's heart was filled with worry, but then he suddenly froze in place as three powerful existences stationed in Z City quickly flashed through his mind. The currently famous One Punch Man, the S-Class Rank 3 Martial Arts Grandmaster, Silver Fong, and the strongest man on Earth, King. If those three are there, they might be able to neutralize the crisis in Z City. Thinking of this, Child Emperor immediately sent the scene here directly to the Hero Association via livestream and informed them of the danger. The Hero Association's reaction was also very swift. After detecting that this energy level far exceeded the dragon level, they immediately took corresponding countermeasures. They immediately issued a mobilization order to all S-Class heroes and launched a meeting to discuss the rank of this disaster, as well as the evacuation of the public.
In an instant, all S-Class heroes received a notice of emergency deployment to Z City.
When Metal Bat saw the Crimson emergency summons and then sought his younger sister backstage giving him a thumbs up, preparing to go on stage to give a speech, his face turned green.
Why did it have to be at a time like this?
Even though he was extremely reluctant to leave, Metal Bat had no intention of staying there any longer. He grabbed his bat, turned, and ran out of the venue.
Meanwhile, in a dim laboratory,
a buck-toothed middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at the dense array of various screens in front of him.
An emergency summons, is it? Child Emperor seems to have released a set of data. I should analyze it before making the next decision. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Mobius Strip. 1176 words. Chapter 123, The Mobius Strip. T/N, hello there, everyone.
It appears your humble translator accidentally unleashed Chapter 124 before Chapter 123.
Oops. So here it is.
That makes this your third chapter today. Rejoice, you ungrateful mortals, and offer up your stones as tribute. But after thinking about it, the god suddenly felt that a pipe distance of a few thousand meters seemed a bit too short. Although he had set a trap at the end of the pipe, this bald man was a special existence that transcended rules. One could never be too careful. Thinking of this, the god exerted power again. The originally several thousand-meter-long pipe continuously extended, winding and merging from a spatial perspective until it actually turned into a three-dimensional shape similar to a Mobius strip. In other words, as long as Saitama did not take the initiative to break the pipe, he would loop infinitely within this dark sewer passage. Immediately afterward, the god's body erupted with chaotic colors. An incomparably powerful force actually extended out from the altar, affecting the space of reality. In the distant deep space of the universe, under the influence of the god's power, a one-way spatial tunnel was constructed, enveloping the entire continuously looping pipe. In this way, as long as Saitama could not stand the infinite loop of the pipe and broke it, he would be immediately teleported into the distant universe. Seeing this scene, even though King had considerable confidence in the strength of the bald demon King Saitama, he secretly thought things looked bad at this moment. If it were a head-on contest of strength, Saitama would definitely not lose to anyone, but if it were this kind of underhanded trickery, Saitama would likely fall for it due to his lack of vigilance. Meanwhile, a certain bald man felt extremely confused. Saitama looked at the seemingly endless dark pipe below him, and his brow couldn't help but furrow. He had been maintaining a free-falling posture the whole time, his white cape fluttering loudly behind him. That bald head of his even gave off a faint glow in the darkness. This isn't right. I've been jumping down for at least 10 minutes. Why haven't I hit the ground yet? Are sewers these days built this long? Whatever. Since a city is so big, maybe the sewer system is super developed. A sewer several thousand or even 10,000 meters long isn't impossible. I'll wait a few more minutes. Saitama thought about whether to just punch through the entire pipe, but in the end, he held back. After all, breaking public facilities meant having to pay compensation. Another 10 minutes passed. Is there seriously no end to this? Who builds a sewer this long? Now even Saitama felt something was wrong. Although he had gradually lost his sharp judgment because he was too powerful, he wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, before losing his hair, Saitama was a university-graduated corporate drone with a decent IQ. Although so many years had passed that Saitama had basically returned all his physics knowledge to his teachers, he still roughly remembered that after free-falling for 20 minutes, he should be at least tens of thousands of meters down. How could any sewer be this long? Screech! A tooth-gritting sound rang out as Saitama spread his hands, grabbing the iron sheet of the pipe on both sides, bringing himself to a steady stop in the middle. This is even longer than any roller coaster I've ever ridden. Could it be some kind of infinite loop pipe? Recalling whether there were such plots in the manga he used to read, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Saitama's mouth. If that's the case, the manga has already given me the solution. He stabilized his body by grabbing the edge of the pipe with one hand, while the other hand slowly rose, clenching into a fist. When facing something that loops infinitely, just punch it until it explodes and be done with it. Boom, boom, boom. An unadorned punch landed on the edge of the pipe. Instantly, power violent to the extreme erupted from that fist wearing a red plastic glove. The pipe didn't even last 0.1 seconds before it directly exploded. However, after punching the pipe apart, Saitama did not see the actual sewer, but rather a vast expanse of silver-white material filling his vision. What is this? Mercury? Saitama observed it closely. This large expanse of silver-white material was like semi-solid water, its surface rippling layer by layer, just like the mercury he had seen in science books. If I just touch it, I shouldn't have to pay for it, right? Saitama instinctively wanted to reach out and touch it, but he withdrew his hand. Never mind. In case this is some secret thing and I have to pay after touching it, I'll look for another way out first. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. After punching dozens of large holes in succession, Saitama was a bit dumbfounded. Why was the outside of the pipe entirely filled with this silver-white stuff? Left with no choice, he had to bite the bullet and reach out, touching the surface of the silver-white ripples with his finger. And in the next instant, Saitama felt his vision change abruptly. By the time he reacted, his surroundings had completely transformed. The originally narrow pipe immediately became a vast, boundless starry sky. The silver-white objects in front of him were gone, replaced by the dark universe. Saitama was even more bewildered. Just as he was about to say something, a massive sensation of oxygen deprivation hit him, making him instinctively reach up to pinch his nose. Where the heck did this bring me? He scanned the surrounding environment, his smooth face written with great confusion. Wait, where's Earth? Where's my big Earth? As far as his eyes could see, there was only darkness, with only the light of stars flickering in the distant depths of the starry sky. Hiss, where on earth is this? Saitama looked around but couldn't find the direction of Earth. Helpless, he could only pick an approximate direction and assume a breaststroke posture. Zooming out, a bald man wearing a poop-yellow jumpsuit, holding his breath, began to swim aimlessly in the vacuum of space without oxygen. I feel like this direction is more to my liking. I'll just swim this way, maybe I'll find the solar system. Saitama briefly gave up on his super strength and utilized his rare super wisdom, not making Earth his immediate target. What he needed to do now was find the sun. As long as he could see the sun, it would be easy to get back. Serious swim. Saitama's expression turned serious. Every stroke of his limbs caused the surrounding space to warp. In the mediumless vacuum, he forcibly kicked off against space itself to move forward. Most importantly, if one were to zoom out again, they would be surprised to find that the direction Saitama chose was actually correct. Chapter 124, Chapter 125, Where Lies the Hope of Humanity? 1066 words. Chapter 125, Where Lies the Hope of Humanity? The buck-toothed man murmured, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. He was the powerful S-class hero as mysterious as Blast, the second most mysterious existence in the entire Hero Association, Metal Knight. Few had seen his true face, even Child Emperor had only served as his assistant before they went their separate ways. As the data uploaded by Child Emperor finished being analyzed, Metal Knight's expression gradually turned cold, and he couldn't help but frown. To possess such a high level of energy. It seems I can't keep hiding this time. Metal Knight slid his fingers, and one cool-looking mechanical body after another appeared on the large screen before him. Facing a crisis of this magnitude while also keeping an eye on the Machine God organization. Forget it, I'll start by deploying 30 dragon-level robots. V-Room. In a certain desolate wilderness, a massive roar echoed in all directions. 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in the Earth's surface, countless fragments of rock fell into the sudden fissure, only to be blown away by a gust of wind. The crisp sound of clashing metal rang out continuously in this uninhabited forest. Beneath the dark fissure, 30 pairs of mechanical eyes glowing with a crimson light were revealed. Target destination, Z City. Purpose: investigate the source of special energy, properly arrange for the masses, assist other S-class heroes of the Hero Association in battle, and construct temporary shelters. Participants in this operation, 30 units, specifically Dragon-level robots number 15 through number 45. Depart. 30 massive robots, each nearly 5 meters tall and carrying sophisticated equipment, flew out of the fissure. Their hard, silver-white outer shells glinted with a cold light under the sun. Boom! The propulsion devices behind them erupted with scorching tail flames. The 30 dragon-level robots driven by Metal Knight streaked across the sky, leaving silver-white trails as they charged toward the distant Z City, the prison. Ha ha! Sonic baby, where are you? Don't let me catch you. In a large open space, the muscular Puri prisoner was currently blindfolded with an opaque black cloth, playing a game of tag with a face full of smiles. Not far from Puri prisoner, Sonic's face was as dark as water. He gripped a sharp stone he had just picked up from the ground, his eyes filled with the flames of hatred. How dare he expose his weaknesses before me so recklessly? He completely ignores me. Or does he think I'm already powerless to resist? These past few days, Sonic had been living a life worse than death, suffering daily harassment from that gay pervert Puri prisoner. It was beyond annoying. If not for his own extreme speed, which had become even faster after discarding certain things, Puri prisoner would have likely already had his way with him. As the saying goes, what is unattainable is always in turmoil, while what is obtained is often no longer cherished. Now, Pori Pori Prisoner's heart was entirely set on Sonic. It could be said that the other prisoners had been relegated to the cold palace. He only wanted to conquer the superfast little sweetie before him. However, Sonic had no weapons, and conventional weapons couldn't possibly wound a monster with such impressive defensive power like Pori Pori Prisoner, so he could only let it be. In Sonic's heart, Pori Pori Prisoner's must-kill priority had even surpassed Saitama and King, being listed as a target that had to be eliminated. But now was a good opportunity. After spending these days together, Pori Pori Prisoner had lowered his guard against Sonic, even daring to voluntarily deprive himself of sight to play this so-called game of tag. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he might never get another chance to kill this guy. Die! Sonic gave a cold snort, his figure turning into an afterimage as he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was directly above Pori Pori Prisoner, the sharp corner of the stone aimed at the crown of his head. This ninja, known for his endurance, now had a hideous smile on his face. Veins throbbed on his cheeks, filled with the excitement of impending revenge. Finally! I can finally kill this guy! Just then, the S-Class Hero emergency contact phone tucked into the back of Pori Pori Prisoner's trousers suddenly vibrated. Oh! A strange look flashed across Pori Pori Prisoner's face. He specifically waited for the phone to finish vibrating before taking it out and ripping off his blindfold. Seeing this, Sonic's heart skipped a beat. He threw the stone into the air and, using it as a medium to exert force in mid-air, quickly jumped away. A major reason why he hadn't been able to kill Pori Pori Prisoner these past few days was that he no longer dared to engage in close-quarters combat with him under normal circumstances. The psychological trauma left from a while ago was too severe. Whenever Sonic recalled the feeling of being held in those arms, he felt an intense urge to vomit. This strong physical discomfort had weakened his combat power by more than half. Damn it! Why did this guy suddenly take off the blindfold? While Sonic was filled with suspicion and uncertainty, a look of determination flashed across Pori Pori Prisoner's face. He grabbed his prison uniform and tore it to shreds, revealing his rock-hard, powerful muscles. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Then, with a giant leap, he landed on top of the prison wall. He waved with great tenderness to the bewildered prisoners below, especially to Sonic. Farewell, babies. When I return after finishing this matter, I promise the love I give you will triple. After saying this, Pori Pori Prisoner jumped down without hesitation, charging out of the prison and heading towards Z City. Although he didn't know exactly what was happening in Z City, he only knew that the Hero Association had classified this operation as a potential god-level disaster. What kind of terror lay ahead, whether a bottom-tier S-Class hero like him could be useful, or whether he could survive? He didn't know any of it. If he died, this prison harem of sweeties would leave him. Even facing such a heavy price, Pori Pori Prisoner still pressed forward bravely. Because he was an S-Class hero. If even the S-Class heroes at the pinnacle of strength didn't dare to step forward, where would humanity's hope lie? Chapter 125, Chapter 126, Why are there more and more monsters in this world? 1060 words. Chapter 126, Why are there more and more monsters in this world? Q City. Jia. This great one is Flyman. Because I hated flies too much, I hunted them all day long. After swatting a whole bunch of them to death, people called me disgusting instead. In a fit of rage, I defected to the fly race. I now possess the compound eyes of a fly, the flight capabilities of a fly, and even the power to spit acid to melt food. Tremble, you lowly humans. On the street, a person with a fly's head and 2 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings behind his back danced and gesticulated, shouting excitedly. Run! There's a monster. Holy crap, this monster is so ugly. Don't come near me. This guy even has a sour stench on him, he's exactly like those flies that get swatted to death. The citizens scattered in all directions, looking in horror at the flyman whose movements were gradually freezing, their footsteps not daring to stop for a moment. Hearing the words people shouted as they fled, the flyman's dancing movements stopped, replaced by an incomparable rage. The wings behind his back began to flap rapidly, and he roared as he charged forward.
You damn bastards! Even now you're mocking me. Whoever just said I was ugly, come out. I'll kill you right now. Boom!
A sharp claw mark slashed through the void. The flyman's words came to an abrupt halt, his pair of compound eyes staring in disbelief at his own headless corpse, which was still spraying blood.
How is this possible?
The flyman's headless corpse collapsed in a pool of blood, and beside him, a thing wearing a snow-white dog costume, with a human face and sitting on all fours, looked on calmly. S-Class Hero, the guardian deity of Q City, Watchdog Man. Seeing Watchdog Man kill the arrogant flyman in a single blow, people let out excited shouts, offering him their most sincere praise. Facing these praises, Watchdog Man looked like he had facial paralysis, showing no expression at all, and even raised a hind leg to scratch his head.
Just then, the costume vibrated. Watchdog Man glanced at his S-Class Hero emergency cell phone.
After seeing the message inside, he didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately standing upright to observe his surroundings.
Confirming that no more monsters had appeared, Watchdog Man scratched his head and charged out of Q City on all fours.
Although Watchdog Man was unwilling to participate in most activities and insisted on guarding his territory, Q City, at this moment of human survival, Watchdog Man naturally knew how to distinguish right from wrong. He wanted to protect Q City, and he also wanted to protect humanity.
If one does not protect the great nation, how can one protect their small home? Under a toppled nest, can any egg remain unbroken?
All the S-Class heroes, no matter what they were doing, no matter where they were, and no matter what crisis lay ahead, resolutely set out on the road to Z-City. For no other reason than that they held the title of S-Class hero and possessed strength far exceeding other heroes, they consciously took on the responsibility that came with such power. They were humanity's trump cards when facing powerful monster disasters, and their final hole card in desperate times.
Z-City, outskirts. Atop the mountain, inside the dojo.
Bang looked at the colorful pillar of light shooting into the sky, the wrinkles on his face almost bunching together, his heart heavy beyond measure. As one of the peak powerhouses of the martial way, he could clearly sense how astonishing and terrifying the power contained within this colorful pillar of light was. With just a slight perception, Bang was shocked to find that even his own consciousness showed signs of being contaminated. If even someone as powerful as him was like this, one could imagine what the citizens of the entire Z-City had become. Bang turned his head to look at the now empty dojo, and the heavy stone in his heart eased slightly. Long before the colorful pillar of light erupted, at the moment the god's energy leaked out, Bang had already had the weak Sharenko retreat. Then next, this old man will have no more worries. Bang took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing to its optimal state, and then stepped out of the dojo. At this moment, Z-City had turned into a living hell on Earth. Explosions sounded everywhere, cars crashed into one another, and the ear-piercing sound of horns and the roar of burning flames were constant. Yet, no sounds of panicked fleeing came from the streets, not because the people were calm, but because they had all fallen to the ground, life having left them. After nearly a full minute, amidst the roaring explosions of cars, the citizens who had fallen to the ground slowly climbed back up, their bodies flickering with chaotic colorful light. Their bodies became powerful, their speed became agile, and their strength became terrifying. In the blink of an eye, thousands of citizens transformed into puppets equivalent to demon-level peak monsters, charging forward like madmen, intending to head toward other cities. As for those slightly more powerful existences, they emitted the formidable aura of the dragon level. They didn't charge desperately like the other puppets, but mechanically observed everything around them before beginning to move. Meanwhile, 2,000 meters underground.
Run! Run faster! You bastard, why are you still there mumbling?
A certain short, black creature carried a homeless emperor in his left hand, while his right hand transformed into a giant drill dozens of meters long, continuously boring through the hard soil ahead. Black Sperm was cursing now, not just because his deadweight teammate, Homeless Emperor, was still mumbling some religious nonsense and not helping at all, but also because he sensed the crisis behind him.
What the hell? Monster King Orochi's life aura vanished after only erupting twice. Is that king actually powerful to such an extent?
What terrified Black Sperm the most wasn't actually king, but another existence that made all 54 trillion of his cells tremble.
Why are there more and more monsters in this world?
I feel like even if I perform a fusion of all 54 trillion cells, I'd still be blown apart by a single punch, damn it. Chapter 126, Chapter 127, definitely not because of cowardice, definitely. 1197 words. Chapter 127, definitely not because of cowardice, definitely. Black Sperm glanced at Homeless Emperor, whom he was carrying on his shoulder, and clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. At this moment, Homeless Emperor seemed completely possessed, his eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted toward the rear with a fanatical expression, looking exactly like a brainwashed cultist. Lord God! Lord God has descended. He has come to the mortal world. Humanity will eventually submit to Lord God's divine power. I shall become God's most beloved messenger, ha 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 ha. Listening to Homeless Emperor's mutterings, Black Sperm felt disdain in his heart. What God or not God? This idiot Homeless Emperor was acting all mystical and superstitious again. There was absolutely no such thing as a god in this world. Even if there were, it would at most be some powerful creature using the title. Black Sperm was a firm materialist. In his view, the gods that humans believed in were merely creatures possessing extraordinary power, and it was only foolish humans who deified these powerful beings. Even though the aura behind them was indeed vast and terrifying, at most, it was just an existence stronger than himself. Taking on the title of a god, weren't they afraid of overextending themselves? Black Sperm was not a monster transformed from a human, he was a being born from the world itself, a monster born from the concept of sperm. Whatever, whether it's god or king, it's better to stay far away from these pervertedly powerful monsters. Give me another few decades or a century to develop, and I guarantee I'll blow them all up. The soil in front of him shattered into flying clumps. Under the pressure of those powerful auras behind him, Black Sperm's speed in digging the tunnel grew faster and faster. Beside him, Gums opened its massive maw, constantly biting at the soil in front, chomping out one huge gap after another. Führer Ugly's muscles bulged all over his body, and his hands had already turned into a series of afterimages, relentlessly excavating the soil before him. Although Nyan was also helping to dig, his slit pupils were fixed on a tiny crack nearby, and other thoughts had already formed in his mind. As a dragon-level monster known for his agility, Nyan possessed a very special ability. He could flatten his body like a 2D surface, allowing him to traverse through various tiny gaps. Right now, there were cracks everywhere in the soil. If he used his innate ability, he wouldn't have to stay here digging like a common laborer. As soon as this thought emerged, Nyan cast a wary glance at Black Sperm and the others who were still desperately digging ahead, and ultimately abandoned the idea. Right now, the most important thing was to stick together for warmth. Although those dragon-level executives were quite ugly, their strength was still considered powerful regardless. The situation outside was too chaotic. Whether it was the strongest man on Earth King, the powerful existence Homeless Emperor called God, or the war between the Hero Association and another unknown faction, the world had already been dragged into continuous flames of war. If he ran around randomly, he might get swatted to death by some terrifyingly strong fellow at any moment. Just then, Nyan suddenly noticed that Black Sperm and the others, who were desperately digging ahead, had stopped and even took 2 steps back. Oi, oi, oi. Are you kidding me? Black Sperm's pale face was almost completely wrinkled up, his eyes filled with disbelief. The usually rowdy Gums obediently closed its massive maw and tucked in its short limbs, looking like a giant glutinous rice ball. Führer Ugly stared in horror at the twisted existence before him, suddenly realizing that perhaps he wasn't actually that ugly after all. Only Homeless Emperor, on Black Sperm's shoulder, let out an extremely high-pitched scream, wriggled down, and pounced toward the suddenly appearing twisted existence on all fours. Lord God! Indeed, in front of Black Sperm's group, a twisted and grotesque humanoid creature had appeared out of thin air in the void. It was the god who had descended into the world. God looked at the 5 dragon-level monsters with their varying expressions, one of whom was a messenger he had endowed with divine ability, and felt a slight sense of helplessness in his heart. What a hassle! The defensiveness of this world is simply breathtaking. Even though he had recovered quite a bit of power, God still couldn't descend into this world in person. He could only significantly increase the number of God-awakened ones he could create. He had just sensed their presence and discovered these 4 dragon-level monsters with decent potential, deciding to take them for his own use. Black Sperm was now on high alert, ready at any moment to recall all his clones. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would immediately undergo fusion into the ultimate lifeform composed of 54 trillion cells platinum sperm. Of course, he wouldn't fuse all of them, he would leave at least 100 or so individual cells outside to prevent himself from being wiped out in one go. Just as the atmosphere was almost frozen, God spoke. A vast and grand voice reached the ears of all the dragon-level monsters present almost instantly. I bestow power upon you, making you the agents of God walking the earth. You only need to carry out one objective, to eradicate the Hero Association and destroy humanity. Hearing this, the look of worship and reverence in Homeless Emperor's eyes almost overflowed. He knelt fanatically before God, his expression crazed. Thank you for your grace, Lord God. I will certainly not fail your expectations and will do my utmost to completely destroy humanity. Black Sperm, Nyan, Führer Ugly, and Gums, the four dragons, looked at each other, unsure of what to do for a moment. What do you think? Should we listen to this god? Nyan turned his gaze toward Black Sperm, the strongest one present. He didn't have the guts to rashly defy a god of unknown strength, so he could only try to let Black Sperm speak for them. Sensing the gazes of the other three dragon-level executives, Black Sperm looked at God with some trepidation, then at Homeless Emperor, who was banging his head on the ground, and couldn't help but sigh while holding his forehead. Damn it, I shouldn't have saved this guy back then, he defected to the enemy right at the start. After thinking for a few seconds, Black Sperm nodded and helplessly opened his arms. Fine, but you must promise to let us leave freely after this matter is over. In the end, he chose not to fall out with God. The aura on the opponent was too terrifying. Even if he evolved into his platinum sperm form, he would likely lose. After all, the unknown is the most frightening thing. Furthermore, Black Sperm's purpose in joining the Monster Association was to gather the strength of monsters to defeat the Hero Association, which was basically consistent with God's goal. Yes, it's just that our goals happen to be the same. It's definitely not because I'm scared, definitely. Chapter 127, Chapter 128, Do Not Fail My Expectations. 1159 words. Chapter 128, Do Not Fail My Expectations. Seeing that Black Sperm, the strongest among them, had chosen to compromise, Nyan frowned and turned his gaze toward Gums. Gums was famous among the dragon-level executives for his low intelligence, acting only on instinct. Perhaps he would bring about a turning point? If possible, Nyan still yearned for freedom and did not want to become someone else's pawn. He had only joined the Monster Association before because he wanted to use these monsters to weaken the hero's strength, so he could live more freely later. However, Gums, who usually swallowed everything in sight, was now like a submissive quail, lying obediently before God without moving an inch. Nyan? He then turned to look at Führer Ugly, only to find that this usually hot-tempered fellow was staring at God with an incredibly admiring gaze, his eyes shining. To think there's a humanoid creature even uglier than me. He's drop-dead ugly. I must work under him, only then can I regain a sense of superiority regarding my looks. Nyan. Why have they all submitted? He didn't even bother looking at Homeless Emperor. That guy was God's #1 sycophant, still kowtowing even now. Thinking that if he became the only outlier among the five and chose to flee, he might be swatted to death with a single palm, Nyan finally compromised as well. God had the 5 dragon-level executives stand in a row, then raised a hand, shooting 5 streaks of energy-emitting chaotic light directly into their bodies. In an instant, divine power was generated within the bodies of the other 4 dragon-level executives, while the divine power within Homeless Emperor's body grew and expanded at an extremely rapid pace. Black Sperm's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at his own body in disbelief, his shock beyond words. As a being capable of completely controlling his own body, Black Sperm was most sensitive to the essential changes in his physical body. He could sense that after that power of God was injected into his body, all of his cells underwent a world-shaking transformation at that moment. My God! My cell count has increased by at least 10 times. I now have 540 trillion cells. And it wasn't just that. Black Sperm raised his hand and threw a punch. A fierce gale instantly erupted from his fist, directly shattering a nearby rock. It wasn't just a massive increase in quantity, even the quality of the cells had been greatly enhanced. One of my split bodies can now take on 10 of my previous ones. He couldn't help but gulp. If I were to perform a fusion of all 540 trillion of these enhanced cells, just what kind of monster would I create? Thinking of this, Black Sperm no longer hesitated and immediately began the fusion. In every city, almost all black sperms let out excited shouts simultaneously, then turned into wisps of black light and vanished from their spots. But he did not choose to absorb them all. He left dozens or hundreds of black sperms in each city as single cell forms to serve as a backup insurance. Under the activation of his ability and the control of the divine power within his body, countless black sperms merged at this moment, and a surging, violent life aura was being nurtured at an extremely fast rate. Dozens of seconds later. Boom! 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 A swift energy shockwave swept in all directions, and a slender, tall figure slowly emerged amidst the filling dust. This tall figure overall took on a brilliant diamond form. Even without sunlight, it still shone brightly. Every inch of skin on its body was like diamond armor, and there was a gem-made antenna on top of its head. Diamond Sperm makes his debut. Feeling the power flowing within his body like a vast abyss or ocean, Diamond Sperm clenched his fists, an intoxicated expression appearing on his face. Is this the feeling of an ultimate life form? It's simply wonderful. He felt now that he could rival everything in the world. But upon seeing the twisted and grotesque god before him, Diamond Sperm wilted again. The power he possessed now was bestowed by this unknown being before him. It was better not to be too arrogant for now, in case the other party chose to take it back. Following that, the other 4 dragon-level executives also underwent transformations. The muscles on Führer Ugly's body continued to swell, and his face became even more exceptionally hideous, to the point where an ordinary person would feel a physiological urge to vomit just by looking at him. God raised a hand, and the 5 dragon-level executives were instantly transferred to the surface to prevent the narrow tunnels from obstructing their evolution. Ha! Ha! Ea-ewa! Accompanied by painful roars, the muscles on Führer Ugly's body bulged frantically like inflating balloons, and his entire person expanded to a height of nearly 100 meters. His muscles had become like blocks of stone, with hideous blood vessels clearly visible on the surface, and powerful physical strength spread through this massive body. A layer of flesh armor grew on Gum's body, and the flesh armor was constantly writhing, ready at any time to digest any attack from an enemy and spray stomach acid in all directions without blind spots. At the same time, its size expanded to 60 or 70 meters. From a distance, it looked like a mountain of blood-red flesh, its surface constantly writhing. Homeless Emperor had a fanatical expression as he wholeheartedly accepted God's power. His physical body strengthened rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally thin and withered frame became tall and powerful. But the physical strengthening was just a side effect. Homeless Emperor's true enhancement lay in his light orbs. Now, the power of every strike had risen significantly, and he could guarantee 100% that they wouldn't harm himself. In other words, the current Homeless Emperor could achieve a 100% reduction in damage from his own energy explosions, even allowing him to play at face-to-face self-detonation with enemies. Nyan's frame became even more slender. With just one step forward, he vanished from his spot, arriving 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye, and returning to the starting point within another second. He was already known for his speed, and after being enhanced by God, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit, requiring less than a second to cross 1,000 meters. You have been enhanced. Remember my command, you are responsible for leading those puppets above. Defeat the Hero Association, destroy humanity, and overcome them with the greatest speed. Do not fail my expectations. As the words fell, the 5 dragon-level executives felt the world spin before their eyes, and when they reappeared, they were already in the center of City Z. In an instant, thousands of powerful monsters appeared before their eyes. Chapter 128, Chapter 129, Let's go, everyone. 1,134 words. Chapter 129, Let's go, everyone. Diamond Sperm looked at the countless monsters emitting God's chaotic energy, a curve involuntarily forming at the corner of his mouth. Looking at so many monsters, some of whom even possessed the aura of weaker dragon levels, Nyan rubbed his chin with a claw and guessed. This must be the military force Lord God left for us. I expect we're supposed to take this group and go destroy humanity. Listening to Nyan's well-reasoned analysis, Führer Ugly nodded from the side, looking impressed despite not fully understanding. Homeless Emperor stared fixedly at these monsters radiating Lord God's aura, his teeth clenched so hard he almost wanted to blast them all to death with a light orb. Damn it! I'm the only one who should be favored by Lord God. I can tolerate the other dragon-level executives, but you damn mongrels actually dare to touch Lord God's power. At this moment, Homeless Emperor never considered whether it was these mongrels who had laid hands on Lord God's power, or if Lord God had forcefully poured his power into their bodies. Gums, on the other hand, looked left and right before seemingly discovering a treasure trove. He grabbed a monster and swallowed it whole. As his mouth moved, Gum's entire body shuddered, and his aura actually seemed to grow slightly stronger. Diamond Sperm noticed this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. He reached out and grabbed a wandering dragon-level monster, his fingers sinking deep into the other's skull as countless cells began to frantically multiply and absorb nutrients within its body. In the blink of an eye, this unlucky dragon-level monster turned into a dried corpse, and Diamond Sperm was pleasantly surprised to find that the divine ability within his body had grown slightly. Ha 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 ha. So this isn't the military force God gave us, it's a snack gift pack from God. Diamond Sperm's figure flickered, passing through thousands of demon-level monsters in an instant. The hard antenna on his head left massive bloody holes in their bodies. A terrifying suction force erupted, and these demon-level monsters collapsed one after another as dried corpses. Diamond Sperm's divine ability grew increasingly powerful, bringing an all-around improvement to his physical fitness and other aspects. Seeing that this guy had started devouring on his own, the other dragon-level executives refused to be left behind and hurriedly began to eat. For a time, the countless monsters who had been corrupted by God and turned into puppets were being slaughtered by the very dragon-level executives who were supposed to lead them in an attack on humanity. After devouring all the monsters, the auras of the 5 dragon-level executives surged once more. Diamond Sperm stretched his well-built body and suddenly turned his head, his gaze falling on the area at the edge of the city. The smile on his face was confident and flamboyant. Yar yar, quite a few little mice have already entered. Let's go, everyone, and put an end to these so-called heroes. As his voice fell, the 5 dragon-level executives vanished from the spot, rushing toward the edge of the city at extreme speed. In their perception, exactly 15 high-energy reactions were approaching. High-dimensional space. Seeing the actions of the 5, God fell silent. Is devouring the only thing inside the brains of these lower life forms? But on second thought, rather than using human wave tactics, it was better to specialize in high-end combat power. Their actions were somewhat justifiable. King, as you can see, the power under my command now far exceeds your so-called hero association. You are powerless to change the situation, so why struggle? God spoke indifferently, his gaze falling on King, who was suppressed nearby. The aura on King's body was still rising slowly but steadily, and the stellar seal covering his body was shattering bit by bit. Despite the influence of time deceleration, it was only a matter of time before he broke through the seal set by God. Hearing God's words, King's majestic and domineering face showed no extra emotion as he said in a flat tone. No matter. I believe in them, and I also believe in the man who has always been opposing you. Oh? Are you talking about that human who can use spatial abilities? His strength is indeed decent in the eyes of mortals, but alone, he can at most stop the Diamond Sperm under my command. How will mere humans deal with the other 4 divine messengers? King stopped talking and instead began to focus more on breaking the seal. For a moment, the entire alternate dimension fell into silence. God looked warily at King, who was still growing stronger, and thought to himself that things were going poorly. This time it really is trouble. I didn't expect a lower world to produce 2 monster-like existences. One has transcended the rules and is currently traveling through a spatial tunnel. He'll likely return to Earth in less than an hour. The other, though weaker, has a physique that adapts to everything and heals infinitely, which is absolutely disgusting. It won't be long before he becomes even more terrifying. And he was only a weak god. What he had to do was kill all members of the Hero Association within 1 hour and make all of humanity surrender to the power of God. Only then would God be formally recognized by the world's rules, allowing his true body to leave the high-dimensional space and descend upon the world. At that time, whether it be the bald man who transcended the rules or this illegal transmigrator with a bizarre physique, neither would be a threat. Meanwhile, at the edge of City Z, Tank Top Master's expression was grave. Having just stepped less than 50 meters into City Z, he felt his tank top begin to tremble. His firm tank top conviction was currently being interfered with by that chaotic and grand, terrifying aura, causing his own aura to weaken slightly. Child Emperor's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, almost creating afterimages. With a multicolored lollipop in his mouth, he said indistinctly, "Everyone, the energy used by the unknown intruder far exceeds our current research expectations. It's highly likely that, like the previous alien invasion, this is an existence from another planet. Therefore, the Hero Association is tentatively calling this unknown existence God, signifying a God-level disaster that could cause the extinction of humanity. Currently, Mr. King and Mr. One Punch Man, who were guarding City Z, are missing. I suspect they may have already joined the battle. We need to go and support them as soon as possible. Let's go, everyone. To the destination, the source of the colored light pillar." Child Emperor's voice, though possessing a child's innocence, was resolute as it reached the ears of every S-Class hero. Chapter 129, Chapter 130, he exploded. 1019 words. Chapter 130, he exploded. Tatsumaki hovered in midair, violent yet condensed psychic power swirling around her, forming a pale green barrier. She gazed at the multicolored pillar of light in the distance that was still continuously erupting with energy. Though her gaze was solemn, her voice remained full of mockery. "Humph. Just someone playing God. Once this eye drags him out, I'll twist that bastard into a pretzel." As expected of Miss Tatsumaki, even at a time like this, she's still full of contempt for her opponent. The burly superalloy Darkshine stole a glance at Tatsumaki floating in the air and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In that case, I shouldn't feel nervous either. My muscles will give me the answer. Perfect muscles will bring me the strongest power. Darkshine struck a pose. His muscles, carved like blocks of marble, radiated a translucent luster. He looked like an ancient Greek sculpture, robust and full of aesthetic beauty. Feeling the surging physical power within his muscles, the tension in Darkshine's heart vanished, and he regained his incomparable, confident demeanor. Flashy Flash stared intently ahead, his right hand already quietly gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would swing his sword with thunderous momentum. Atomic Samurai had also lost his usual flippancy. He drew his sword with piercing eyes, the sharp blade glinting coldly under the sunlight. The piece of grass in his mouth snapped. Let me see if that fellow called a god is truly formidable, or if the sword in my hand is even more so. I'll scout ahead. You guys follow 15 meters behind me. Zombieman's calm voice rang out. Holding two specially made giant handguns with a burning cigarette in his mouth, he strode forward into the unknown amidst the lingering smoke. No one objected. After all, Zombie Man possessed an almost immortal body, making him the best choice for a vanguard to gather intelligence. The other S-Class heroes followed 50 meters behind Zombie Man, every one of them on high alert, with only the sound of pig god eating echoing through the area. Oh, and the sound of Metal Knight scratching an itch with his hind leg. Oi, could it be that all the humans in City Z are dead? Why isn't there a single sound? Or were they all taken away? Metal Bat gripped his bat tightly with both hands, the muscles in his arms bulging. His eyes scanned the surroundings, ready to launch a thunderous strike at any moment. Silver Fong had already gathered with the other S-Class heroes the moment the incident occurred. The force of the water stream rock smashing fist continuously circulated within his body, ready to erupt at any time. He frowned slightly, his aged face covered in deep wrinkles. Indeed, it is far too eerie. The population of City Z is over 10 million, how could there be no sound at all? Rather than everyone being killed, I am more inclined to believe the opponent used some special means to make everyone fall unconscious. As soon as Silver Fong said this, a look of contemplation appeared in the eyes of the others. Indeed, if the opponent had killed everyone, it would be too absurd. If that many humans had truly died, the splattered blood would have likely formed a river on the ground, and the air would have turned a crimson hue. Instead of being like this, as if they had entered a dead zone. From a perspective invisible to the S-Class heroes, the entirety of City Z was actually enveloped by a layer of translucent, chaotic energy, covering the city like an inverted bowl. Hero Association. The control room was currently in chaos. Staff members watched the red flashing large screens anxiously, their faces pale. S-Class hero Zombie Man cannot be contacted. Status confirmed as missing. S-Class hero Silver Fawn cannot be contacted. Status confirmed as missing. All S-Class heroes currently deployed have lost contact. Preliminary assessment, they have entered a signal-shielded area. Satellites cannot observe them. Hearing the bad news one after another, Sitch slumped into his chair, the silver hair on his head seeming to turn a bit whiter. Good luck, heroes. If all the S-Class heroes, who represent humanity's peak combat power, fall in this disaster, then humanity can basically be declared finished. Looking at the images displayed by the satellite, despair lingered in Sitch's eyes. This sense of powerlessness was even stronger than during the previous spaceship invasion. In the satellite images, that multicolored pillar of light rapidly erupted after entering the atmosphere, surging directly toward the distant starry sky, truly connecting heaven and earth. This level of power far exceeded any monster that had appeared before, even surpassing Boros, the leader of the spaceship who was judged as a divine rank monster by the Hero Association. Even though the S-Class heroes each possessed powerful abilities, Sitch couldn't stop worrying in the face of such a terrifyingly strong enemy. However, in Sitch's heart, there was still one last line of defense. As long as that man has not failed, then humanity will not fail. Humanity's last hope, the strongest man on Earth, King. Even if all the S-Class heroes fall, as long as he hasn't, humanity can still grasp that glimmer of dawn symbolizing hope in the most desperate darkness. The group huddled closely together. Facing such an unknown crisis, even S-Class heroes didn't dare to be arrogant. Suddenly, Child Emperor seemed to detect something. His pupils constricted abruptly as he shouted anxiously. Not good. 5 high-energy reaction bodies are rapidly approaching. Target direction, 9 o'clock. Zombie Man. Zombie Man's gaze sharpened. The dual pistols in his hands were already aimed at the direction Child Emperor mentioned, his brown trench coat fluttering in the violent wind. Copy that. Bang! 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 Dazzling sparks erupted from the muzzles as bullets tore through the air. And in the very next moment, Zombie Man only felt a streak of azure light flash past. Boom! His head exploded, bursting apart like a ripe watermelon, with red and white matter splattering like raindrops. Chapter 130, Chapter 131, The Great Battle Begins. 2,301 words. Chapter 131, The Great Battle Begins. What? Seeing Zombie Man's headless corpse fly through the air, alarm bells rang in the hearts of the S-Class heroes, and almost all of them intended to activate their abilities at the same time. And in the next instant, a blue stream of light approached at an extremely high speed, almost exceeding the limits of what the human eye could perceive. Pori Prisoner hadn't even reacted yet when the extreme sense of crisis brought by his combat instincts took over his body, causing him to subconsciously cross his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, Pori Prisoner's arms were instantly mangled. The massive force surged into his body, making him cough up blood. He was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through the building behind him. Seeing Pori Prisoner, a fellow S-Class hero, being taken out in an instant, everyone was shocked. Many present hadn't even seen which monster had attacked before they had already lost a member. Flashy Flash's pupils contracted. His golden hair fluttered in midair like swimming snakes as he disappeared from his spot with his long sword, closing in on the culprit who had attacked the 2 S-Class heroes like a flash. Clang! The sound of clashing metal rang out as Flashy Flash's sharp blade collided head-on with a diamond-like whip. An invisible shockwave spread out from the two of them, and the ground beneath their feet instantly shattered. Oh! You can actually barely react to my speed. It seems humans aren't all useless. You're quite fast, but you look a bit too much like a girl. Everyone finally saw the figure that had killed Zombie Man in one hit and beaten Puri Puri prisoner until he lost his combat capability. It was a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall, shining all over with a diamond-like luster. Muscles, arranged like those carved by the most talented artist, lined its body, full of aesthetic beauty. The whip on his head flicked from time to time, each flick creating a piercing sonic boom. The sense of pressure was truly overwhelming. Seeing the newcomer's appearance, Super Alloy Darkshine, who was at the very front of the S-Class heroes, suddenly froze. He took 2 steps back in disbelief, and his shiny black muscles dimmed slightly. What is this, such perfect muscle lines, so full of aesthetic beauty? Super Alloy Darkshine trembled all over. He looked at his own bulky muscles and then at the other's streamlined, perfect body. It felt as if something inside him had shattered. Bloodshot veins gradually appeared in his eyes as he strode forward and threw a fierce elbow at Diamond Sperm. This guy's muscles must be for show. The answer my muscles give me won't be wrong. Diamond Sperm looked up, a mocking smile already on his face. He raised just one finger and easily blocked Super Alloy Darkshine's violent elbow strike. Your strength is okay. Compared to other humans, you're barely qualified, but it's not enough. In the next second, a violent whip kick struck. Super Alloy Darkshine felt his stomach churn, and then he was kicked away, disappearing into the distance. Tank Top Master's face was grim. His muscles bulged instantly. Just as he was about to rush forward to support Flashy Flash, he suddenly noticed a violent wind coming from the back of his head. He turned his head abruptly, throwing a fist the size of a sandbag with powerful physical strength toward the rear. Even without seeing the enemy, he chose to meet them head-on. In the next second, Tank Top Master's grim face turned pale. He looked in horror at his arm, which had been twisted into a heap, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Aya. Führer Ugly smiled disdainfully. Hearing Tank Top Master's screams, his eyes were full of mockery. This is a so-called S-Class hero? Feels no different from an ant. Saying that, Führer Ugly grabbed the terrified Tank Top Master and squeezed him tightly in his palm. He applied force in his palm, and the bones all over Tank Top Master's body made a crisp cracking sound. He screamed in pain repeatedly. At this moment, the tank top power he had always been proud of seemed so powerless, with absolutely no ability to resist. Tornado's forehead bulged with veins. She raised her hand without hesitation, and a vast, ocean-like psychic power rushed toward Führer Ugly. A whistling sound suddenly came from the air behind her. A cat-like humanoid monster appeared, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it slashed fiercely at Tornado, who was in mid-air. The moment the claws, imbued with divine power, touched the psychic power shield, a tooth-gritting sound exploded. The incredibly hard psychic power shield was actually torn in half. What? Tornado was greatly shocked. Left with no choice, she had to withdraw the psychic power attacking Führer Ugly to reinforce her shattered shield. Nyan's strike didn't succeed, but he didn't choose to linger. Instead, he took a step back and instantly disappeared into the void. This was the divine power he had obtained. Not only was his speed greatly enhanced, but he also gained the power to hide his form within the void. After this wave of enhancement, he truly became a terrifying assassin, capable of launching a fatal blow at the right moment. Seeing that Tornado was tied up and looking at Tank Top Master, who was already barely human-shaped, the surrounding S-Class heroes immediately went to assist. Facing the massive Führer Ugly, Bang's face looked extremely grim. Even if the opponent was a humanoid monster, this size was too enormous, he felt powerless. Metal Bat swung his bat full of rage. A slight bone-cracking sound immediately came from Führer Ugly's leg, and he stumbled twice. Damn bastard! You dare to sneak attack me! Führer Ugly let out a furious roar and then swung his huge fist, striking out with extreme speed. Ugly face-breaking punch! Metal Bat's face changed drastically. He didn't even have time to dodge and could only swing his bat for a head-on collision. Damn it! This guy is so big, how can he be so ridiculously fast? The bat he was so proud of made a cracking sound and then bent directly into a question mark. Metal Bat was also sent flying by this punch, crashing through one residential building after another, kicking up a massive wave of air in the distance.
he lay in a large hole.
His internal organs were vibrating from the punch, his face was covered in blood, and his consciousness was becoming blurred.
Woohoo! That's the first one.
Führer Ugly's excited howl made Bang's fists tighten. He strode forward, his hands showing pale blue traces as the force of the water stream rock-smashing fist circulated endlessly within his body.
Don't be so arrogant. Let this old man meet you, you ugly monster.
Just as Führer Ugly was preparing to battle Bang, a somewhat abrupt voice interrupted the tense atmosphere of the battlefield.
Oi oi oi, it's my turn to appear.
The arrogant voice reached everyone's ears with the wind. Only then did they notice a middle-aged man in tattered clothes standing atop a high-rise building in the distance, pointing his finger at the sky. The originally azure sky gradually turned gold, and then thousands of energy orbs fell from the sky, covering the entire area in the blink of an eye. As early as half a minute before the battle began, Homeless Emperor had already arrived at the high-rise to charge up, preparing to turn this entire area into a living hell. But after obtaining even more powerful divine power, no matter how much energy Homeless Emperor accumulated, he would not leak any of his energy aura, making it difficult for others to detect him.
Underdog Energy Shield. Energy Reflection Device, activate.
Facing such a large-scale AoE skill, Child Emperor and Drive Knight reacted at the same time, immediately activating shield-type defensive skills to cover everyone.
Although they didn't want to include those attacking dragon-level executives, it was more important to help the S-class heroes right now. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions were incessant.
Countless buildings shattered at this moment, turning into dust within the energy shockwaves.
Child Emperor looked on in shock, staring intently at the warning symbols appearing on his computer. A drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Damn it! Why is that middle-aged guy's energy attack so terrifying?
Both the quality and quantity are astonishing. The underdog energy shield can't hold it. Drive Knight's crimson mechanical eye flickered with a cold light. He used all his energy to maintain the shield's operation, yet he still couldn't hide its crumbling state. Although the energy shields from the two of them combined could block Homeless Emperor's large-scale attack, it would consume a vast amount of energy. In contrast, Homeless Emperor had been bombarding from the high-rise for a full 10+ seconds, yet he showed no signs of weakening. Instead, he seemed to be releasing it even more vigorously.
Enough. That guy can clearly keep going for another minute or two. If this continues, everyone will be blown to death. You're all a bunch of useless fools. Let this eye grind that old geezer into a meat patty. Tornado's face turned cold.
Her vast psychic power suddenly generated a strong shockwave, and she turned into a green stream of light, soaring into the sky. Those energy orbs containing terrifying power were moved aside in a strange trajectory the moment they touched the psychic power on the surface of Tornado's body. Just as she was about to fly toward the building in one go and twist that middle-aged man who was constantly launching energy orbs into a pretzel, a piercing whistling sound came from behind her again.
Get away from me, you dead cat.
Tornado noticed that the psychic power shield behind her was torn again. Her anger reached its peak, and powerful psychic power spread wildly outward from her body as the center. A smile of a successful plot appeared on Nyan's face. He took a step back and disappeared into the void. Having lost its target, Tornado had no choice but to pull the psychic power back to within a few meters of her to reinforce the shield. Realizing how troublesome Nyan was, Tornado didn't know what to do for a moment. If she chose to attack, the psychic power shield would be easily torn by the elusive Nyan, and she would then likely be attacked due to her defense being broken. According to Tornado's observation just now, that cat-like monster was extremely fast, and while he was attacking others, it was difficult for Tornado's psychic power shield to be restored in an instant. This way, it would give Nyan an opportunity, and she might be heavily injured. For a time, Tornado, the most powerful of the S-class heroes present, was blocked by the two dragon-level executives, Homeless Emperor and Nyan. And on the other side, Pig God and Watchdog Man were just about to go support when a violent vibration sounded beside them. A foul wind blew from behind. Pig God felt something was wrong, and then his vision fell into darkness. Although he tried his best to support Gumza's closing jaws, he still couldn't compete with it through sheer strength and was swallowed into its stomach. A slight expression finally appeared on Watchdog Man's usually calm face. He flew forward, his sharp claws slashing out several cold glints in the air, all of which landed on Gums's body. The surface skin was torn open, and crimson blood droplets splattered in the air. Gums couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, but the superficial wounds scabbed over in the next second, almost completely recovered. Watchdog Man landed on all fours and once again pounced toward Gums in the posture of a hound, his figure turning into dozens of afterimages as he continuously shuttled and attacked around Gums. Oh ho ho ho! Gums let out a sharp cry. His short palms kept waving around, and his bloody mouth bit down again and again at the positions where Watchdog Man appeared, yet he was never able to catch the opponent. Hundreds of bloodstains quickly appeared on his body, with blood flowing on the surface, but they stopped in the next second, and the bloodstains quickly healed. Realizing that the opponent's defense and recovery abilities were incredibly strong, Watchdog Man appeared 100 meters away, shaking off the blood on his claws. A bit troublesome, the attack power isn't enough to kill this big guy directly, the superficial wounds caused by the attacks don't even heal as fast as he recovers. Watchdog Man glanced and found that all the S-Class heroes were already in a hard fight. Diamond Sperm had defeated Super Alloy Darkshine and killed Zombie Man and Puri Puri Prisoner in one hit, and was currently pressing Flashy Flash. Führer Ugly had already defeated Tank Top Master and Metal Bat, and was currently facing Silver Fongbang. Nyan was holding back the strongest, Tornado, all by himself. Homeless Emperor's fierce bombardment just now had not only held back Child Emperor and Drive Knight but also forced high attack, low defense guys like Atomic Samurai to temporarily hide under the shield. Really, we've fallen into a disadvantage all at once. And at another part of the battlefield. Flashy Flash frowned slightly and said coldly, I have no interest in talking to monsters, and I don't intend to brag about my strength to a soul destined for my blade. As his voice fell, Flashy Flash struck again, a chilling glint quickly slashing toward Diamond Sperm's neck. Facing this sharp strike, Diamond Sperm not only didn't make any move to dodge but instead actively exposed his neck, with an arrogant smile on his face. Come. Cut right here. Chapter 131, Chapter 132, Why do you look like a stray dog? 1162 words. Chapter 132, Why do you look like a stray dog? Humph. Courting death. Flashy Flash's eyes were icy. Since the monster in front of him dared to provoke him so, what harm would there be in cutting him down? In the next second, under Diamond Sperm's playful gaze, Flashy Flash flipped his wrist and the blade slashed toward his neck at extreme speed. Flash slash. In just an instant, Flashy Flash used his super speed to land dozens of consecutive strikes on Diamond Sperm's neck. A massive countershock force traveled back, Flashy Flash's palm went numb, and he immediately felt something was wrong. This situation only occurred when the blade struck an incredibly hard object. Could it be? Crack! The sound of shattering rang out. Flashy Flash's eyes widened in disbelief as shards of his blade scattered like fluttering butterflies. He had swung his sword at Diamond Sperm's neck, so how was it his own sword that broke instead? Looking closely, Diamond Sperm's neck, which shimmered with a brilliant luster, didn't even have a single white scratch on it. Too weak. Human, is your speed the only thing worth looking at? You truly are a pathetic fellow. As he spoke, Diamond Sperm threw a punch. The fist, containing immense power, kicked up rings of sonic booms in the air, its speed exceeding the limits of the human retina. Even Flashy Flash couldn't see it clearly and could only rely on his instinctive sense of danger to tilt his head, barely avoiding having his head blown apart by the punch. The fist grazed his face, severing a few strands of his flowing blonde hair. Flashy Flash's figure flickered, turning into an afterimage as he appeared behind Diamond Sperm and threw a fierce kick. Flash kick. Too slow. Diamond Sperm grinned savagely. The flexible whip atop his head flashed a blue trail in the air, accurately striking Flashy Flash's knee. In his eyes, Flashy Flash's speed, which seemed like teleportation to ordinary people, was as slow as a snail. Arg! Flashy Flash let out a miserable cry. Amidst the splattering blood, he watched as a line of blood erupted where his lower leg met his thigh. The entire leg broke into two sections in an instant, with only flesh and skin barely holding them together. I can't fight this guy at close range anymore. His close combat ability is too strong.
I have to pull away first. With this thought, Flashy Flash used his intact leg to retreat rapidly, simultaneously using a ninja's secret technique. 15 Shadow Burial. In an instant, Flashy Flash retreated rapidly, while 15 afterimages indistinguishable from the real person split off from him, fleeing at the same speed. Looking at the 15 clones before him, Diamond Sperm didn't give chase immediately. Instead, he stood in place and struck a pose, looking completely languid. Good grief, just some realistic clones. Too weak. Simply too weak. Are there no stronger opponents? The moment he finished speaking, Diamond Sperm took a step forward. The ground beneath him exploded under the powerful impact, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading densely across the surface. Boom, boom, boom. His figure turned into a streak of azure light as he charged at high speed. In less than 0.1 seconds, he directly smashed through all the clones and bore down on Flashy Flash's true body. Alarm bells rang in Flashy Flash's heart. He ran with all his might, trying to shake off this monster whose speed far exceeded his own. However, Diamond Sperm showed a wicked smile. During the pursuit, he even moved alongside Flashy Flash and struck a lazy, reclining pose. Will you kneel on your own? Damn it! Bloodshot veins spread in Flashy Flash's eyes. This monster dared to humiliate him like this, essentially grinding his pride as a ninja and an S-class hero into the dirt. But the continuous, sharp pain from his knee warned him that he must not be impulsive. This monster's strength clearly far surpassed his own. Suddenly, Diamond Sperm threw a punch without warning. Flashy Flash had been maintaining his full sprint and couldn't adjust in time. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Flashy Flash was sent flying miserably, smashing heavily into a building and crashing right through the floor. A large amount of concrete fell, burying Flashy Flash beneath it along with a cloud of dust. For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Ha, ha! Flashy Flash gasped for air. His vision was blurry, and his consciousness felt as if it were about to shut down. He had just taken a punch from Diamond Sperm. His left hand was now twisted like a pretzel, the bones inside more shattered than the sugar crystals on a rice cracker. Combined with the continuously bleeding fracture at his knee and his internal organs being injured by that immense power, Flashy Flash's condition had reached its absolute limit. I have to find a way. For now, I can rely on these ruins to recover a bit of stamina. Should I choose to continue fighting him head-on? Flashy Flash shook his head, immediately rejecting his own idea. A head-on confrontation was absolutely out of the question. His current wretched state was enough proof of how foolish that idea was. That monster's stats in every aspect were far higher than his. Not only was he crushed in the speed he took pride in, but even his own attacks couldn't break through the monster's defense. Moreover, Flashy Flash could faintly sense that this monster hadn't taken a serious stance from start to finish. If he had gone all out, Flashy Flash would likely have been turned into a mist of blood long ago. Should I set a trap? Flashy Flash scanned his surroundings. It was all useless concrete. The only things that could be considered somewhat hard were broken steel rebars. It's completely impossible. These ordinary objects simply weren't enough to cause damage to that monster. To set a trap, one needs sufficient lethality. Must I continue to flee and wait for backup from my teammates? Based on Flashy Flash's observation of the battlefield situation while he was fleeing, this was also highly uncertain. The S-class heroes around him were almost all locked in bitter struggles. For other equally powerful enemies had them pinned down, making it clearly impossible for them to pull away and support him in the short term. This is trouble. The continuous, sharp pain stimulated Flashy Flash's mind, keeping him awake and allowing him to recover as much stamina as possible. He had already controlled the muscles in his limbs to tighten, reducing blood loss as much as possible to achieve a hemostatic effect. Just then, a booming explosion suddenly came from above. Bang! The concrete debris above him suddenly exploded. Shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight like a god descending, Diamond Sperm looked down at Flashy Flash, who was half lying in the ruins. Ha 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 ha. Why do you look like a stray dog? Chapter 132, Chapter 133, could it be blast? 1103 words. Chapter 133, Could It Be Blast? Flashy Flash was about to say something when a large foot shimmering with diamond luster stepped on his chest. Pwah! Blood overflowed from his mouth, and intense pain radiated from his chest. At the same time, that powerful force made it impossible for him to straighten up. Damn it, that kick broke at least several ribs. Diamond Sperm leaned down and looked at the blood-stained, wretched Flashy Flash. His mouth split almost to his ears as he laughed with extreme arrogance. This is an S-class hero? No different from a stray dog on the street. But I am kind-hearted, seeing you in such pain, I'll give you a quick end. Flashy Flash sensed the crisis of death approaching and struggled even harder, but there was a chasm-like gap between his strength and Diamond Sperm's. He was completely unable to escape from the overwhelming power. Just as Diamond Sperm raised his fist, prepared to blow his head off with one punch, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly came from beside him. Bang! The booming sound of a gunshot echoed through the battlefield as a specially made armor-piercing bullet tore through the air, striking Diamond Sperm's head hard. However, as the shell casing fell to the ground, it hadn't penetrated the opponent's skull like before. Faint white smoke rose from the spot on Diamond Sperm's head where he was hit, but the surface of his skin was unscathed. He scratched his head in confusion. Did something just touch me just now? It felt a bit itchy. Are there more bullets? Let me feel them some more. As he spoke, his head turned, his gaze directed toward a pale figure in a grayish-black trench coat in the distance. At this moment, Zombie Man was covered in blood. His head, which had been blown apart, had already recovered, but his eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. Not only was the speed despairingly fast, but even the defensive power was terrifying. Armor-piercing bullets couldn't even cause this guy any damage. But there was no choice now. Zombie Man couldn't just stand by and watch Diamond Sperm kill Flashy Flash. After all, Flashy Flash was not just a comrade in arms, but also a very important combat asset. Thinking of this, Zombie Man's gaze sharpened, his crimson eyes locking onto Diamond Sperm as he quickly pulled the trigger. The twin guns let out a world-shaking roar as a massive number of bullets poured out like a torrential storm, completely enveloping the area around Diamond Sperm. Facing these attacks, Diamond Sperm could have easily dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he spread his arms, striking a pose as if embracing nature. A large number of armor-piercing bullets struck his body, only producing the crisp sounds of metal clashing, failing to leave even a single mark on this perfect diamond physique. An occasional soothing massage is quite comfortable. In return, I'll treat you to a punch. Diamond Sperm cracked his neck with a relaxed expression on his face, then took a step forward, arriving in front of Zombie Man in a flash. What? Although he knew the opponent was fast and had taken precautions in advance, Zombie Man never expected the opponent's speed to be comparable to teleportation in his eyes. Boom! Diamond Sperm threw a punch, the whistling sonic boom carrying a violent shockwave that directly blasted Zombie Man's upper body into a mist of blood. His internal organs didn't even have a chance to drift out before being vibrated into dust by the powerful force. Zombie Man's lower body still stood firmly on the ground. Diamond Sperm looked at the perfect cross-section of the other's body with satisfaction and couldn't help but nod. It seems that after obtaining the power of God, my control over my strength has improved quite a bit, to actually be able to produce such a perfect one-half work. Having punched the other into a 2.5 Gojo cosplay look, Diamond Sperm didn't choose to leave, but instead waited unhurriedly. As a powerful and cautious existence, back when he was still in his black sperm form, he had already investigated the data of most S-class heroes in advance. Therefore, Diamond Sperm knew that this S-class hero Zombie Man, who was said to be immortal, would definitely not die simply because his upper body was blown apart. After waiting a few seconds, accompanied by a slight trembling from the lower body, the blood mist around Zombie Man gradually gathered, and the flesh exposed to the air began to squirm continuously. His body recovered at an extremely fast speed, new granulation tissue intertwined and wound together, forming flesh and skin, while pale bones grew rapidly, all the way back up to the head. As two bloody eyeballs reconnected to the nervous system, Zombie Man's head was mostly restored. The moment his vision returned, what he saw was a massive fist shimmering with brilliant light. Damn it! Seeing this, Zombie Man cried out in his heart. Sure enough, Zombie Man's head was punched into pieces again, with red and white matter splattering everywhere. 2 bloody eyeballs twitched in surprise before rolling to the ground.
Diamond Sperm, as if he had found an interesting toy, crouched down beside Zombie Man with a look of pleasant surprise.
Interesting, I really want to see if your recovery is endless. Come on, keep recovering for me.
He decided he would keep watch over this interesting zombie man and blow him apart every time he resurrected. Diamond Sperm just wanted to see exactly how many times this guy could recover, or if he really could recover infinitely and possessed a true immortal body. Just then, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Diamond Sperm frowned slightly, his original excitement gradually hardening as his face turned grim.
To dare interrupt while I'm having fun, what a death-seeking fellow.
But the danger premonition of the strong is often very accurate. Even an existence of Diamond Sperm's level took it very seriously.
He maximized his perception, continuously scanning everything around him.
Diamond Sperm brainstormed continuously, filtering through any potential enemies he might be facing. To be able to make him feel a strong sense of crisis even as an ultimate lifeform, the opponent's strength was definitely unfathomable.
Could it be the strongest man on Earth, King?
It shouldn't be right. Diamond Sperm had personally felt the other's aura, and that overbearingly domineering aura of a king hasn't been detected yet.
Then, there's only one mysterious powerhouse left on the human side. Could it be the S-Class Rank 1, whose data has never been disclosed, that blast about whom there's absolutely no information? Chapter 133, Chapter 134, My Name is Blast. 1096 words. Chapter 134, My Name is Blast.
The next second, a deep voice rang out abruptly in Diamond Sperm's ear, instantly sending a chill from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head.
You are too strong. As a powerful god awakened, staying here will only affect the balance of the world. What kind of joke is this? Diamond Sperm was scared half to death. Just when did this guy get behind him? Why couldn't he sense him at all? And what was that about a god awakened? Could it be he knows my power was bestowed by God?
With a shift in his thoughts, Diamond Sperm didn't hesitate for a moment. His body turned into a streak of azure light and shot out, reaching tens of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. In the biting gale, the surrounding scenery retreated at high speed. Diamond Sperm calmed his agitated heart and couldn't help but snort coldly. No matter what tricks you have, under the speed that transcends everything, human methods are futile. However, in the very next instant, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of Diamond Sperm, which then violently expanded into a massive spatial tunnel, shimmering with a dazzling silver light.
So you were waiting for me here. Do you really think I'm like those weak humans who can't change direction once they accelerate?
A look of mockery appeared in Diamond Sperm's eyes. He then stomped on the ground ahead, and the extreme kinetic energy on his body's surface poured entirely into the earth, directly leaving a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. Amidst the dust flying through the air, he shifted again and fled in a different direction. But in Blast's eyes, these were nothing more than small tricks. The surrounding space began to tremble continuously. Around Diamond Sperm, hundreds and thousands of spatial tunnels densely crowded his entire field of vision and quickly merged together. Seeing himself trapped in a cage of spatial tunnels from all angles with no blind spots, Diamond Sperm's scalp tingled. This was the first time he had felt such immense pressure since completing his ultimate evolution.
Is this Blast, the rank 1 among the human S-Class heroes?
Though I don't know how he compares to King, his ability is truly disgusting. I'm not sure where these spatial tunnels lead, but his intuition as a powerhouse kept warning Diamond Sperm that something bad would definitely happen if he touched them.
Close.
With that single word, the surrounding spatial tunnels began to shrink rapidly, compressing Diamond Sperm's living space like a shrinking poison circle.
Damn it!
Diamond Sperm, who hadn't expected the spatial tunnels to be able to shrink, immediately panicked and prepared to dive down to dig a tunnel and escape. In the next second, the ground that was originally normal soil actually transformed into a spatial tunnel emitting a silver-white light, scaring Diamond Sperm into jumping straight up. His legs continuously kicked the air, even generating flames due to the rapid friction, allowing him to hover in midair by relying on the force of stepping on the air.
This can't go on, I have to risk it.
Diamond Sperm gritted his teeth and immediately raised his right fist. Violent power gathered in his fist, and he then slammed it towards a spatial tunnel not far from him. The moment his fist touched the silver light of the spatial tunnel, his entire being became distorted and then disappeared. As his vision spun, Diamond's sperm landed on the pitted surface of a planet. The very first second he landed, he realized this wasn't Earth, because he couldn't sense the presence of oxygen at all, and even the gravity was different, being more than 10 times heavier than Earth's. Welcome to Planet 328. Although this is our first meeting, you should have heard of my name. I am Blast. The voice rang out again, and wrapped in a special force, it was accurately transmitted into Diamond Sperm's ears. He looked up and finally saw the Blast who was incredibly mysterious in the records. It was a tall middle-aged man with clean, short hair, wearing a somewhat heavy silver battle armor. A pair of cool yellow goggles hung over his eyes, and he had a bit of stubble on his chin. This guy's strength is not weak. Diamond Sperm's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that special aura of a fellow powerhouse from Blast, and felt a heavy sense of crisis. Seeing that Diamond Sperm didn't speak, Blast waited for 2 seconds before reacting, smiling as he patted his head. Sorry, I forgot you can't make a sound without a medium. In that case, let's end the battle as quickly as possible. With that, Blast's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Diamond Sperm didn't even have time to see clearly what happened before a crack suddenly appeared in the space beside him, and Blast's fist, shimmering with black light, lunged out. Gravity punch. Though he didn't understand what was going on, fighting was the right answer. A ferocious smile appeared on Diamond Sperm's face as he countered without hesitation. Every perfectly sculpted muscle on his body erupted with powerful physical strength, and both sides' heavy punches collided at this moment. Boom! 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 In an instant, heaven and earth shattered. Meanwhile, on Earth, Zombie-man's body had recovered. Looking at the vanished Diamond Sperm, his tense mood didn't relax much. The opponent had been taken away by an unknown mysterious powerhouse, but he still couldn't relax. Flashy Flash could no longer stay in the combat zone. If this continued, he, who was already heavily injured, would likely die on the spot. Thinking of this, Zombie-Man dug through the ruins, hoisted the blurred conscious Flashy Flash onto his shoulder due to excessive blood loss, and quickly ran towards the edge of the battlefield. Once I've settled the wounded, I'll immediately return to join the battle. He turned his head to glance at the battlefield, taking in every scene, and already had a decision in his heart. Help Tatsumaki first. Her strength is the greatest here. If her combat power can be successfully liberated, it will cause a subversive reversal of the entire battlefield situation. Just as he was thinking this, a light orb emitting destructive energy descended from the sky, landing directly beside Zombie-Man. Lost in thought, he failed to dodge in time, only managing to throw Flashy Flash on his back into the distance before his entire person was instantly engulfed by the blinding energy wave. Chapter 134, Chapter 135, Super Alloy Rocket Elbow. 1080 words. Chapter 135, Super Alloy Rocket Elbow. On the other side, high above a building, Homeless Emperor's eyes flickered with terror. He stepped on a disc made of energy, and the energy shield around him helped him resist the fierce winds, as he flew rapidly through the air. Damn it! Damn it, damn it! Why can't the energy balls blast this stinky bitch into dust? Why does this guy fly faster than me? Behind him, Tornado sped through the strong winds, her green curly hair fluttering. Her pupils and entire body glowed with green light, and immense psychic power continuously emanated around her. All the energy orbs released by Homeless Emperor were blocked by the seemingly thin but indestructible psychic power shield covering Tornado's body. Although the explosions of the energy orbs could temporarily slow her down, they couldn't stop her completely. He found it incredibly hard to believe. He was someone favored by the god, having received the god's blessing twice. He could be considered the best divine messenger. But why could a mere woman who had never received the god's grace suppress him? The more Homeless Emperor thought about it, the angrier he became. Thousands of energy orbs erupted around him, determined to cover the entire area without any blind spots. I'll envelop all the heroes in the bombing range. Then we'll see if you continue to pursue me, or choose to save your so-called companions. Countless energy orbs, emitting wave-like traces, descended like raindrops from the sky, instantly creating an incredibly violent explosion on the ground below. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and destructive shockwaves continuously spread outwards. The entire Z city had already been razed to the ground. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, not many S-class heroes present were harmed. Child Emperor and Drive Knight continuously maintained their shields, enveloping Atomic Samurai within. On the ground behind them lay the heavily injured Metal Bat, Puri Puri Prisoner, and Tank Top Master, who had been crushed into minced meat. Currently, Child Emperor hadn't found a suitable opportunity to attack, and his greater role now was to act as a damage-absorbing shield to protect his severely wounded comrades. Brave Giant is still on its way. That old man keeps releasing energy orbs here, making it impossible for the composite mecha parts to be transmitted. Drive Knight also didn't choose to leave. His crimson mechanical eyes continuously scanned the battlefield, and everyone's data analysis was stored in his database. Furthermore, if Child Emperor were the only one sustaining it, given the number of energy orbs released by that dragon-level executive, it probably wouldn't hold up. Outside the shields created by Child Emperor and Drive Knight, Bang and the others, who were fighting the various dragon-level executives, also didn't suffer much harm. A psychic power shield enveloped their bodies, helping them block the terrifying explosion. Tornado, suspended in midair, saw that everyone was fine and let out an arrogant snort. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Without me, you would all have been blasted to dust long ago. What a bunch of useless guys. With that, she continued to pursue the fleeing homeless emperor, veins gradually bulging on her forehead, her eyes growing fiercer. You seem to be having a lot of fun blasting things just now, didn't you? I will grind you into meat paste today. Damn it! Homeless Emperor was scared out of his wits, only able to desperately increase his flying speed while releasing a large number of light orbs to attack Tornado behind him. Tornado looked at the light orbs surrounding her. With just a thought, these light orbs were directly fixed in midair by her powerful psychic power, unable to advance an inch. Just as she was about to crush all these light orbs, a piercing whooshing sound suddenly came from behind her. Nyan, hidden in the void, suddenly appeared, its sharp claws, combined with its divine power, forcibly tore open the psychic power shield. Homeless Emperor seized the opportunity, and the light orbs controlled by Tornado instantly released destructive explosive energy, slowing down her psychic power manipulation by a fraction. The next second, Nyan unleashed dozens of continuous slashes again. Its extremely penetrating claws, imbued with the power of the gods, fiercely struck the psychic power shield Tornado had just conjured. Bang! The psychic power shield shattered like glass. Even though Tornado had unleashed all her strength to release more psychic power to protect herself, some residual energy from the sharp claw attacks still seeped through. Ugh! Tornado grunted, falling like a meteor and crashing heavily to the ground. Behind her, the fabric on the back of her black slit robe was torn, and several deep, bone-visible bloodstains appeared on her back, with an endless stream of blood staining the surrounding fabric. Seeing Tornado finally successfully ambushed, the panic on Homeless Emperor's face immediately solidified, replaced by an excited smile. He dispersed the flying disc beneath his feet and, with the arrogance of a divine messenger, landed on the ground. He leisurely approached Tornado, bending down. What? Not chasing anymore? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Can you still be arrogant now? Ha 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 ha. Tornado was consumed by rage. Immense psychic power erupted from her body like a surging ocean, instantly rushing towards the Homeless Emperor in front of her. However, Homeless Emperor was already prepared. After receiving the second divine blessing, his control over these energies had greatly improved, and he had already formed a translucent energy shield around his body. Seeing that her attack failed, Tornado knew that fighting on the ground was disadvantageous for her. Just as she was about to fly into the sky, Nyan reappeared behind her, striking out with a claw. This time, however, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Tornado's mouth, devoid of the previous annoyance from being ambushed. Finally, you fell for it. I has been waiting impatiently. In an instant, Tornado abandoned all her defenses, concentrating all her psychic power on Nyan, who had just appeared. Nyan suddenly felt as if a colossal mountain was pressing down on it. The immense pressure transformed into heavy shackles,
temporarily preventing it from utilizing its proud speed.
Just then, an earthquake-like roar suddenly came from the ground behind them, as if some massive object was approaching.
Not good.
Nyan struggled to turn its head, only to see a massive, muscular beast, clearly black but emitting a dazzling light.
Super Alloy Rocket Elbow. Chapter 135, Chapter 136, You've got to be kidding me. 1,157 words. Chapter 136, You've got to be kidding me.
At the same time, 1 light-year away from Earth. On the surface of a barren planet devoid of life, a naked human walked across this desolate land. This person had a body of well-defined muscles, with that shiny bald head being the most striking feature.
His dull eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings. Hello? Is anyone there? If you are, please reply. At least tell me where this is.
However, after waiting for a long time, Saitama still received no response. Left with no choice, he lay flat on the ground, concentrating all his perception into his hearing. His simple face instantly became sharp and defined, his dull eyes turning keen and serious.
Serious hearing. In an instant, all life activities on the entire planet fell upon Saitama's ears.
After a brief analysis, Saitama sighed helplessly, then stood up and began to stretch his limbs.
Looks like another planet without life. Well, that means I can really let loose then.
After swimming through the starry void for quite a while, Saitama had stumbled upon a pretty good acceleration method. He discovered this when, while traveling at near light speed, he was accidentally caught in the explosion of a planetary core. As long as he made an entire planet explode, the massive shockwave from the whole planet's detonation could propel him at light speed for a long time, and he wouldn't even need to exert any effort himself.
Thinking this, Saitama looked down at the crimson surface, raised his fist high, every inch of his muscles erupting with a terrifying physical power akin to a collapsing star.
Serious punch.
Saitama's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his fist into the ground.
This seemingly simple and unadorned punch, the moment it made contact with the ground, triggered a cataclysmic transformation. The entire crust, like a piece of skin, was violently lifted by an invisible force into a wave 100 meters high, then collapsed under the pull of gravity, forming an abyss. Magma, rubble, and dust were swept into the air by the twisted air currents, like a waterfall flowing upstream.
Power of terrifying extremity spread across the planet's surface. Countless, densely packed, web-like fissures crazily crawled across the face of the planet. The ground was shattering, magma was erupting. The immense force continuously impacted downward, soon reaching the planetary core. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Accompanied by a roar that could make the starry void tremble, this developing asteroid produced a brilliant explosion, shattering into the emptiness of the universe. In the vast expanse of space, a humanoid figure with a bald head was flying at light speed, continuously advancing towards the direction he believed was right, the alternate dimension. The god, who had been continuously channeling his own power, suddenly froze. His body involuntarily trembled slightly, as if he had seen something terrifying.
That rule-defying bald guy is truly an unreasonable monster. If this continues, he'll be back here in less than 2 hours.
Moreover, compared to the long-range threat of that bald guy, the current threat was even more pressing for the god. The stars used for suppression were cracking inch by inch. King's aura shot straight into the sky like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The surging physical power emanating from his body distorted the very space around him. After multiple rounds of adaptation, King had evolved a formidable physique strong enough to resist the pressure of this seal, and he was still growing stronger. For him, this was itself a trial. King's original vitality and physique were like an unrefined piece of ordinary iron. After being tempered by the seal's pressure, his density had become countless times greater than before. This wasn't just an improvement in physique, but a comprehensive enhancement in vitality and psychic energy. Crack! A crisp sound, like shattering glass, exploded within King's body. His aura surged sharply once again. He had already broken through the 7th limiter. He originally thought the god would be his greatest rival, but he never expected him to become the biggest experience pack. King was almost amused by the god's move. Who would have thought he'd actually aid the enemy? Despite being in a state of suppression, the power of the system far surpassed that of the god. King could still casually open his status panel. Name, King. Gender, male. Abilities, King Engine, Ultraspeed Regeneration, Fine Control, Energy Control, Adapt to Heaven and Earth, Soul Immortality. Strength, 99,000. Speed, 89,500. Stamina, 88,500. Defense, 95,000. Spirit, 73,200. Note, the standard for entering dragon level is all attributes reaching 1,000. Compared to before the seal, his stats had now increased by nearly 8-fold. What a terrifying improvement! To put it bluntly, King, relying solely on his current normal state, could fight on par with his previous gate of death state, even managing to suppress it. Watching King's aura grow increasingly fearsome, the god had no choice. He had to use over 70% of his power to suppress him, leaving only the remaining 30% to support the various dragon-level executives in unleashing their divine power. He felt like a mute tasting bitter herbs, unable to voice his suffering. As a god, in his long existence, this was the first time he had encountered such an annoying individual. He couldn't kill him, letting him go would ruin the plan due to his immense strength, and sealing him only made him stronger. If he could keep killing him over and over to prevent him from leaving this place, that might have been acceptable. But the problem was, even with constant killing, this guy would still get stronger. Left with no alternative, the god had to resort to the foolish act of aiding the enemy, hoping only to complete the plan to destroy humanity before King grew strong enough to break free from all restraints. But now it seemed that even after receiving his bestowed power, the 5 dragon-level executives were still fighting on par with those heroes. What a bunch of useless trash! Seeing his strongest subordinate, Diamond Sperm, being dragged away by Blast, the god felt even worse. Before he launched his full-scale attack, this damned human called Blast and his group of teammates would come to harass him every single day. These little bugs weren't particularly strong, each of them could only be considered as having just reached divine rank at best. But each of them possessed a unique secret technique: they could run incredibly fast. Even he, as a god, couldn't catch them without expending significant effort. Ahead, the terrifying, rule-defying bald guy was about to return to the solar system. Behind, the king he had empowered to incredible strength was on the verge of breaking the seal. The god was caught in the middle. If he had human sweat glands, he'd be drenched in cold sweat right now. You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 136, Chapter 137, Mr. King blocked God alone? 1090 words. Chapter 137, Mr. King blocked God alone? Z City. Super Alloy Rocket Elbow. Nyan looked at the black muscular behemoth close at hand and immediately felt a great disaster looming. His fur stood on end as if he had been electrocuted. Holy crap, where did this monster come from? Seeing himself in a life-or-death crisis, Nyan had no time to dodge and could only condense all his divine power into his claws, slashing out violently and repeatedly. Looking at the other's weak and pathetic claw strikes, Darkshine's lips curled into a confident smile, the luster of his muscles becoming even more dazzling. He had originally been terrified by Diamond Sperm's perfect physique, but now that Diamond Sperm had been carried off by Blast, he had returned to being the existence with the most perfect muscles on the battlefield. Darkshine didn't know why, but ever since he realized the true essence of the elbow strike during the last alien invasion war, his self-confidence had grown stronger and stronger, and even his muscle strength had improved significantly. Even if he suffered a temporary blow, he would immediately think of a better reason to restore his confidence. For instance, he was just frightened by Diamond Sperm's perfect muscles, and his confidence took a hit, but seeing Diamond Sperm being taken away by Blast, Darkshine subconsciously thought. An existence with perfect muscles like Diamond Sperm was taken away by Blast, but I wasn't. Diamond Sperm would be caught by Blast, but I wouldn't. Therefore, need Diamond Sperm. T/N, absolute logic. Carrying this confidence, Darkshine charged forward rapidly like a 100-ton truck loaded with steel coils. The violent astral wind even made it difficult for Nyan to breathe. The next second, that massive muscular body collided head-on with Nyan's sharp claws. Boom! 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 An invisible shockwave spread madly in all directions from the point of impact. Nyan let out a miserable scream, and the entire cat was flung away like an old sack toward the distance, turning into a black dot and disappearing into the horizon, with streaks of blood spraying across the sky. With just that one hit, he felt as if his internal organs had been crushed, and many of the bones in his body were broken.
Are you kidding me?
Nyan's pupils were bloodshot, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that his full power strike, because the attack range was too small, only tore through the muscles of the other's forearm, and the wound was barely deep enough to see the bone. Yet he was nearly smashed into a pulp. No matter how you looked at it, this was an unequal result. He still remembered that this dark-skinned human covered in muscles was the same guy who had been slapped away by Diamond Sperm at the very beginning. Was he actually this strong? On the other side, Darkshine's feet were buried deep in the ground, forming a trench dozens of meters long before he finally stopped his forward momentum. Looking at Nyan, who had been sent flying to who knows where, and repeatedly savoring the crisp sound of bones breaking when the other was hit, the confidence on Darkshine's face grew even stronger. He struck a pose that made his muscles look even larger, and his muscles became even more radiant at this moment. This is me, Super Ally Darkshine, the third existence in the Hero Association you shouldn't mess with. Monsters who mess with me will only end up being crushed by my muscles. Seeing Nyan, whose life or death was unknown after being hit, the previously arrogant homeless emperor's expression froze, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Crap! He turned to run, a flying disk of condensed energy appearing beneath his feet, but he was frozen in place the next second. Tatsumaki, who was lying on the ground, climbed up. Facing the increasingly terrified homeless emperor, she raised her hand, and the opponent was instantly restrained, unable to move a muscle, his bones creaking as if he were about to be twisted into a pretzel. But in the end, Tatsumaki suppressed the urge to crush homeless emperor into a meat patty, merely using her psychic power to firmly restrain him in place. According to Child Emperor's analysis, this homeless emperor was likely the existence closest to God. After all, he had previously revealed that he was blessed by God and might have undergone a second enhancement. They had too little information about God, and they needed to capture someone who knew the most about God for interrogation. Homeless Emperor was undoubtedly the best candidate. Seeing that he was completely restrained, Homeless Emperor knew he couldn't escape, but his mouth remained stubborn.
Look at you heroes, you don't actually think you've won, do you? I'm telling you. The strongest, most benevolent, and greatest Lord God hasn't even acted yet. When he does, you lowly humans will be nothing but a bunch of trash. If it weren't for the strongest man on earth king on your side obstructing Lord God's path, Lord God would have personally crushed you all long ago. Homeless Emperor's excited shouts rang in their ears, but Tatsumaki and Darkshine, who were near him, were both stunned at the same time. Mr. King blocked God alone? Come to think of it, we haven't seen any sign of Mr. King until now. Could it be? Darkshine turned pale with shock, a bold conjecture forming in his mind. This conjecture was based on the various legendary achievements Mr. King had established before, as well as the level of trust everyone had in this the strongest man on earth. Could it be that Mr. King is blocking God all by himself? Hearing this, Tatsumaki was first stunned, her pupils shrinking slightly as she subconsciously observed the entire battlefield. And it was only then that she suddenly realized something very important. The few beings they had fought so far, whether it was the extremely powerful Diamond Sperm, the homeless emperor with infinite firepower, Gums and Führer Ugly with maxed out defense, or the elusive Nyan, they all shared one characteristic without exception: their current immense power came from God's blessing. In other words, those they had been fighting fiercely until now were merely God's subordinates. And that guy King actually went to face God, the mastermind, all by himself? A hint of anger flashed across Tatsumaki's face, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. What a disobedient, maverick, and self-righteous Scarface! But this courage, I acknowledges it. Chapter 137, Chapter 138, damn it, I can't hurt him at all. 1,171 words. Chapter 138, damn it, I can't hurt him at all. The confidence on Darkshine's face grew more radiant. He once again struck a pose as if looking up at a great mountain, the muscles on his body arranged neatly like blocks of rock. Since Mr. King held back that God fellow on his own, creating an opportunity for us to take down these subordinates of God one by one, we have to work hard. However, because his own muscles blocked his field of vision, Darkshine didn't see the state of his forearm. Tatsumaki frowned. A psychic power shield appeared on her body to prevent blood from splashing onto her face, and she couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, big guy, stop showing off your muscles for a second. Can you stop the bleeding on your arm first? Your blood is spraying everywhere." "Huh? Is it?" After Tatsumaki's reminder, Darkshine suddenly felt a bit of pain in his arm, a burning sensation coming from his forearm. He looked down, then raised his head again, but the confidence on his face had vanished without a trace. His originally dark face gradually turned pale, completely losing its color. As everyone knows, when a person suffers a serious injury, the brain first automatically blocks the pain and secretes a large amount of adrenaline in the body. Right after a serious injury, one often doesn't feel pain immediately. Only after the adrenaline and the brain's pain-suppressing effects gradually dissipate does the pain manifest. Seeing a large chunk of muscle gouged out of his forearm and catching a glimpse of his pale bone exposed to the air, Darkshine's pupils shook, and he staggered back 2 steps. Noticing that Darkshine's state was off, Tatsumaki reached out to steady his body as he nearly fell, her tone somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong, big guy? It's just a small wound. Or is that guy's claws poisonous? But that shouldn't be right. I have claw marks on my back too, there shouldn't be any toxin." Darkshine's breathing became increasingly heavy. Looking at the bleeding wound, he let out a high-pitched scream like a girl. "Aya. My muscles are injured. Such a big wound. It's over. My invincible muscles have been broken. My muscles are no longer indestructible." As his self-confidence vanished, the image of perfect muscles in Darkshine's heart shattered. He lost his battle intent like a punctured ball, and his massive body curled up. Seeing this, Tatsumaki was stunned. She clearly hadn't expected Darkshine's heart to be so fragile. She scratched her curly green hair irritably, not knowing how to comfort this emotionally wounded big guy for a moment. After all, no one had ever comforted Tatsumaki when she was sad, so she didn't know how to follow suit. Forget it. With this big guy's own defense, he shouldn't take any damage on the entire battlefield. I'll just leave him be for now. After calling out to him a few times and seeing Darkshine still burying his head in his strong arms like an ostrich, Tatsumaki gave up. She grabbed Homeless Emperor and flew towards Child Emperor and the others. Seeing Tatsumaki fly away, Darkshine's trembling hand touched the gouged-out flesh, feeling the intense pain from the wound. His face grew even paler. Just then, he suddenly thought of something, and his previous panic gradually faded. Miss Tatsumaki also took a claw attack from that monster. I also took a claw attack from that monster. Miss Tatsumaki couldn't finish off that cat-type monster while taking the claw attack. But while I was being attacked by the claws, I slammed that cat-type monster until it was half dead. Therefore, me Miss Tatsumaki. T/N, absolute logic. Thinking of this, the unease in Darkshine's heart gradually faded, replaced by a newly established confidence. His strong muscles once again emitted a gleaming light. So what if I'm a little injured? My muscles won't become weak just because of an injury. Who doesn't get hurt in a fight? This is the passion a real man should have. Darkshine regained his motivation, and a confident smile once again appeared on his face, inside the protective shield. Seeing that Homeless Emperor, who had been covering the entire field with infinite firepower, was finally taken down, Child Emperor breathed a long sigh of relief and deactivated the shield along with Drive Knight. Fortunately, that weird uncle was defeated by Big Sis Tatsumaki, otherwise, the shield's energy would have run out. The moment the shield was deactivated, Atomic Samurai, who had been sitting on the ground doing nothing, looked delighted. His figure turned into an afterimage as he charged straight out, holding his long sword and rushing toward the 2 dragon-level executives still in combat, Gums and Führer Ugly. As the S-Class Rank 4 Sword Master, he had been incredibly frustrated this time. As a representative figure of high attack and low defense, he had been forced to hide inside the shield because of Homeless Emperor's fire coverage. Now, Gums and Führer Ugly had to face the long-suppressed wrath of the Swordmaster. Seeing Atomic Samurai charging forward so excitedly, Child Emperor popped another lollipop into his mouth. Feeling the sweetness, he couldn't help but complain.
It looks like Uncle Atomic has been suppressed beyond limits for a long time. The way he's going out to slash monsters now makes him look like one of those perverted creeps.
Dried Knight only briefly noted Atomic Samurai's movements before looking away.
He turned his gaze to the three behind him, a calm mechanical voice sounding from his mouth.
Let's leave the battle to Atomic Samurai and the others for now. How should we handle these three casualties? Ugly face-breaking punch.
A massive fist slammed violently into the ground, kicking up rolling airwaves. The surface emitted a deafening roar as if struck by a meteorite, instantly shattering into debris. By now, Führer Ugly was so angry he was losing his mind. His massive fist swung so fast they almost left after images, continuously smashing toward the human in front of him.
Damn it! Damn it! Why can't I hit him? Why is it that even when I clearly touch him, I can't land a hit? Führer Ugly's frustration reached its peak. Every punch felt like hitting cotton.
He clearly aimed his fist at that human, but it would inexplicably smash into the ground nearby. Facing the fist that was large enough to block his vision, Bang's expression remained unchanged. His raised hands flowed with a pale blue glow, like a trickling stream.
Water stream rock smashing fist.
His calloused human palms collided with Führer Ugly's massive fist, but instead of creating a violent shockwave, it was as gentle as flowing water. Bang simply shifted his body slightly, and Führer Ugly's fist was redirected by that mysterious force, smashing into the ground nearby once again. Looking at the other's terrifying body, which was nearly 100 meters tall, Führer Ugly felt helpless, but Bang was equally uncomfortable.
Damn it, I can't hurt this guy at all. Chapter 138, Chapter 139, Atomic Slash. 1038 words. Chapter 139, Atomic Slash.
Bang was worst at fighting non-humanoid monsters. His exquisite martial arts were only suited for humanoid monsters.
Although the Führer Ugly before him was humanoid, just look at him, did he look human at all?
He was freaking 100 meters tall. Every one of Bang's attacks was enough to punch straight through an opponent, but they only left small holes in Führer Ugly's body, which healed themselves in less than 2 seconds. This made the fight incredibly frustrating for Bang. His attacks felt like he was just giving the opponent a massage. To describe it, it was like a tank with maxed out defense and health regeneration fighting an assassin with maxed out evasion.
Because the evasion was too high, the tank could never hit the assassin, but the assassin's attacks couldn't break the tank's defense either, leaving the two at a stalemate.
Führer Ugly had also realized this. After having the force of another attack diverted, he suddenly stopped and ceased throwing punches.
Enough! Neither of us can do anything to the other. Let's call it a day and stop here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Führer Ugly actually turned and ran without hesitation, completely ignoring Gums, who was still being pummeled by several other S-class heroes.
What a joke!
As Führer Ugly fled quickly, he scanned his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. The most powerful diamond sperm had been taken away by a mysterious person and hadn't been heard from since. That homeless emperor, who spent all day shouting about being an envoy of God, was tied up tightly by the opposing heroes. Nyan was nowhere to be found either, but given the situation, he was likely taken care of by the heroes.
As for Gums?
That guy was clearly just getting beaten up the whole time. Realizing his teammates were either AFK or captured, Führer Ugly, no matter how stupid he was, finally reacted. If he didn't run now, he'd likely be surrounded and beaten by the other S-class heroes. Although he considered his current strength to be very powerful, he wasn't confident enough to think he could take on all the S-class heroes alone. Just as Führer Ugly's thoughts were racing, a voice full of annoyance and anger suddenly rang out behind him.
Oi, oi, oi. Where do you think you're going? Take my blade.
Accompanied by a thunderous shout, Führer Ugly felt the surrounding air become sharp, as if countless swords were pointed at him. His dragon-level danger intuition made his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, he mobilized all his muscles to tighten them, enhancing his defense. Atomic Samurai had already appeared behind Führer Ugly. His long sword traced silver-white marks in the air, tearing through the atmosphere as countless sword scars surged upward, covering the sky.
Atomic Slash.
Führer Ugly only felt waves of chill pass through him, followed by tearing pain from all over his body, causing him to scream in agony. In an instant, a massive number of slash marks appeared on the surface of his powerful body. Every wound was deep enough to see the bone, and a large amount of blood splattered out. With a toothpick in his mouth, Atomic Samurai raised his hand to flick the residual blood off the blade, not turning back at all to look at the screaming Führer Ugly behind him. A true master swordsman does not look back at an opponent he has slashed to death.
In his view, this was just a monster with a large body whose defense was simply pathetic.
After being hit by his full-power atomic slash, there was no reason for this guy to be alive. And in the very next moment, a voice suppressed with extreme rage exploded across the battlefield. "You bastard, that really hurt. Ugly face-breaking punch."
Atomic Samurai's pupils suddenly constricted.
He turned and drew his sword without hesitation. The sharp blade, carrying sword energy, surged upward, slicing the fist Führer Ugly had swung at him in half on the spot. However, this was merely a feint. Führer Ugly grinned hideously. His other fist had appeared directly above Atomic Samurai at some unknown point, smashing down like a meteorite falling from the sky.
Not good. Atomic Samurai's heart skipped a beat.
He had just split one of Führer Ugly's fists. He was in the phase where his old strength was spent and new strength hadn't yet formed, leaving him completely unable to dodge.
Die. Watch me smash you into a meat pancake.
Just as the fist was about to land on Atomic Samurai, an elderly silver-haired figure arrived by his side.
Don't forget about me. You really are a fickle fellow.
Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Bang leaped into the air, his palms, carrying the intent of flowing water, landing lightly on Führer Ugly's descending fist.
The next second, Führer Ugly felt his immense power being guided away.
His fist smashed into the ground beside them once more, leaving a massive crater in the surface.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all!
At this moment, Führer Ugly felt extremely frustrated. This was the most humiliating fight of his life. Blood flowed continuously from his body, and this crimson blood had almost formed small streams beneath his feet. While Führer Ugly certainly possessed impressive physical regeneration, his body had been sliced open with numerous gashes by the atomic slash. For now, he could only barely stop the bleeding. Full recovery would take some time. Looking at the hideously twisted face of Führer Ugly, who was clearly blinded by rage, Bang's gaze fell behind him, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seems the real finishing move has arrived.
It hurts. You were having a lot of fun hitting me just now, weren't you?
A roar of anger suddenly erupted. Führer Ugly felt a piercing gale coming from behind him. Filled with fury, he didn't even think before turning and throwing a punch. In an instant, a curved bat collided head-on with that fist as large as a house. After a brief stalemate, accompanied by the sound of shattering flesh, Führer Ugly's entire arm was actually blasted into a mist of blood by that single strike.
Chapter 139, Chapter 140, even shorter than me. 1038 words. Chapter 140, even shorter than me.
Warg. Führer Ugly let out a shrill scream, staggering back several steps. He clutched his severed arm in disbelief, his face filled with terror.
Impossible. My body was enhanced by Lord God, how could it be damaged to this extent by a mere human?
In front of Führer Ugly's massive frame stood a tiny human, about 1.7 meters tall. He wore a tattered red short-sleeved shirt, and his black hair was soaked with blood that dripped down his face. His already unfriendly gaze had become even more ferocious. Metal Bat held his bat, which was bent out of shape. The shrill screams echoed in his ears, and he picked his ear in annoyance.
What are you screaming for? So noisy. Didn't I just break one of your hands? I've had dozens of bones shattered by you and didn't make a sound. For someone so big, you sure are a coward. Metal Bat's mockery was like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into Führer Ugly's heart. Before becoming a monster, he had suffered humiliation in human society because of his ugly appearance, enduring countless cold stares and ridicule. After becoming a monster, he gained the ability to grow stronger the uglier he became, but the monsterization also made him incredibly irritable and hateful toward anything beautiful. At this moment, shame and rage intertwined in his soul. Führer Ugly's eyes turned completely blood red, and his sanity was wiped clean.
His body, already 100 meters tall, suddenly swelled again. The flesh on his body made a viscous squelching sound, and the exploded arm and wounds shredded by atomic slash began to heal continuously. What God bestowed upon Führer Ugly was not just a massive body and greater strength, but also a powerful regenerative ability that could erupt in life or death situations. Although this potent self-healing ability consumed Führer Ugly's own life energy, he no longer cared. Now, he only wanted to ruthlessly crush the 3 ants before him. Looking at the pile of mangled flesh before him, Tank Top Master, who was so distorted he no longer looked human, Child Emperor's brow furrowed. It could be said that if he hadn't sensed a faint trace of life from Tank Top Master, he would have almost declared him dead. How do we save this? Even with the advanced technology we have, it's impossible to piece Tank Top Master back together, right? Child Emperor's tone was heavy. If he really couldn't be saved, then the S-Class hero ranks would lose a member. Child Emperor had observed Tank Top Master's usual behavior. Although he was a bit indulgent with his subordinates, he was warm-hearted and a representative of hard work and progress. It could be said that 110% of the Tank Top family's conscience was concentrated in their leader, while the other Tank Top series heroes were 10% in debt. Drive Knight's crimson mechanical eye stared at Tank Top Master. After a brief scan, he also shook his head. Physical body damage is as high as 85%. Almost every bone in his body shows comminuted fractures, and even his heart, a critical organ, was crushed. If it weren't for Tank Top Master's own incredibly strong vitality and the fact that his brain wasn't crushed, he would have been dead long ago. Injuries of this magnitude would easily kill any ordinary person, even if they were halved. In Drive Knight's view, it was already impressive that Tank Top Master had held on until now. In his current state, even if he could be kept alive, it would only increase his suffering. Child Emperor and Drive Knight were both technical representatives of the Hero Association. They knew in their hearts that even within the Hero Association, there was almost no technology capable of healing Tank Top Master. If there's really no other way, let's just put Tank Top Master out of his misery. After all, he is a comrade in arms. With a look of reluctance, Child Emperor clenched his fists and spoke those cold words. Drive Knight did not answer, but his silence was a sign of agreement. Just as the two were about to give Tank Top Master a quick end, Pig God, who was fighting Gums in the distance, happened to see this scene. Minutes ago, Pig God had managed to escape from Gums' stomach by struggling desperately inside while Watchdog Man provided continuous attacks from the outside. Seeing Child Emperor and Drive Knight preparing to finish off Tank Top Master, his eyes, hidden behind layers of fat, suddenly widened, and an urgent shout burst from his mouth. Tank Top Master can still be saved. Snap his tank top. Ha! Hearing Pig God's reminder, Child Emperor and Drive Knight were first stunned, then surprised to find that while Tank Top Master himself had been crushed into a pixelated mess, the seemingly ordinary blue tank top he wore was completely unharmed. Could it be there's something special about this tank top? Child Emperor couldn't help but recall that whenever he saw Tank Top Master, the man was almost always promoting his tank top supremacy philosophy, cherishing his tank top like a treasure. With a nothing-to-lose attitude, a mechanical arm extended from the small backpack behind Child Emperor, grabbed the strap of Tank Top Master's blue tank top, pulled it long, and then snapped it back hard. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp snapping sound, a miraculous scene occurred. The pile of pixelated flesh began to squirm continuously, slowly piecing itself back into a human form. Under the shocked gazes of Child Emperor and Drive Knight, the humanoid pixelation became more refined. Skin grew rapidly, facial features were outlined, and his signature short blonde hair and powerful muscles were restored at high speed. In just over 10 seconds, Tank Top Master, who had looked dead no matter how you sliced it, was fully resurrected just by snapping his tank top. Ha! Wasn't I just crushed? I'm actually still alive? Tank Top Master's surprised voice rang out, but Child Emperor instinctively took a step back, his eyes filled with both relief and shock. Relief because Tank Top Master had survived after all. Shock because, why the hell have you turned into a 1.2 meter tall muscular man? You're even shorter than me. T/N/M? Is this canon, or just in this book? Though in canon, I think he became chubby but stronger. Chapter 140, Chapter 141, It feels like being tumbled in a washing machine.
1092 words. Chapter 141, It Feels Like Being Tumbled in a Washing Machine.
Just as Tank Top Master opened his eyes, he saw Child Emperor and Dried Knight looking at him with strange expressions. He lowered his head, looked at his body which still possessed robust muscles, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Thankfully, all these muscles I worked so hard for are still here.
Sure enough, the tank top is the most solid belief. Only the tank top can lead us through the encirclement.
Without needing to think, Tank Top Master knew that the Hero Association's technology was completely incapable of saving him when he was crushed into a mosaic. Therefore, his ability to recover in perfect condition must be attributed to the tank top.
Why does Child Emperor seem taller? Did he use some special technological means? Why is Drive Knight so tall from my perspective? Could it be that he equipped some kind of special external armor?
Tank Top Master suddenly noticed something was wrong. The two people in front of him seemed excessively tall, and they kept observing him with strange looks. Filled with confusion, Tank Top Master couldn't bear their strange gazes any longer and asked,
"What's wrong? Is there something on my face?"
Mosquito voice. The moment the words left his mouth, Child Emperor's mouth twitched, and he nearly burst out laughing, but he forcibly held it back.
Hearing his own voice, Tank Top Master's pupils suddenly contracted.
He incredulously touched his throat and tried, horrified.
Ha! Mosquito voice.
Mosquito voice.
Mosquito voice. What is going on?
Why has my voice become so high-pitched?
Mosquito voice.
After trying for a full minute, Tank Top Master slumped onto the ground, his face ashen, finally accepting the fact that his voice had become a mosquito buzz. He also learned the details of his revival from Child Emperor and Drive Knight, realizing that it was indeed the miraculous power of the tank top that allowed him to come back to life. It was just that the price of this revival was a bit too much to handle. If Tank Top Master hadn't guessed wrong, this revival consumed his physical mass, causing his vocal cords to shrink along with it. However, because Tank Top Master's subconscious desire was not to lose muscle, the tank top, acting as the vessel of his belief, did not reduce his muscles but instead directly lowered his entire height significantly. In other words, Tank Top Master had now become a muscular dwarf, and he wouldn't recover for several months. Child Emperor opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort the crestfallen Tank Top Master.
Never mind.
I'll develop a super effective version of protein powder just for him later.
Deep in the starry sky. How much further is it?
I haven't even seen a shadow of the sun yet. Saitama moved his hands forward, his legs constantly bending, kicking back, and closing, repeating the frog stroke motion, traversing the starry sky at a terrifying speed extremely close to the speed of light. But even so, in this region located a full light year away from the solar system, even if Saitama was infinitely close to the speed of light, it would still take him over a year to arrive. Just then, a dazzling silver light suddenly erupted against the backdrop of the lonely, dark starry sky.
Saitama turned his head in confusion, only to see a spatial rift emitting an intense silver light slowly appear. Not every part of the universe is indestructible, occasionally, fragile regions appear.
After experiencing violent space turbulence, there is a chance for these regions to connect with reality, resulting in a temporary spatial rift, which quickly heals. Although Saitama didn't understand any of this, he could feel a river-like force inside that could carry someone along. Furthermore, a certain inner feeling told him that stepping inside would definitely be the right choice. Forget it, constantly flying in this place isn't working, and I might even be going the wrong way. I'll give it a try. Saitama suddenly recalled that he had previously accidentally touched a region emitting silver light, causing him to instantly teleport from Earth directly to this desolate space. So if I touch it again, won't I be able to teleport right back? Thinking this, Saitama swam over without hesitation, then grabbed the spatial rift with both hands and exerted force with both arms simultaneously. The next second, the spatial rift emitted the crisp sound of shattering glass, and the area constantly surrounded by space turbulence was forcibly pried open by Saitama. Off we go. Saitama pulled backward with both hands, and his entire body immediately shot straight into the spatial rift like a cannonball, instantly becoming submerged in the silver tide. If someone who understood the Tao of space were to witness this, they would absolutely be scared stiff on the spot. These accidentally appearing spatial rifts are often filled with incredibly violent space turbulence, capable of tearing apart everything in existence. It could be said that even a powerhouse like Blast, who is at the threshold of the divine rank and highly proficient in the Tao of space, would not dare to rashly enter such a naturally occurring spatial rift. The slightest mistake would result in being torn to shreds. However, the bald demon king jumped right in without any precautions, and his entire body was swept into the ocean of space turbulence.
Whoa! It feels like being tumbled in a washing machine. Saitama only felt dizzy and disoriented. His entire body was being violently tossed around by the surging and fierce space turbulence, traversing universal space in an extremely cheating manner. Die! 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 Ugly face-breaking punch. The Führer Ugly was practically insane, desperately swinging his enormous fists. Every punch made the earth tremble, and every punch shattered the surface, creating massive craters. Atomic Samurai flew up, his long sword instantly delivering thousands of consecutive slashes before he gracefully landed behind the Führer Ugly. As he removed the toothpick from his mouth and flicked it lightly, blood blossoms suddenly erupted all over the Führer Ugly's body, and countless chunks of flesh were shredded by the long sword. The enraged Führer Ugly, stimulated by the pain, roared and swung his fist toward Atomic Samurai. Atomic Samurai, however, remained completely calm, leisurely placing the toothpick back into his mouth, looking perfectly composed. The next second, Bang had appeared beside Atomic Samurai without him noticing, and a palm glowing with faint blue light was thrust out. Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Chapter 141, Chapter 142, In Taking It Back. 1095 words. Chapter 142, I'm Taking It Back. With a clever burst of the power of Water Stream, Führer Ugly's fist was deflected once again. His entire face turned red with rage, his features twisting together. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why is everyone targeting me like this? Is it just because I'm ugly? You bunch of bastards who look better than me all deserve to die. Führer Ugly shrieked manically, his violent sound waves even creating ripples in the air, making the eardrums of Bang and the others ache. Why are you yelling so loud? An annoyed voice suddenly rang out from beside Führer Ugly. Taking advantage of the monster's rage, Metal Bat had somehow closed in and raised his bat high. From an angle invisible to the others, an invisible aura was continuously erupting from Metal Bat's body, then surging into the bat like a tide. Metal pummel! Metal Bat shouted, slamming his bat hard against Führer Ugly's leg. Accompanied by the clear sound of tearing flesh and breaking bone, Führer Ugly's left leg was smashed directly into a less-than-sign shape. Howling in pain, Führer Ugly lost his balance due to the broken leg and tumbled to the ground, his massive body slamming into the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. He struggled to lift his head, his already hideous face now smeared with dust, looking even more disgusting. His sanity completely eroded, his eyes turned blood red as he frantically smashed his fist into the spot where Metal Bat had just been. However, while heavily injured, Metal Bat's attributes had all been greatly enhanced. He simply leaped high to dodge the fist and then landed on Führer Ugly's back. Metal Bat brushed back his hair. The blood on his face held his hair up high, forming a perfect pompadour. You're ugly and you're loud as hell. I've been sick of looking at you for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Metal Bat leaned back, the muscles in his arms bulging instantly as he slammed his bat down hard onto Führer Ugly's spine. A cack! Führer Ugly's 100-meter-tall body was smashed into a V shape. The ground beneath him cracked, sending debris flying everywhere. With his spine shattered, Führer Ugly immediately lost the ability to move and could only wriggle helplessly on the ground. His voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with utter malice and weakness. Die! I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to destroy your faces. Enough! A thunderous roar suddenly exploded in Führer Ugly's ears. In his vision, which was blurred by blood, a twisted humanoid creature suddenly appeared. The humanoid creature had no facial features, and its voice was grand and vast, yet filled with the anger of one disappointed by incompetence. What a bunch of trash! You are unworthy of my power. I am taking it back.
The moment Führer Ugly heard these words, he felt the divine power within his body being continuously drained, flowing into the void. His massive body began to shrink, and his life force was being pulled away along with the divine power. His once powerful physical body gradually became weak. Realizing he was about to die, Führer Ugly's eyes were filled with terror as he shook his head desperately. "No! Lord God! You can't do this! Please, no! I can still keep fighting! I can still keep killing them! Shut up! You useless things! I will take it back from all of you! You no longer have the right to continue living! No, please!" Führer Ugly's cries grew weaker as his massive body gradually turned into a dried corpse, his skin sagging as he died completely. The S-Class trio, having witnessed the entire process, were completely bewildered. Metalbat, still standing on Führer Ugly's back, was stunned to find that the opponent had turned into a corpse that looked like it had been baked in the sun for dozens of days. What's going on? How did this guy just dry up after being beaten to death? Atomic Samurai's nose twitched as he gripped his sharp longsword tightly, scanning the surroundings with a heavy gaze. Something's not right. I feel a dangerous presence nearby. This place is not safe. Bang's brow furrowed. He could sense that the energy and life force within Führer Ugly had been drained by an unknown entity. Combining that with Führer Ugly's terrified expression before death, he immediately guessed the truth of the matter. It seems the mastermind behind the scenes, known as God, has made a move. It looks like he is very dissatisfied with the performance of these dragon-level monsters. Atomic Samurai raised an eyebrow, his gaze as sharp as a sword, his body emitting a keen aura. You mean that guy calling himself God is planning to enter the fray himself? Metal Bat sneered, his hands tightly gripping his bat, the blood flowing down his face adding to his ferocity. I don't care if it's a god or not. Let him take a hit from my bat first. On the other side, Pig God and Watchdog Man, who were fighting Gums, both sensed something wrong at the same time and instinctively backed away dozens of meters. Gums let out a terrified shriek as if he had seen something that filled him with extreme dread. His bloody maw almost split open as he kept retreating. However, amidst Gums' terrified screams and under the astonished gazes of Pig God and Watchdog Man, his bloated body, which looked like a white glutinous rice ball, began to shrink rapidly, shriveling up at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, Gums' mummified body crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. At the same time, Tatsumaki felt Homeless Emperor struggling desperately behind her. Her brow furrowed as she said coldly, "You filthy, stinking middle-aged hobo, stay still. Or I won't mind twisting off your fifth limb right now." When she turned her head and saw Homeless Emperor's expression, she was suddenly stunned. At this moment, Homeless Emperor's eyes were full of resentment and extreme terror, his face having turned deathly pale. Lord God! I beg you, do not take away my power. I still want revenge. I still want to keep fighting for you. Don't take it away. No matter how he cried out, God remained unmoved. In fact, Homeless Emperor was one of the subjects God wanted to strip power from the most. After all, this guy carried 2 portions of power, yet his combat record was so abysmal, it was better to just take it back early. Chapter 142, Chapter 143, I'm finally getting a cheat? 954 words. Chapter 143, I'm finally getting a cheat? At this moment, Homeless Emperor's fanatical faith in God completely collapsed. No. Lord God! You can't do this to me. Homeless Emperor had always believed that God, as the great existence who gave him power and helped him out of his predicament, was his well-deserved savior. But now, God was taking back the power and even calling him trash. This proved that God had never truly looked at him from the start, treating him only as a vessel for power. Thinking of this, Homeless Emperor felt his heart shatter, his face involuntarily twisting into a hideous expression. No! You can't do this to me. As your messenger, I have always been solving your problems. Fighting for you in the human world. You can't just. Bullshit! God's deafening roar erupted like heavenly thunder. Homeless Emperor, who had been venting his emotions, instantly froze in place, completely dazed. At this moment, God, in the alternate dimension, was so angry he laughed, a wide-open mouth appearing on his twisted face. "You have the damn nerve to say that. You say you are my messenger in the human world and I shouldn't strip you of your power? Then tell me, what have you done? What have you achieved? You carried 2 portions of power, possessed infinite firepower, and had stronger divine power than your other companions, yet what did you do? You achieved nothing. Now you're even being held prisoner. You even have the gall to blame me. You are trash." Homeless Emperor was stunned. His lips twitched as he tried to speak, but he suddenly felt a powerful suction force strike him. Eowa. God expressed extreme anger at Homeless Emperor's disrespect. When he drained others, he would do it as quickly as possible. But while draining Homeless Emperor, he intentionally slowed down, forcing him to feel his life force and divine power being extracted simultaneously, a pain akin to having his tendons pulled and bones stripped. Shrill screams pierced the sky. Homeless Emperor's face was filled with extreme terror, his whole body convulsed uncontrollably, and his body withered at a visible rate. Soon, as his divine power and life force completely vanished, Homeless Emperor's screams stopped abruptly. He turned into a mummified corpse and lay motionless on the ground. Even Nyan, who was already dying in the distance, was not spared. With a final scream, its remaining life force and divine power were completely drained, and it collapsed as a mummy. Zombie Man, who had already regenerated, wiped the blood from his face and looked at the dead Homeless Emperor in surprise, his voice filled with deep confusion. "This guy is dead? And he died such a miserable death, as if he saw some terrifying existence before he died. Was it God?" Tatsumaki's expression was very grim. She had held back for so long, fearing she might lose control and twist Homeless Emperor into a pretzel, only for this guy to die before any information could be tortured out of him. Then didn't I hold back for nothing? Noticing the disappearance of all special life signatures on the field, Bang looked up, his brow furrowed with heavy solemnity. "These guys are all dead, and the power that so-called God bestowed upon them has been taken back." Metal Bat slumped onto the ground. Due to excessive blood loss, his head was spinning. "So, Old Man Bang, what do you think the situation is now?" Bang scanned the area. The once prosperous City Z was now a mess, reduced to ashes after the clash between the S-Class heroes and the 5 Dragon-level executives. Even though the 4 Dragon-level executives who were their rivals had fallen, everyone present was a powerhouse and could sense a hint of unease. At their level, intuition was often accurate. Once they had a bad premonition, it was likely to come true. Thinking of this, a muscular figure shining with brilliant light suddenly flashed through Bang's mind, and his pupils constricted slightly. If God concentrates all his power onto the strongest dragon-level executive, how should we respond? Hearing this, Metal Bat was first stunned, then his expression changed as he involuntarily tightened his grip on his bat. That guy is indeed strong. Even now, I can't guarantee my attacks could hurt him. I hope that always mysterious Blast can finish the fight. If he can't handle it, then we'll all go together. A bunch of useless mongrels. God looked at the 4 clusters of light in his hand, mixtures of divine power and life force. Chaotic colors constantly radiated from his body, a sign that his life chi had reached its peak. King stood beside God. He was now even able to barely move within the alternate dimension, though his movements were very slow due to the shackles of the seal. But even so, this was already a terrifying level of progress. God understood this as well. He knew that the strongest man on Earth, whom he had personally trained, was about to break free. While distributing power to other dragon-level executives could create more effective forces to rival the Hero Association, God never wanted a stalemate. He wanted an absolute breakthrough. Thinking of this, God raised his hand and made a stroke in the void, and a scene appeared within the alternate dimension. In the image, the shockwaves from the constant battle between Blast and Diamond Sperm shattered the planet's surface, with violent booms echoing across the world. I give all 4 portions of divine power to you. I hope you don't disappoint me. Diamond Sperm, who was passionately fighting Blast, suddenly heard God's indifferent voice in his ear. His spirits were immediately lifted. Holy crap! I'm finally getting a cheat? Chapter 143, Chapter 144, Sun Sperm.
Appearance. 1173 words. Chapter 144, Sunsperm. Appearance. In an instant, a spatial rift quickly emerged behind Diamond Sperm, and 4 orbs of light emitting powerful life force projected out from it, all surging into his body. Diamond Sperm felt an incredibly violent heat current surging out from within his body, and his already powerful physique became even more formidable at an extremely fast speed. The aura he radiated even caused the space around him to faintly distort. This all happened too quickly, so fast that even Blast didn't have time to stop it. Noticing that Diamond Sperm's power was rising at an explosive speed, Blast's scalp instantly went numb. This is trouble. This God awakened was already powerful. I didn't expect God to value him so much. I must stop his continuous evolution. As a being who plays a game of chess against God, Blast could clearly feel the divine power within Diamond Sperm continuously expanding. It was clearly God's blessing that allowed him to evolve. Power bestowed by others is ultimately not one's own, so Blast only needed to strike in time to interrupt it, and he might be able to block the process of Diamond Sperm absorbing God's power. Spatial Gravity Fist. Blast's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly took a step forward. His fists glowed with a silver radiance, and terrifying gravity was added to them as he unleashed a frantic barrage at a speed of hundreds of punches per second. Boom! 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 In front of him, dozens of circular spatial tunnels appeared, and Blast's fists accurately smashed into them. The other ends of the spatial tunnels appeared one after another around Diamond Sperm. In the next second, at the very moment the fists were about to land on Diamond Sperm, he showed a look of disdain. Too slow, and too weak. Diamond Sperm's body jolted, and an energy shockwave containing violent divine power spread outward from his body as the center, instantly destroying all the surrounding spatial tunnels. Blast frowned deeply and helplessly redirected his gravity punches, smashing them all into the distant ground. The moment his fists hit the planet's surface, an apocalyptic mushroom cloud slowly rose along with a violent explosion. Thousands of layers of soil shattered and sank, only to be forcibly pulled back by an invisible force. Realizing he could no longer stop Diamond Sperm, Blast felt a vain throb in his head. Even as the mysterious powerhouse ranked S-Class Rank 1, he didn't know what to do now. With the opponent backed by God, most of his methods were useless, and he couldn't even stop the other's evolution. He was truly in trouble now. In that case, Blast's 2 fists collided fiercely in front of his chest. Silver radiance spread continuously with his movements, and the space here was reinforced to be even more stable. If he could no longer stop him from becoming stronger, then he must at least restrict him here. If such a powerful God awakened were allowed to return to Earth, everything would be over. While continuously reinforcing the space of this planet, Blast observed Diamond Sperm's evolution process. The more he watched, the more his heart pounded with fear, and the uneasy premonition in his heart grew stronger. At this moment, Diamond Sperm had lost his original brilliant luster. His entire body seemed to be flowing with thick lava, and scorching flames spread continuously across his skin. As the divine power and powerful life force inside him rampaged, Diamond Sperm's body visibly expanded, turning directly into a circular sphere nearly 100 meters wide. A cringeworthy sound rang out as Diamond Sperm's face contorted in a grimace. He actually managed to compress all the energy within his body, his figure gradually shrinking back to a normal height of 2 meters. Bang! An invisible shockwave spread around him, and a 1,000-meter-deep abyss formed beneath his feet. The surrounding air distorted from the scorching temperature. His well-built figure still possessed perfect muscles, but his surface was no longer brilliant. Instead, it burned with inextinguishable golden flames. This wasn't fire in the true sense, but rather the manifestation of the terrifying life force leaking from his body. Sunsperm, appearance. Feeling the power within him that was countless times stronger than before, Sunsperm felt like he was the sole ruler of heaven and earth, and a look of intoxication unconsciously appeared on his face. Blast felt the sensation of being suppressed, and his pupils couldn't help but contract slightly. This guy, has he actually become this powerful? In that case, let's test his depth first. Spatial slash. Blast's fingertips swiped through the void, and the space around Sunsperm's lower body quickly cracked open as if struck by some invisible slash. However, facing this spatial level attack,
Sun's sperm only smiled mockingly and then reached his hand toward his lower body.
Clang!
Accompanied by the crisp sound of clashing metal, the cracked space was forcibly pressed back by a palm burning with golden flames.
What? Blast's eyes widened.
He clearly hadn't expected Sun's sperm to be so powerful that he could forcibly compress space back together, and his heart was filled with shock.
After receiving God's blessing, has this guy actually become so strong? Then I definitely cannot back down.
Thinking of the life on Earth, thinking of everyone in the Hero Association, and thinking that the hope of humanity rested on his shoulders, Blast's gaze became increasingly determined.
He absolutely could not let Sun's sperm return to Earth.
And in the very next moment, Sun's sperm's voice actually came from behind Blast, sounding somewhat lazy.
I say, old man, just how long are you going to keep looking? I've long since stopped being there.
Blast's pupils, hidden under his yellow goggles, suddenly contracted. With a flash of silver light, he instantly activated his spatial ability to teleport tens of kilometers away. His speed is actually this fast too. He truly is the most powerful God awakened I've seen so far. But fortunately, before me, who possesses spatial abilities, speed is just a number. I say, you've already been dazing here for 0.2 seconds.
Why are you as slow as a snail?
Blast felt a blur before his eyes, and that tall figure, like a god with his whole body burning in golden flames, had already appeared in front of him, face full of smiles. With a spatial flicker, Blast disappeared from the spot again. Simultaneously, countless spatial tunnels appeared in the sky above this planet.
Blast's figure shuttled at a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye, flashing back and forth across the planet's surface.
Yet, in the face of such frequent spatial transfers, Sun's sperm relied solely on his terrifyingly enhanced speed and was always able to reach Blast's side the moment he appeared. After several thousand consecutive transfers, even Blast's face turned slightly pale, and the shock in his heart was beyond words.
You've got to be kidding me. Is there no limit to this guy's speed? How can he still keep up? Chapter 144, Chapter 145, Something's Wrong. 1075 words. Chapter 145, Something's Wrong.
Sun's sperm was currently resting his hands behind his head in a reclining position, surrounded by circles of white airwaves. These weren't airwaves, but shattered sonic booms. On the surface of this planet with 10 times gravity, Sun's sperm could still maintain a speed of over dozens of times the speed of sound with such ease. It could be said that at this time, Sun's sperm had devoured 6 portions of the god's power, possessing 30% of the god's divine power, and had even absorbed the life essence of the other 4 dragon-level executives, thoroughly entering the divine rank. And Blast, who was only at the threshold of the divine rank and could be called the gatekeeper of the divine rank, naturally felt powerless facing Sun's sperm. Seeing that even using spatial travel couldn't shake off Sun's sperm, Blast's brows furrowed tightly. His figure, which had been constantly shuttling through space, came to a halt, and he hovered in midair by manipulating gravity. Seeing Blast stop his movements, Sun's sperm floated to a position only 2 or 3 meters away from him, the blazing golden flames on his body turning into a violent heat wave that swept over. Even if Sun's sperm didn't intentionally release his life energy, just relying on this heat, which was enough to instantly raise the surrounding space by thousands of degrees, was already enough to kill the vast majority of living beings. Without the slightest hesitation, Blast clenched his fists tightly, manipulating gravity to push his speed to the limit. Then, gravity compressed tens of thousands of times condensed fiercely in his fists. 20 is 000x gravity punch. This was the true limit of what Blast could control, and gravity of this magnitude could only cover the area of his fists. He wouldn't be able to withstand any more than that. Sensing the power of Blast's fists at this moment, Sun's sperm raised an eyebrow, finally showing a hint of interest.
Not bad.
At least among the humans I know, you're already the second strongest guy. You should be proud. The moment the words fell, Sun's sperm moved. Thousands of fists, enveloped in blazing flames, achieved what was nearly a light speed strike. Blast's 20,000x gravity punch was submerged by the sky full of fist shadows, and the vast, sea-like divine power crushed his gravity halo.
Ugh!
Sharp pain radiated from all over his body as his wide white armor shattered in an instant. Blast was sent flying backward in a sorry state, crashing heavily onto the ground.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The moment he made contact with the soil, the massive impact force he had endured was entirely funneled into the ground.
The entire planet trembled twice.
Large amounts of magma erupted from cracks in the surface, and a terrifying earthquake swept across the entire ground. The surface was shaking, the magma was roaring, the sky was falling, and space was shattering. Blast lay miserably in a massive crater nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, unable to stop coughing up blood. If he hadn't used spatial power to divert that force in time just now, he might have been turned into a blood mist on the spot. Just then, Sun's sperm appeared before Blast in a flash. Seeing his wretched state, the smile on his face grew even more exuberant.
Tisk, TSK, TSK. So this is the mysterious powerhouse Blast, the S-class rank 1 of humanity? Not much to look at, is he? Didn't he just go down in 2 punches?
With that, Sun's sperm stood up on his own and threw a punch charged to the limit fiercely toward the sky. The violent shockwave spread in all directions, and the destructive energy directly tore through the space ahead, shattering it like glass.
Oh no! This guy actually tore space open.
Seeing this, Blast's pupils suddenly constricted, and alarm bells rang in his heart.
This God Awaken's power far exceeded his imagination.
If this guy were allowed to return to Earth, humanity would surely be slaughtered to the last person. In his understanding, although the S-class heroes each had their own unique strengths, even if they joined forces, they could never stand against the being before him. Blast wanted to stop him, but the moment the thought occurred, Sun's sperm glanced at him.
What do you want to do?
He pointed casually, and a compressed beam of energy shot from his finger, directly piercing through Blast's legs and rendering him unable to move. Looking at the wretched Blast, Sun's sperm turned his head in disdain. His figure gradually vanished into the torn spatial tunnel, leaving behind a sentence floating in the air.
I won't kill you, because you're one of the few humans who can still provide me with some fun.
You don't even have the qualification to be killed by me because you're too weak.
This lord is the strongest, ha 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 ha.
In the vast and lonely universe, a massive star continuously undergoing nuclear fusion and emitting light and heat floated quietly. The warmth of this star continuously shone upon the 7 planets here. This was the sole core of the solar system, the Sun. And at this moment, 50,000 kilometers from the Sun, a spatial rift quietly appeared. But the rift had appeared for less than 2 seconds before it began to heal, and in the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a slit.
Eh?
Unexpectedly, a cry of confusion came from within the spatial rift. The next second, a pair of hands wearing red plastic gloves firmly braced the top and bottom edges of the rift and then suddenly exerted force. Accompanied by the crisp sound of glass shattering, the owner of the hands, the bald demon king Satamak, crawled out from within. He turned his head and looked at the blazing and incomparably bright star, unable to help but squint his eyes, though the smile on his face gradually became more evident.
This seems to be the Sun. Am I back in the solar system? Saitama gazed into the distance, and his vision, which far exceeded human limits, soon locked onto a blue planet.
Found it, Earth. Saitama decisively struck a breaststroke pose, and as his legs retracted and kicked back, he sped toward Earth at sublight speed. At the same time, the god in the alternate dimension suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, and an ominous feeling arose.
Something's wrong. T/N Nigerundeo. Chapter 145, Chapter 146, Deathgate Pro Max version. 1183 words. Chapter 146, Deathgate Pro Max version. The moment Saitama returned to the solar system, God already sensed it. It was like a fierce tiger resting in its territory, only for a tiger tank to suddenly drive in. Even a tiger would hiss on the spot. At this moment, God was dumbfounded. He had originally overestimated this monster who transcended the rules, but no matter what, you still have to obey the laws of physics. God had even directly used Saitama's ability to move at superluminal speeds as the basis for his estimation. Facing a distance of 2 light years, it should have taken at least 2 hours to return. In the end, you're fucking telling me you crossed a full 2 light years in just half an hour? As expected. These guys who transcend the rules cannot be viewed through any law of the universe, damn it. Sensing God's intense emotional fluctuations, King, who was already able to move freely within the alternate dimension, curled his lips and casually patted his shoulder. Why such a sudden reaction? Let me guess, is it the bald demon king you fear the most who's come back, right?
At this, the smile on King's face grew even wider. As the boundless energy within him surged like a vast abyss and sea, the shackles on his body began to crumble at an even faster rate until they vanished without a trace.
Well then, next you'll have to face something even better. I'm already strong enough to ignore your seal. Isn't this double blessing great?
As he said this, although there was a smile on King's face, the killing intent in his eyes was completely undisguised.
Who could endure being forcibly pinned here for an hour, unable to even move, suffering the pain of bones being crushed every single moment, and even having to watch the earth they protect be invaded? Who the hell could bear this?
Seeing that King had completely achieved a breakthrough from the seal, God's heart sank, realizing his chances of victory had dropped once again. He had been fighting a blitzkrieg based on the time difference. His fundamental goal was to use his powerful subordinates to destroy the Hero Association and quickly take over the entire Earth before King broke the seal and before the bald demon King Saitama returned.
But he failed.
Now Saitama had returned to the solar system and was rapidly approaching Earth. And the king beside him had also grown to an incomparable level of strength, his power now equal to that of God.
That's right.
Through constant adaptation, King's strength had gradually climbed to the same level as God. This was why God could no longer seal him, as sealing effects are very weak against opponents of the same level. This was the most disgusting part of the adapt to heaven and earth talent. Facing an existence weaker than himself, King only needs to take a few attacks from the opponent to become immune to all their damage. Facing an existence stronger than himself, through continuous contact with the opponent's power, King's strength will gradually climb toward the opponent's level.
Those weaker than me, I adapt to in a second. Those stronger than me, I'll keep getting stronger until I reach your level, and then I'll adapt to you.
Without the slightest hesitation, blood-red steam erupted from King's body. The violent energy power instantly filled the entire alternate dimension. The reinforced space actually began to tremble and shatter, seemingly unable to withstand this fierce aura. At this, even King himself was shocked. He stared at his hands in disbelief and clenched his fists.
Am I already this powerful?
He could feel that the power within him was like a never-ending sea, continuously being transported to the gate of death. The energy in his body was simply inexhaustible. In other words, as long as he wanted to maintain it, he could sustain the gate of death state for a long time.
It had almost become his normal mode.
The current gate of death was the Gate of Death Pro Max version.
God watched King unleash his strength.
The chaotic colors on his body flickered continuously, and thousands of illusory stars appeared in the universe above, smashing toward King with world-destroying power. Facing such an attack, King simply raised his fists and threw out thousands of punches in an instant.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment. In the next second, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, the thousands of energy fist shadows transformed into surging blood dragons, accurately shattering every single star. Amidst the debris falling from the sky and the deafening explosions, King's eyes were calm, but the energy on his body burned even more vigorously. That's right, he no longer needed to use his feet to perform Night Guy. Every one of his attacks was now Night Guy. This was all the result of the energy power within him, which was enough to easily crush a planet. This energy enhancement made every one of King's punches and kicks extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, he had become a super stat monster. High damage on the left hook, high damage on the right.
Seeing his attack neutralized so easily, God still wanted to manipulate the time and space here to counterattack, but his vision blurred. And in the very next instant, King's fist, carrying the power to shatter space, smashed out, directly blowing apart God's head. Chaotic colors scattered everywhere. Although God had become a headless torso, he could still continue to speak.
Everything you do is in vain. Facing you mortals, I am an immortal and indestructible existence. Even if your power has now surpassed mine, so what? The power of a mortal can never harm a god who exists in a higher dimension. You will never be on the same level as me. The repeatedly blown apart god mocked him while frantically urging the sun's sperm, who had already reached the earth dimension, in his heart. He now only hoped that King would focus his attention on him. With Sun Sperm's formidable strength, it would take less than 2 minutes to kill everyone in the Hero Association.
By then, even if King and that rule-transcending bald guy rushed back to Earth, it would be to no avail. King remained silent, simply continuing to throw punches. After blowing God apart over 100 times in just 1 minute, King finally realized that this guy, God, really seemed unkillable. It wasn't that the guy immediately recovered or resurrected the moment he was blown apart. Rather, King felt that his power wasn't actually landing on the opponent. It was like blowing apart a phantom with a punch, a frustrating feeling of hitting cotton with all his might. It seems my attacks really can't hurt him, however, another person can definitely blow this guy apart with one punch. Thinking of this, King no longer hesitated and gave up on continuing to attack God. God's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition arose. He's stopped hitting me. Did he find out? Chapter 146, Chapter 147, I choose you, Garu. 1167 words. Chapter 147, I choose you, Garu. King seemed to sense God's emotions. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned slightly. Why is this guy's heart showing such urgency? Could it be that something major has happened on Earth? A few minutes ago, God had already blocked the light screens of the alternate dimension and Earth, so King couldn't learn about Earth's situation from them. It seems I need to go back as soon as possible. Thinking of this, King raised his hand and threw a punch. The power, enough to blow up an entire planet with a single strike, was concentrated into a single point, instantly smashing a huge hole in the alternate dimension. God still wanted to mock him a bit more, to let King continue beating him to stall for more time. You. What he didn't expect was that King didn't feel any pressure at all. He didn't even turn his head, jumping straight into the space turbulence. Looking at the crumbling alternate dimension and the disappearing King, God stood frozen in place. He floated in mid-air. Although his expression couldn't be seen because he had no facial features, if he had them now, he would surely look hideous. This is bad. God's unease reached its peak. Originally, his final plan was that if his subordinates couldn't kill everyone in the Hero Association before that bald man who transcends rules returned, he would risk damaging himself to actively reduce his dimensions and personally destroy the world. However, he couldn't do that now. The scenes of King easily killing him just now were still fresh in his mind. The reason he could still maintain the prestige of being immortal and indestructible was that a low-dimensional creature like King couldn't directly attack God, a high-dimensional creature. But if he chose to reduce his dimensions, he wouldn't even need that bald man who transcends rules to act. King would likely beat the crap out of him on the spot. If he couldn't enter the fray personally. God raised a hand to swipe open a light screen and began searching Earth for a host who could still carry his power. He had originally only used 30% of his divine power to nurture sun sperm, while the remaining 70% was used to suppress King. Now that King had successfully broken free, 70% of God's power was now available. One sun sperm was definitely not enough. Based on what God had just perceived, that guy wouldn't even need the bald man to act. He couldn't even beat King and would surely be killed in 2 punches. He had to find someone who could evolve independently and grow infinitely stronger, not trash like sun sperm who still needed him to instill power to evolve. The potential had to be great. It didn't matter how weak they were currently, with a heavy infusion of divine power, they would always become strong. What mattered was letting the other party grow independently afterward, constantly becoming stronger in battle. No, he couldn't let him control his own body. This time, he would control it himself. God thought of Homeless Emperor's pathetic performance earlier and subconsciously shuddered, deciding to operate the body manually this time. Information on countless people flashed through his mind, and God's gaze fixed on a white-haired young man wearing a zebra-patterned prison uniform. This young man had white hair that stood up as if it had been split down the middle with an axe. His muscles were well-defined, and at this moment, his sharp eyes were staring dissatisfiedly at the ceiling. God stroked his chin with his right hand, his will crossing space to lock onto the young man, his voice ecstatic. To think he possesses such massive potential. Garu? It's you! Meanwhile, at the prison. Garu stretched lazily, his gaze passing through the window and unconsciously drifting toward the prison wall in the distance where a large hole had been smashed. That damn gay guy seems to have left. A few days ago, when Garu was caught and put in prison by King, Puri prisoner found the young man quite wild-looking and was about to tease him when he was severely beaten by Garu. Since that day, Pori Pori prisoner realized that Garu was in existence on the same level as himself. Finding that he really couldn't do anything to the other party, Pori Pori prisoner could only choose to co-rule the prison with Garu for the time being. Garu knew that now was definitely a good time to escape from prison, but he wouldn't choose to do so. He decided to stay in prison and spar with Pori Pori prisoner for a while, and wait until he could completely crush the other party before choosing to leave. After all, going out meant embarking on the path of hero hunting. If he was still that weak and got slapped down by those powerful S-class heroes, it would be a joke. Just then, Garu, who was about to get out of bed, only felt a sense of emptiness beneath his feet. His whole body suddenly collapsed to the ground, entering a state of unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in a dark space. Before him was only a twisted humanoid creature reaching out a hand toward him. "Touch me, and I will grant you the greatest power, giving you the strength to hunt all the heroes in the world and making you the absolute evil." Although Garu didn't know what was happening, he could tell at a glance that the humanoid creature in front of him definitely had no good intentions. He sneered and prepared to swat the other's hand away. "This great me doesn't care who you are. Hunting heroes is my own business. Becoming the absolute evil is also my own business. Who wants your power? Get lost." Garu violently swatted away the other's palm, but the humanoid creature in front of him showed no sign of anger. Instead, it silently withdrew its hand and nodded. Physical contact achieved. "You will receive my power, become the most powerful god's proxy in the human world, and fight for me." "Ha!" Garu's eyes widened, and he immediately lost his cool. "Even swatting your hand away counts?" He opened his mouth, just about to curse out the humanoid creature's entire family, but his consciousness suddenly became blurred. "Damn it! I've been tricked." Across countless spaces, chaotic colors descended above the prison, turning into a pillar of light that reached from heaven to earth, all of it pouring into Garu's body. His body changed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His robust frame became even stronger, and black gold armor quickly formed on the surface of his body. And that human face was gradually shrouded by the vast and deep starry sky of the universe. T/N, Garu isn't as strong as in canon, so I doubt he can become Cosmic Garu. But oh well, author-sama is cooking, not me. Chapter 147, Chapter 148, What Did You Do to Blast? 1151 words. Chapter 148, What Did You Do to Blast? This transformation lasted for a full dozen or so seconds. During this time, a prisoner came to check the situation after hearing a dull thud on the ground. "Boss Garu, are you okay? I just heard something fall over here. Did you roll off the bed and hit the ground while sleeping?" If Pori Pori prisoner, as the former dictator of the prison, was an existence loathed and feared by countless inmates, then the newly appeared Boss Garu was their hope for resisting Pori Pori prisoner. Boss Garu possessed formidable strength and could protect them from being ruthlessly ravaged by Pori Pori prisoner. It could be said that in the hearts of these prisoners, Garu had almost become a savior-like figure. No response came from the deathly silent cell. The prisoner swallowed hard and finally decided to muster his courage to investigate. However, when he approached within 10 meters of the cell, a shocking scene occurred. The prisoner felt as if countless fine needles were piercing his body. The cells inside him seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing in the world, breaking down and festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His legs gave way, and the skin across his entire body turned into puddles of mud. He collapsed to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices, devoid of any breath of life. Inside the cell, Cosmic Garu slowly stood up. He lowered his head, looked at his strong body covered in black gold armor, and clenched his fists. "As expected of the physical body I personally created, it is indeed excellent. Combined with the inherent formidable potential of this human, it can already achieve infinite growth." God raised his head, his divine sense scanning the entire planet at extreme speed, quickly locking onto a region where powerful energy fluctuations were constantly erupting. "Found you." God took a step forward, his figure vanishing from the spot in a flicker, leaving only a streak of black light that lingered in the void for a long time. The entire prison fell into complete silence the moment God left, with only the dull thuds of bodies collapsing occurring continuously. All the prisoners had fallen to the ground, their dissolving skin sticking to their zebra-patterned prison uniforms. After completing his evolution, Cosmic Garou would constantly emit intense cosmic radiation, continuously killing all living organisms in the vicinity. And now, Cosmic Garou, piloted by God, was about to rush to the battlefield. Meanwhile, City Z, looking at the mess that was City Z, which had already turned into ruins, Child Emperor couldn't help but frown, sticking out his tongue to lick the lollipop in his hand. This is a bit of a problem. Although the disaster was controlled in time and only one city was destroyed, it's still a very significant loss. Moreover, Child Emperor turned his gaze to see Flashy Flash, Puri Puri Prisoner, and the heavily injured Metal Bat still lying on the ground, as well as Tank Top Master, who had shrunk into a 1.2-meter dwarf. Even Tatsumaki, known as the Tornado of Terror, was covered in blood at this moment, having sustained significant injuries. The losses for the Hero Association this time were nothing short of catastrophic. It could even be said that their vitality was severely damaged. Fortunately, Mr. King was there, otherwise, the Hero Association might not have just suffered a severe blow to its vitality, but could have been wiped out on the spot. One must know that according to the intelligence currently on hand, the 4 dragon-level monsters they had struggled to defeat were merely the subordinates of that god. And Mr. King, as the strongest man on Earth, had actually held back the mastermind, God, all by himself, preventing that unknown entity from making a single move throughout the entire battle. As expected of the strongest man on Earth, Child Emperor felt deep admiration in his heart, his worship of King growing even more. Without delaying further, he stuffed the lollipop into his mouth and pulled out his computer. His 10 fingers tapped out afterimages on the keyboard as he began to rapidly analyze the damage to City Z. Zombie Man sat atop the broken walls and ruins. After the multiple previous explosions, the clothes on his body had long since been blasted away, and that handsome grayish-black trench coat didn't even have a shred left. With no other choice, he somehow produced a pair of dust-covered pants. Bare-chested and lacking any sense of decorum, he silently smoked in the wind. Super Ally Darkshine stroked the missing chunk of muscle on his forearm, a hint of heartache showing in his eyes. To think that Monster had gouged out so much muscle this time, how long would it take to train and get it back? Oh, my muscles. Now that his mind had evolved, Darkshine would not lose his self-confidence just because of a minor injury. He would constantly look for areas where the opponent was weaker than him and use that for comparison to boost his own confidence. Tank Top Master, meanwhile, went up to a still intact piece of rubble, spreading his arms and gripping it tightly. With a loud shout, his muscles surged with power, and the remaining 3/4 of the building were easily hoisted onto his shoulders. Although my muscle size seems to have shrunk a lot, my physical body hasn't weakened too much. This is the power of the Tank Top. Everyone relaxed, or rather, everyone was waiting for 2 outcomes. The outcome of Mr. King's battle against the mastermind, God. And the outcome of the S-Class Rank 1 Blast's battle against the opponent's strongest dragon-level monster, Diamond Sperm. As long as the 2 of them won, everything would be settled. Suddenly, a massive pressure that made all the S-Class heroes' hearts sink descended abruptly, as if 10,000-fathom divine mountains were pressing down on them. The gazes of all the S-Class heroes simultaneously turned toward a seemingly ordinary wasteland, their eyes filled with intense shock. What's going on? A rift slowly tore open in the space above the empty ground, and a radiant figure burning with golden flames stepped out leisurely. He scanned everyone present, a kindly smile appearing on his face. Not bad, you're all gathered here. Saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. The lollipop in Child Emperor's mouth was instantly crushed. Countless high-tech weapons popped out of the small backpack on his back, and his pupils constricted instantly. This guy. Zombie Man pulled out his 2 specially made pistols from somewhere, their dark muzzles aimed at the newly appeared sun sperm, his gaze full of solemnity. Looking at that familiar form, could it be? Tatsumaki's face turned pale, veins throbbing on her forehead. That delicate face was gradually replaced by a look of ferocity and disbelief. You damn bastard. What did you do to Blast? Chapter 148, Chapter 149, All Trump Cards Released. 1085 words. Chapter 149, All Trump Cards Released. At this moment, Tatsumaki felt a complete sense of panic. In her 28 years of life, she had experienced countless battles, but she had never felt so flustered, her mind going completely blank like this.
Hadn't Blast already pulled this guy into a fight? And now this monster has come out.
Tatsumaki's gaze quickly swept the surroundings, but she still couldn't see that figure in the white combat suit sporting stubble. Regret, pain, horror, anger, countless emotions surged in Tatsumaki's heart. Her inner world had become a kaleidoscope of emotions.
I'm going to kill you. With a thought, Tatsumaki's psychic power immediately went into overdrive.
A vast, ocean-like psychic power erupted from her body, instantly transforming into thousands of chains that firmly bound Sun Sperm in place.
Feeling that the opponent was indeed locked down, Tatsumaki's eyes turned cold.
She clenched her hands tightly, and the chains immediately began to pull in all directions. She actually intended to tear Sun Sperm into pieces just like that. However, facing this above-dragon-level attack, Sun Sperm's body didn't even budge, as if this level of attack was nothing more than a triviality to him.
Is this some kind of bondage play? Little sister, you're really impatient.
Sun Sperm took a step forward with a smile.
The countless psychic chains on his body shattered in an instant.
Tatsumaki also suffered a severe backlash, bleeding from her eyes, nose, and mouth in a single moment.
Almost at the next moment, the S-Class heroes reacted simultaneously, unleashing their strongest moves without hesitation. Super Alloy Darkshine's muscles pulsed as if they had a life of their own, radiating a translucent luster.
He charged forward like a 100-ton truck carrying a massive load of steel coils. His heavy footsteps stomped deep craters into the ground as he raised his arm high, lifting his elbow which shimmered with a dark, glossy light.
Super Alloy Rocket Elbow.
Although Tank Top Master was still in his 1.2-meter dwarf state, he also unleashed all his strength. He charged with his arms crossed over his chest, his speed nearly breaking the sound barrier.
Tank Top Tackle. The countless high-tech weapons behind Child Emperor merged instantly, turning into a sleek, technologically beautiful Azure cannon. A swift blue beam of light roared from the muzzle. Laser Destruction Cannon. Bang's figure flickered as he appeared behind Sun Sperm.
Looking at those raging golden flames, his expression couldn't help but turn grim.
Damn it, if I land this punch, won't my hand get scorched? Despite the thought, as an S-Class hero, Bang did not hesitate.
He pushed his martial arts mastery to the limit, his raised palms swirling with the faint blue intent of flowing water.
Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Atomic Samurai had already closed in.
The long sword in his hand glinted with a piercing cold light under the sun. His wanderer's attire fluttered in the gale as thousands of sword lights flashed through the void.
Atomic Slash.
The moment Sun Sperm appeared, Metal Bat had already punched himself several times, each punch heavier than the last, even knocking out 2 teeth.
His aura had now stacked to its peak.
Though his face was covered in blood, he radiated a violent air. His bat whistled as it swung, creating white shockwaves.
Metal Bat Pummel.
Even Watchdog Man, who had never used a skill and always relied on basic attacks, had reached Sun Sperm's side. Sharp claws appeared on his forelimbs as he slashed hundreds of times in succession. Wild slashes.
Drive Knight didn't choose to fire from a distance, as doing so would likely blow away the melee S-Class heroes near Sun Sperm. The ports in his palms quickly extended 2 golden laser swords. Propelled by his thrusters, he flew directly in front of Sun Sperm, his entire body bursting with golden light like a massive, blazing sun. Overdrive Mode, Laser Slash.
In an instant, all the S-Class heroes unleashed their most powerful skills simultaneously, holding nothing back. A premonition in their hearts told them that if they didn't give it their all against this guy who suddenly appeared, they would definitely die. Facing the trump cards of the S-Class heroes, Sun Sperm showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, he stretched lazily as if bored and began to crack his joints. All these special effects look pretty cool, but the power is a bit lacking. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, the speed of the S-Class heroes had already far exceeded human limits, moving so fast that they left after images. But in Sun Sperm's eyes, this speed was simply slow as hell, no different from a snail's crawl. In this bullet time of reaction, Sun Sperm even did a set of radio calisthenics. Once fully warmed up, he gave his head a cool toss.
Warm-up done. Now, it's time to end this battle.
Sun Sperm strolled leisurely past the S-Class heroes, waving his hand nonchalantly with a confident smile on his face. This posture didn't look like he was fighting the peak heroes of humanity at all, it was more like he was effortlessly stepping on a bunch of ants by the roadside. "Excuse me." As those words slowly left Sun Sperm's mouth, the various fierce and violent attacks collapsed. The ranged attacks were all shattered, while the S-Class heroes who were about to launch melee attacks were sent flying one after another, crimson blood droplets dancing in midair. Zombieman's upper body was blown apart on the spot, gun parts and his eyeball flying out together. Bone-cracking sounds echoed from all over Superalloy Darkshine's body. His prideful muscles were covered in cracks, and he crashed to the ground like a broken porcelain doll. Bang tried his best to use the water stream rock smashing fist to deflect the force, but he was still sent flying, crashing into the distant ruins while bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Drive Knight rotated his crimson mechanical pupils, looking at his shattered body which was still sparking with electricity. The shock in his heart had reached its limit. The laser cannon released by Child Emperor was easily annihilated, failing to cause even a ripple. Metal Bat, Tank Top Master, and Atomic Samurai, these three melee S-Class heroes, were now all lying in deep craters, beaten to within an inch of their lives. The only one on the scene who didn't suffer an attack was Watchdog Man. When Sun Sperm said "excuse me," he relied on his physical instincts to narrowly dodge the strike. Chapter 149, Chapter 150, It's the King Engine. 1,204 words. Chapter 150, It's the King Engine. There's actually one that slipped through the net. Sun Sperm looked at Watchdog Man, who had dodged his attack, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. His gaze then swept over Child Emperor and the others who had avoided the impact by using long-range attacks, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Before I face off against someone interesting, I should clean up the small fry first." Alarm bells rang in Child Emperor's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he triggered all his shields, layering energy barriers to envelop his body. In the next second, a golden figure flashed by, and dozens of shields shattered like glass, turning into specks of energy that dissipated in the air. Child Emperor spat out blood, the backpack on his back was blown apart by a single punch, and he knelt on the ground, his strength completely gone. Sun Sperm didn't choose to kill him. If he really wanted to kill Child Emperor, that blow just now could have directly pulverized him into a bloody mist. "Brat, watch closely. Witness how the hero association you belong to comes to an end." Sun Sperm's mockery reached his ears. Child Emperor's face was covered in blood, and his legs were pinned down by that heavy pressure, making it impossible for him to stand. He could only remain half-kneeling on the ground. Without the support of technology, Child Emperor was just a child with a clever mind. He didn't have the powerful physique of other heroes, nor did he have their innate psychic abilities, all he had was the power of technology. At this moment, Child Emperor's vision was clouded by blood. He struggled to lift his head, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Is it going to end here? Is this the end for the Hero Association? The monster before him was so powerful that even when the S-Class heroes at the peak of the Hero Association attacked together, they were instantly defeated. Child Emperor truly couldn't think of any way to achieve victory. Damn that Metal Knight. Seemingly thinking of a certain guy in a white lab coat, Child Emperor couldn't help but curse under his breath. This guy is practically a traitor to humanity. Now that Earth is facing a crisis of extinction, this bastard is still fixated on his own small concerns. He didn't even provide a single bit of support for this operation. Suddenly, a tall, blonde figure flashed through his mind. The moment this figure appeared, the fear and despair in Child Emperor's heart were dispelled. He looked up, his eyes filled with determination and hope. "We haven't lost yet. Mr. King is still fighting God. This guy is just one of God's subordinates at best. As long as Mr. King returns, we can win. Oi, oi, oi. If this is all you've got, then these so-called heroes are a bit too weak." Sun Sperm stood proudly in the center of the area, the golden flames on his body burning fiercely. Around him, the major S-Class heroes had already fallen, lingering on the brink of death. Just then, a petite figure slowly stood up. Even though she was covered in blood, and her black slit dress was tattered and soaked in red, she still stood up, the fire of anger burning in her eyes. "You damn beast! Tell me, what did you do to Blast?" Hearing this, Sunsperm was stunned for a moment before remembering who Blast was. He shrugged somewhat innocently. "I didn't do much. I just snapped all his limbs and left him to fend for himself on a planet that's about to collapse. I'll kill you." Hearing Sunsperm's words, Tornado's flames of anger flared up again. She shrieked and flew into the air, her surging psychic power turning into a vast ocean that crashed toward Sunsperm. "Useless, useless, useless. Your psychic power might be decent among humans, but in my eyes, it's no better than a maggot's." "Ha ha ha ha." Sunsperm simply swung his palm, and a violent hurricane instantly formed. The ocean of psychic power, which contained all of Tornado's strength, was directly shattered by that single slap. Tornado's mind went blank, followed by an earth-shattering pain. The consequences of her psychic power being completely depleted manifested, and she couldn't help but clutch her head and fall to the ground. After dealing with the little one, Tornado, Sunsperm turned his gaze toward Watchdog Man, his smile arrogant and mocking. "Now, let's have some fun." Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions and the roar of the ground shattering echoed continuously through the ruins of Z City. One white and one golden figure streaked through the debris at high speed. Watchdog Man narrowly dodged Sunsperm's attacks every time, but this speed that pushed past his limits caused his costume to gradually become tattered. When the pure white fur was completely stained with dust, Watchdog Man lost all his strength and means. The repeated dodging combined with the energy ripples from Sunsperm's attacks had severely injured his internal organs. Seeing this, everyone inevitably fell into despair. Currently, all the S-Class heroes had lost their fighting capacity. Aside from the strongest man on Earth, King, who had gone to Hinder God, and Metal Knight and One Punch Man, who had yet to appear, the top combat forces of the Hero Association had all fallen. And in the very next instant, a black stream of light galloped from afar. As a deep pit was blasted into the ground, God, covered in black gold armor with a face reflecting the starry sky, stood tall amidst the dust. "You are..." Sunsperm was bewildered. Feeling the aura of divine power on the other party, which was even denser than his own, he was momentarily unsure of what to do. "Who is this guy? Another messenger of Lord God?" God looked over. Without him speaking, the two of them just exchanged a few brief thoughts. Sunsperm's expression changed drastically, and he dropped to one knee. "Welcome, Lord God." "What? This guy is God?" Everyone was stunned. Child Emperor trembled all over, the light in his eyes gradually fading like a shattered light bulb. If even God has appeared, doesn't that mean Mr. King, who went to hinder God alone, has also failed? Blast, the S-Class rank 1, was taken down, and now even the strongest man on Earth, King, has fallen. Is there really any hope left for humanity? They didn't know, no one present knew. They were all being standing at the peak of humanity, the peak combat power of the human race, yet at this moment, they felt only powerlessness and despair. Just then, a series of low rumbles suddenly rang out in the area. The sound was like thunder, rhythmic yet steady and powerful. Thump! 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 Thump 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 thump. The sound gradually grew louder, as if heaven and earth were resonating with it at this moment. The light in Child Emperor's eyes lit up again, his emotions swinging like a roller coaster. His pupils contracted. That sound, it's the King engine. Mr. King is back. Chapter 150, Chapter 151, Rushing into Deep Space. 1012 words. Chapter 151, Rushing into Deep Space. The roar between heaven and earth grew louder, as if the world itself were trembling at this moment. The space ahead instantly shattered, forming an irregular passage. A tall, blonde figure slowly stepped out, blood-red steam radiating from his body. While I was away, you stray dogs have been quite arrogant. The low voice echoed in everyone's ears. Looking at that tall back, the crowd who had felt despair felt as if they had taken a sedative, only peace remained in their hearts. It was as if as long as King appeared, he would surely lead them to victory. This was the true worth of the strongest man on earth. God leaned down, and the cosmic radiation emanating from him began to spread at an extremely fast pace, blanketing the surrounding area for dozens of miles in an instant. He actually intended to directly kill the already heavily injured S-class heroes by intensifying the release of this cosmic radiation. In this way, even if King arrived, so what? God would have already achieved his goal and would soon be able to seize the origin of this planet. This planet possessed a special luck, capable of giving birth to many powerhouses famous even throughout the universe. Just like these humans, these so-called S-class heroes of the Hero Association. In regions beyond Earth, such powerhouses would typically only be born across dozens or even hundreds of planets, yet here they appeared in clusters. Moreover, because that bald man who transcended the rules existed on this planet, the humans here all possessed the potential for a limit or breakthrough. It was merely a difference in the magnitude of their potential. Because of this, many people took a wrong path when breaking their limiters. Although they broke through, they also turned into deformed monsters. This was the origin of monsters. And since this luck was tied to life on Earth, if God wanted to take it away, he first had to kill the powerful creatures on Earth who occupied a large amount of luck. Namely, these S-class heroes before him, who occupied a vast amount of luck and could be called the peak of humanity. As for King and that bald man who transcended the rules, those two weren't even included in the count. King was at most just a stowaway, although it was unknown when he had snuck onto this planet. A stowaway was a stowaway. And that bald man? Wasn't that a damn cheat? Facing God's sudden attack, King's eyes narrowed slightly. His energy erupted fully at this moment, making the sky and earth behind him seem to turn a deep crimson. The majestic and vast energy was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, clashing heavily with God's cosmic radiation and continuously pushing it back. With every step King took forward, God's cosmic radiation crumbled a bit further, forced back into his body by sheer power. Just then, Sun Sperm, who had been standing stiffly to the side, finally moved. He had been in a state of paralysis from the moment he saw King. Seeing that face, the fear from the depths of his soul made him unable to act for a time. The psychological shadow King had previously cast over Sunsperm was too great. It had chased him and the other dragon-level executives around like dogs and casually slapped Monster King Orochi to death. Sunsperm lowered his head, looked at his body burning with golden flames, and felt the power within him as vast as a sea of stars. The fear in his heart dissipated. Yeah, what am I afraid of? What am I afraid of? I possess the power of God now. And God himself is standing right next to me. Why should I fear the strongest man on earth? Why should I fear a mere human? Should I avoid his edge? Thinking this, Sunsperm's gaze turned fierce. He reached King almost instantaneously, throwing a punch powerful enough to destroy half a planet. This punch, forget about the S-class heroes present, even the divine rank gatekeeper blast would find it hard to handle. Yet, facing this punch, King's expression didn't even flicker. He simply extended a finger calmly. Sunsperm's punch collided violently with King's finger, but the expected cataclysmic explosion didn't happen. It was perfectly calm. What? Sunsperm's pupils instantly constricted to pinpoints. Refusing to believe it, he increased his power output. The golden flames on his body surged wildly, turning him into a sphere of light. King's gaze remained unchanged, as if he were not facing a divine rank powerhouse but an insignificant ant. If this is all the power you have, then there's no need for you to live. With that, King opened his palm, caught Sunsperm's fist, lifted him up, and threw him into the air. Floating in midair, Sunsperm was dumbfounded. With his current strength, he could easily soar through the sky, yet he did nothing, letting gravity pull him down. At this moment, his brain had stalled. Impossible. I've evolved so many times. I even have God's power. I should be the ultimate among ultimate lifeforms. But why? Why can't I even scratch him? Why? While Sunsperm was lost in bewilderment, King had already raised his fist. With the fist pointing skyward, energy as deep as an abyss and as vast as a sea erupted. A blood dragon thousands of meters long soared into the sky, slamming violently into Sunsperm, nearly extinguishing his flames and making them flicker uncertainly. Sunsperm was unable to move, clamped firmly in the jaws of the blood dragon. He was forced out of the atmosphere, hurtling further and further into the vast deep space of the universe.
King didn't plan to crush the guy to death immediately but chose to throw him into the cosmic void first.
In the depths of that starry sky, a far more terrifying opponent awaited Sunsperm.
And now, King had a more important opponent, God, standing right before him. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, eh?